Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Hopefully, yeah, do my best. I'll try. I'll, I'll stay alive and I'll talk.
Stay alive.
That's okay. I know. This is like at the airport. You're actually early at the next day.
Welcome everyone. Let's take our seats so we can finish it on time.
Hello, hello. Okay.
So we are starting shortly with some opening words by Jaakko Suominen. If you don't know, my name is Maria Garda from University of Turku, as is Jaakko. And then we have Niklas Nelund and Auti Panimkangas from Pelimuseosta, from Finnish Museum of Games. So we are gonna say a few words as well. Okay, I think maybe we can start.
Okay, good morning everybody. My name is Jaakko Suominen. I'm professor of digital culture at the University of Turku. And I wish all of you welcome to this collaborative game history seminar organized by University of Turku, the Center of Excellence of Game Culture Studies and the Finnish Museum of Games. We wanted to have an international seminar and get together with scholars and museum professionals, hobbyists, and other people interested in game history, game preservation, and exhibitions to discuss about the current issues on various collaborations between different actors of the field regarding, for example, co-research, co-collecting, co-preservation, and other things. And of course, what would be the better place to have this kind of seminar, but of course the Finnish Museum of Games, because this is a fine, excellent example of this collaboration between different actors. And so if you have anything to ask about the seminar, please ask me, Maria, or Niklas, or Outi. And I think that before I introduce our first keynote speaker, I give word for Outi and Niklas to say something about these premises and Museum of Games.
Okay, thank you, Jaakko. Thank you, Maria. Welcome, everybody. So nice to see you here. We have a very interesting program today, and also tomorrow. We can show you the program in a moment also on the screen, but maybe first some pointers about the premises. As promised, coffee is served outside here. We should have coffee there during all hours. If you want to have a break, just go there. And you have also entry to the museum center with this, and also you should have a sticker with you as well. If not, you can ask for one from me or Outi or us other people. So I think I'm going to put the Saturday program over there. We can also look at that. But Outi, if you have something to say, maybe now is the good opportunity.
Thank you. I'm Outi Pennikangas, and I'm curator of the Rubriikki Media Museum. And I'm also part of the team Finnish Museum of Games. Here is as well Heikki is somewhere there, and is Mika here. Mika was at the reception desk, so you already meet him. So we are working here. So welcome everyone to Rubriikki. As you noticed, this is huge house. This is full of museums and exhibitions. Here is Mineral Museum, Ice Hockey Museum, Postal Museum. Yes, you know better, remember better than me. A dozen exhibitions here. So please take a moment today or tomorrow to see other exhibitions too than the Finnish Museum of Games. And I would like to thank you for bottom of my heart University and Jaakko and Maria and Turku University and Center of Excellencies about this wonderful seminar, as well Niklas, to our colleague. This is so wonderful to have you here. Thank you, and have a wonderful seminar.
Just one more small point. Tomorrow, if you want to come and see the Saturday program, you get free entry when you show this at the front desk. Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's start the program. And now I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Melanie Swalwell from Swinburne University, Australia. And it's an honor to have Melanie here because she's the internationally, I would say, leading scholar, not only when talking about digital game history and preservation, but also in organizing collaboration in this field between researchers in different backgrounds, from different backgrounds. And when we are thinking about questions of collaboration between researchers, museum professionals, game collectors, game archivists, industry members, players in general, etc. And most likely Melanie will talk more about her excellent project-related game preservation and how to also engage different kind of actors participating in this project, not only researchers but many other people as well. So please welcome Melanie, the floor is yours.
Am I on? Yes. Can you hear me okay? Yes, great. Thank you so much, and I even wore the right clothes with the lapel and all that. Normally it doesn't work for women. Thank you so much, Jaakko, for your kind words, and to all the organisers. I'm really thrilled to be here. And it's always lovely to come to Tampere. It's been about 5 years since I was here last, or 7 actually. I believe at the beginnings of the Finnish Museum of Games. I visited the Media Museum last time when I was here for Nordic Digra, and that was apparently the catalyst moment. So it's exciting to come back and see it now, having been born. Okay. So I'm fascinated with the early digital period, the moment when we became digital. Increasingly, I think of myself as a historian, not just of games, but of digitality. And I'm really concerned with this question of how this period will be remembered. Games provide part of the answer to this, because games from the 1980s are artefacts from the moment when we transitioned from analogue to digital ways of living. They are markers from the road to our becoming digital, if you will. And I would want to shout out here to the people who've paved the way for the work that our team has done. People like Andreas Lange and Henry Lowood, who very clearly articulated the future historians need to have access to our software and what we did with it as long ago as 2001. And Andreas, I remember vividly giving a talk Andreas giving a talk, that is. Sorry, I'm a little bit jet lagged, so we'll go with the kind of circles that my head's spinning in rather than fight them. Andreas gave a talk at Digra in 2003, the first Digra conference, all about the need to be working with fans and collectors of games and on the urgent task of game preservation and game history. Today I will offer some reflections on collaboration, undertaking research into building a game archive, undertaking game history and doing game preservation work. I will often be doing this through the lens of the Play It Again project, and you saw our logo on the front slide. Play It Again is the name of an Australian and New Zealand game history and preservation project, now multiple projects, which I'll tell you about, which I assembled and lead. We first secured funding from the Australian Research Council in late 2011, following a pilot project that was funded in 2007 by my former university in New Zealand. It took us about 6 years to crack it with national level funding, just to kind of put things in context. The Play It Again project was and is deeply collaborative on about 4 counts. The team, working with fans, collaboration between researchers and cultural institutions, and then collaboration between fans and researchers and cultural institutions. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. Okay, so it's not just about me. There's a big team of people that are involved in this project. So the first Play It Again project ran from about 2012 to 2015. It was focused on games that were written for microcomputers in 1980s Australia and New Zealand. And this was us at a conference that we ran in 2014 that Jaakko and Maria and some other people came to. And this is some more of the team from New Zealand, from the New Zealand Film Archive. So it's a very multidisciplinary team comprising myself, Denise de Vries from Computer Science at Flinders University, Helen Stuckey, now at RMIT in Melbourne, and Angela Dalianis at Swinburne University also. In collaboration the first time round, it was with my former colleagues from Victoria University of Wellington. We had a couple of computer scientists and also an IP lawyer, Susan Corbett. These are the vital stats from that first round project. We had the Berlin Computer Spielmuseum, Andreas and Winfried Bergemeyer, and also the Australian Centre for the Moving Image, and the New Zealand Film Archive, now Ngātaonga Sound and Vision, Ngātaonga being Māori for our treasures, which I think puts it beautifully. They're treasuring sound and vision and games in there as well. Okay, so you notice we got some money. We didn't get a lot of money. It's quite amazing what we managed to do with a relatively small sum, and I think that's quite encouraging. This is a kind of pillars slide, if you like. I'm getting a bit of feedback here. I'm just going to drop that down a bit. Which shows the kind of different aspects of the project. It's a very multidisciplinary project, the different people, the different organisations that were involved. And the second iteration of the project is just about to start. Again, this is a collaboration with ACME, with the addition of Seb Chan as a partner investigator, formerly of the Smithsonian Cooper Hewitt Museum, if you know about collecting of apps. They famously took Planetary and put it on GitHub. We also have the addition of Arnett. If you can see in the top slide, the top image, this is the new team assembled. Arnett are the internet gurus in Australia who basically run the internet between universities. OpenSLX is going to be the representative body of the Freiburg researchers who have built emulation as a service, and UNESCO Persist. And if you don't know what that acronym stands for, you're forgiven. Platform to enhance the sustainability of the information society transglobally. It just runs off the tongue, doesn't it? This is a project of the Memory of the World project, set up to ensure long-term access to the world's digital heritage. And I tried to keep it simple, but you know, these are obviously large partnerships. In both projects, fairly obviously, the whole is much more than the sum of the parts. Not everyone is across everything, not everyone needs to be across everything or understand everything, but obviously they need to be able to communicate what they're doing in their part that they're expert in to the rest of the team. And I've just left this on the bottom of the slide. This is another project that I've recently been awarded funding from the ARC to run, and it will run simultaneously with the Play It Again project, and it's a media arts preservation project. I'll say a little bit more about that towards the end, but it's really exciting to have both, and I think there will be a range of synergies between the two. Okay, so the projects are structured in this way with all these partners, partly because of the Australian Research Council funding model that we are working with. It's called a linkage program. And linkage programs promote national and international research partnerships between researchers and business, industry, community organisations, and other publicly funded research agencies. It's a good fit for this area of work for many reasons. Collaboration is key for digital preservation research, not just because of the different skill sets required, but because institutional collaboration is required to find and develop answers to the challenges. Not everyone can do everything. Not every museum or institution can have the full set of skills within their team, and this is widely recognised. For instance, UNESCO's Vancouver Declaration urged, quote, a multi-stakeholder platform for the discussion of digital preservation in 2012, end quote. And the CSIRO GLAM Innovation Study, do you know that acronym, GLAM? Do you use that here? Yes? Okay, good. This is a government research organisation in Australia. They did a study on the GLAM sector, and they argued that within Australia, quote, the preservation of born digital material urgently requires a coordinated national cross-sector standards approach to avoid losing access to digital heritage, end quote. So, the linkage project model is also quite a good fit because cultural institutions need to be involved in digital collecting and preservation of complex digital artefacts. I argued this many years ago. They endure, basically, project funding doesn't. You know, our project will last for 3 years and then what happens? You know, and you need to give thought to that. It makes sense to have cultural institutions involved. Initially there was some reluctance though, I have to say. Notice the wording of the aims of our first project. I think it's in 2, to develop a collection of 80s games and inquire into what a collection of Australian digital game software more generally would look like. Those words were very carefully chosen. You know, these organisations didn't want to throw themselves in and put their hand up and say, yes, we'll do it all. You're all off the hook, all the rest of you. Because at that point, it was seen as really hard. And so ACME and the New Zealand Film Archive were dipping their toe in. You know, and that's okay. It was a start. And from a start, we can build on that. So, I think this project, the Palladium project, was the first digital preservation project to receive research funding, at least in our part of the world. Getting the New Zealanders on board was, I think, key to our success, as well as having Andreas's team on the application. It really helps having an international partner, and I think that's something that we can support each other in doing, in lending weight to each other's applications. The Kiwis in particular, I think, gave confidence because there were suddenly 2 moving image museums who were prepared to put their name to the endeavour. Research funding can be highly politicised in Australia, and so should there have been ridicule from anyone about taxpayers' money being spent on games, they could potentially back each other up. 2, quite simply, is better than 1. But things have changed. As a former Prime Minister of Australia, who I like to quote, John Howard used to say, the times will suit me. And as this heritage material gets older and more fragile, people are coming around to the realisation that it matters and that we risk losing it if we don't act now. The linkage model is also very suitable because there's a lot that researchers can do for cultural institutions. These are busy people who often don't have time in their day-to-day jobs to solve some of the more complex problems that come with these types of artefacts and their preservation. Whereas we can put a PhD student on a wicked problem for 3 years and let them really drill down into it. Okay, there is quite a strong emphasis in Australia on outcomes that are useful to industry partners. And so there's a need to think quite creatively about what partners need that you as a researcher can provide, or you and some others can provide for mutual benefit, but that will still fit within the definition of research. And this is the definition from the Linkage Project funding rules, if you want to have a look. Sometimes you have to think quite laterally, and sometimes you can get this together with multiple partners who can provide some of what each other needs. You know, and again, the sum being more than, the whole being more than the sum of the parts. And that's really what we're now embarking upon with Play It Again too. So these are the aims of the second project. In aim 4, for instance, we are going to be piloting emulation as a service. And ARNet, the networking gurus, They, as well as ACME, are really keen to gain first-hand experience of the value of this technology, providing the chance to gather data and evaluate it running in a range of configurations. Emulation and cloud platforms are key technologies for accessing legacy software and other born digital heritage items. Emulation as a Service is an open source platform which provides access to preserved digital assets, allowing users to interact with the virtualised original computer environment. It's been developed by a team of researchers at the University of Freiburg in Germany, including Klaus Reckert and Dirk von Suchodolitz. It's the most developed of the emulation solutions at present, potentially a very valuable tool for displaying complex digital artefacts in GLAM institutions. But organisations have little experience working with it. So our use of Emulation as a Service is a central part of the project, and it will be the first installation in the Southern Hemisphere. 1990s games are ideal content with which to evaluate an emulation solution, as they frequently required cutting-edge peripherals, graphics cards, etc., and a fast network. Installing emulation as a solution will critically enable us to gain first-hand experience of the value of this technology, providing the chance to gather data and evaluate it running in a range of configurations. The project's evaluations will enable the partners and other institutions to assess, including UNESCO Persist, to assess the utility of this emulation solution, to inform future decisions at an institutional and potentially inter-institutional level. Trialling and evaluating Emulation as a Service will fulfil needs that are critical for planning for the future provision of legacy born digital content, including an exhibition-like environment, so we can assess the platform's efficacy for the GLAM sector. The current project is thus likely to seed future innovation around the safeguarding of and access to Australia's digital cultural heritage, with the new knowledge likely to inform future infrastructure bids. So that is how we're setting it up. It was just a little bit from our funding application that I was reading. So yeah, I always try to sort of set the next one up from the one before. So in the first project, these were some of the collection categories that we wound up with. But how we got there is perhaps worth just filling you in for a couple of minutes on. We first of all listed all the games that we could find that were locally written for micros on 2 spreadsheets. And we came up with about 700 plus for Australia and more than 200 for New Zealand. Then we developed a target list of what we thought were significant titles. So it's very difficult to come up with a target list if you don't know what actually existed. So I think that initial research was quite significant in terms of finding, the universe of what was out there. And this consisted of about 114 titles for Australia, attempting to acquire these and preserving those that we were able to get hold of. And we're talking about around about the 50 mark here. And we're going back and picking up the cartridge games we missed first time round in the second iteration of the project, because we didn't look at consoles. With the New Zealand games, we couldn't find a lot of the games from New Zealand. The ones that we know of are in private hands, and so we weren't actually able to buy many of them or acquire many of them because they are ultra rare. So it was a kind of ad hoc basis where collectors would supply copies to the New Zealand Film Archive, which is pretty concerning. It's kind of already gotten to the point where we can't find this, we can't buy this material. So these were the curatorial rationale or the selection criteria, such things as local content, people who went on to become important game developers, etc. We wanted to have some of their early works, including homebrew games, which is a topic dear to my own heart. And I'll show you some screenshots of some games a bit later on. The second iteration of the project, these are the whoa, I don't know what I just did. There we go. I don't know where the pointer is there. These are the second Play It Again project. And you can see, as you'd expect, they're developing with the way that the technology developed in the 90s. I'm a big fan of a selective approach, not only because I don't see much point in completionism, but also because practically as a researcher, I wouldn't want to have to trawl through everything in order to do my research. I'm already undertaking a project at the moment which is way too big the history of creative microcomputing in Australia between 1976 and 1992, and I can tell you there's a hell of a lot of material. So the appeal to what future historians might need, a la Lowood, back in 2001, I would have to say, is a double-edged sword. We need to make sure that there will be enough, but I don't think we need everything. Okay, so from the beginning, fans have really been key in our projects. As Andreas made clear that all those years ago, it's thanks to fans that so much has survived, and also that various techniques in software preservation exist. Collaboration with fans features centrally in our project aims, as you saw. We owe a lot to fans. Technology, for instance, we image with the cryoflux, and here's Denise in the lab with our research assistant demonstrating imaging with the cryoflux to staff from the State Library of South Australia. This is just a web blurb on the technology called the 1541 Ultimate with tape adapter, which is being built by a fan, Gideon Schweitzer, for the Commodore 64. And it allows you to turn Commodore 64 tapes into tap files. So here is Nick Richardson in the lab. He is the Collections and Access Manager at the Australian Centre for the Moving Image, making a tap file from a game called Judge Dredd, which is on the screen there, on the original hardware. So then he's playing it back from the SD card. And now, of course, we have the Apple II community and John Keone Morris's Apple Source and 4AM's software that automates Prax called Passport. Not to mention emulators. As Frank Cifaldi recently tweeted, emulator authors should have statues erected in their honour. And it's not just games that are benefiting here, as the case of the Carnegie Mellon Club recovering Andy Warhol Amiga discs demonstrates. Until recently, digital game and media art preservation were complementary yet distinct spheres. Despite some lingering elitism, it is now widely recognised that emulators created by enthusiasts to play vintage games also offer an effective means of accessing other historic coded works, including art. Methods and insights. I don't know if you know, Andy Warhol was given a computer by Amiga and asked to perform using it at the launch, and he did portraits of Debbie Harry on stage. But these guys are the heroes. They're the ones that recovered the discs. They're the Carnegie Mellon Computer Club. So, methods and insights from game archiving are finding a place in media arts preservation, and this is a project that was done at Cornell University Library with the Rose Goldson Archive some years ago, which adopted emulation as a solution, as our other project will be doing. Okay, so on the terminology fan that I'm using here, it's intended to reference the fan studies discourse, which actually needs revising to appreciate the significant extent to which fans have not only been long-standing digital content creators, long before the advent of the internet, but also enthusiast engineers, electronics technicians, and hardware hackers. And this is an argument that I make in detail in my new book, which I just have to make some revisions on. It will be out hopefully next year, called Homebrew Gaming and the Beginnings of Vernacular Digitality. It will be out with MIT Press in the Game Histories series, finally. So we literally had fans helping us with the preservation and the imaging of tapes and discs. In this photo, you can see Carolyn Chong, who is an archivist in her own right, now an honours student studying the challenges of preserving mobile games with me, and retro game developer, oh, not in this slide, next slide, Rob Caporetto, who volunteered at Acme. He was demonstrating the 1541 Ultimate and how to image C64 tapes. In a satellite project that I ran with Denise with the State Library of South Australia, we sought to bring groups together who don't usually collaborate. So a computer preservation group for the Australian computer called the Micro B, which some of you might know of, this being Scandinavia. Anyone know the micro B? Yay!
I have one.
You have one, excellent. So the micro B was, here's the money shot. The micro B was exported to Scandinavia. And so what we did with this part of this small project was to try to bring together people who don't usually talk to each other, who we think have a lot to share and to benefit from each other. So the micro B software preservation project has been trying to image all software and gather all documentation available for this platform, but some of it was in non-lending libraries, out of their reach. Enter State Library of South Australia. So what they did was interlibrary loan all the software and documents down to Adelaide. And we brought Alan Lawton, this man, across to our lab, and he brought his micro B and his dongle and all his other equipment and showed us how to do it and imaged this software that was previously out of reach to his group. So, you know, win, win, win on about 3 counts. And I have so here we go. This was in a university library. This is local content. WebSoft from Western Australia, the department. Many education departments had their own software development arms in the 1980s. And they were developing for the computers that were in schools. So this is some of the content on a historically anachronistic flat screen, of course. And some very local content there. All right, so there's significant overlaps between fan history and cultural institutions' involvement in game history. I've shown you already in our experience that we were working with fan preservationists. And Nick Richardson expressed this really eloquently in a recent seminar at the Australian Centre for the Moving Image. And he said, where do we sit as an institution in our collaborations with enthusiasts? How do we sit as an institution? What is it that we're trying to collect here? Are we the champion of that? How do we build a community that can be mutually supportive? How do we begin to recognise enthusiasts as professionals in the way that we traditionally recognise trained academic professionals? And he was talking about, in reference to an earlier talk in the program, perhaps there needs to be a kind of glass wall, he was saying, between the institution and its priesthood, quote unquote, and the enthusiasts. He said, who we're misnaming enthusiasts. So we kind of lack a language for this. We lack the vocabulary in which to articulate and give fans or enthusiasts their due. Okay, so going forward, this was just the product of that research into disk imaging. We were able to compare the success rates between discs that had been stored in the wild, as it were, in collectors' sheds, and in climate-controlled storage of a major national collecting institution, or state-based collecting institution. Okay, so we actually set out in the Play It Again program not only to bring fans and cultural institutions and researchers into contact, but to pioneer a new relation between the museum and the games community. How am I going for time, Maria?
Well, if you want to have a Q&A, maybe like 10 more minutes.
Okay. So we built what we called a popular memory archive. I can make this available if anybody wants to read the text in more detail. Perhaps I can give you my slides later. And the Popular Memory Archive was part of our plan to do this, to both display the results of our research and to invite the wider community to contribute to this game history enterprise. It was the idea of Helen Stuckey from way back. She wanted to build a demotic archive, literally, of the people, inspired by her use of sites such as World of Spectrum and Lemon 64 over the years that she'd spent as a curator of games. Whenever she had a question, she would turn to the community and they typically had the answer. And she conceived of this as a form of exhibition, adopting the database linked via hypertext that game collectors and fans use. So I just have some slides here, I'll just whiz through them. We've published extensively on the Popular Memory Archive. There's papers in the IEEE Handbook of Digital Games, the Transactions of DIGRA, the ACM Library. most of them are up on my academia site. And we, of course, put together an anthology also called Fans and Video Games, Histories, Fandom and Archives. So we were interested in the different kinds of discourse that these different kinds of sites can offer, you know, the affordances for discourse, how they differ between the museum and online discussion. And so we did an exhibition of information about 50 locally written games. And this is just an example, Way of the Exploding Fist from Beam Software in 1985, and invited people to upload their memories, their artefacts, whatever they had. And this is all linked so that you can go through and you can see what else was published in 1985, or what else did Greg Barnett work on, you know, what else did Beam Software, who were probably a bit further down the page, develop. And these are some of the comments from Suri, talking about this was one of the catalysts for his curiosity about local game development, and how he ended up creating a site like Sumia, which is a local game developers site. We also collected some really wonderful stuff from the public who opened up their photograph albums and shared with us their photographs of play in domestic space. These are not images that are easy to come by. And artefacts also from the homebrew era of the 1980s, which are really beautiful. That show you, I would argue, you know, what it was to develop a game in the 80s. And recovered some software as well through the collaboration of the community. So Matthew Hall had a game that wasn't accessible anymore, and the MicroB Software Preservation Project scanned and OCR'd it and got it working again. And Jules of Sankara Island lived again. Okay, so I think there's potential. I've summed up some of the ways in which we have been collaborating. I think there's potential to do a whole lot more in this space, and I wanted to go on to talk about that. I think collaboration with the industry, this is something that other people have done a lot more of. We have, of course, conducted, that's just a book with the discount code if you want it. We have conducted oral history interviews and collected designers' artefacts, such as this lovely photograph of Roger Keating with his source code for Reach for the Stars. But we're now starting to work more closely with some designers to investigate what's involved in collecting contemporary mobile games. And there's a need for a really kind of close temporal collaboration, as well as, you know, interpersonal, with when you're talking about contemporary games, because they're gone so quickly. So this is something that we could do more on. Several local game developers have expressed an interest in working on this with us, and this is something that my student Caroline is working on, which is kind of equal parts exciting and daunting. There's scope to do more, I think, with fan historians. I know that the new game history journal, RomChip, is planning to publish oral history interviews. I think there is a lot more thinking that we could do around how we share the primary source documents that we create in the form of interviews. I know that I would love access to some of the material that fans have got, but the ethical situation there is not clear-cut for scholarly researchers. But equally, I'm happy to deposit what I have for other people to have access to. So I think that's a conversation that's waiting to be had, and potentially the support that we can offer to fan historians. I think there's scope for greater collaboration between institutions as digital heritage initiatives ramp up. I was really interested to note this recent advertisement for a director in the UK for a unified virtual national collection. This is, in a way, a larger scale version of what we're hoping to do in the companion media arts project that I'm running called Archiving Australian Media Arts, to collate the holdings across different institutions across the nation with a view to A, making it possible to see who has what, and B, potentially in the future make it possible to access across institutional boundaries. what we already have in reality with the media arts situation is a distributed national collection. And because not all institutions can do everything, it might well make sense to potentially divide up collections along media lines, a kind of devolving of roles, if you will. So for instance, there's an organisation I'm working with, Experimenta, important media arts organisation in Melbourne, been going since the 80s. They have a lot of born digital content that currently hasn't been preserved, but they also have a lot of paper. So we're working with the Australian Centre for the Moving Image on this project that will stabilise the discs, and they're happy to look at the films and the videos, etc., but they don't really want the paper. But the State Library of Victoria, happily, is set up to, quite well set up, I believe, to accept paper archives. And so there's potential for these collections to go in different directions, still maintaining their integrity, but just being housed in different organisations. Okay, and of course it's a truism, if we're thinking on a bigger scale, that preservation will only succeed with national and international collaborations. There are important global coalitions, and these are going to become, I think, only more important as we go on and build critical mass. So it's exciting, just in the last week or so, to hear that our new partner, ARNet, have recently joined the Digital Preservation Coalition, whose vision is a secure digital legacy. We also have the Software Preservation Network largely in the US, but also the UK and perhaps reaching into Europe. They're doing great stuff and auspicing, I believe, the trial of easy emulation as a service infrastructure that's being run out of Yale University by Ewan Cochrane. So another example, when I get home, I'm off to Canberra a couple of days after for the National Film and Sound Archives Digital Directions Conference for a pre-conference brunch, a digital preservation brunch. I haven't been to one of those before. And we've been tasked with discussing such themes as these and how, in a resource-scarce environment, we can potentially develop some national level infrastructure and support each other going forward. And it's really exciting to me that the other participants will include content management people from the national broadcaster, the ABC, and the chief curator of the National Film and Sound Archive. And I'm expecting that these kind of collaborations between institutions will ramp up significantly in the near future. There'll be some news, I'd say, coming out within a matter of weeks about further initiatives of this sort that will be relevant to games in Australia. And so that's really exciting. Okay, I've talked about, we have the EASY project happening at Yale. And this is, do people know about this? Maybe if I just briefly, they're not only using emulation as a service, the technology that we'll be using to play the game, but they are experimenting with a network across different North American university libraries. And I believe also Living Computers Museum in Seattle might be joining. And what they're doing is not only sharing image-born digital content across the network with other nodes in the network, but they're sharing configurations of the emulator so as to save time configuring the emulator every time you want to view some content. So yeah, this is one to watch. It's really promising collaborative infrastructure at a significant scale. Okay, I thought I'd just wrap up, I suppose, with a brief provocation. I posted this image the other day on Twitter of Game & Watch. I'm not sure what it is. It's the screen of a crystal Game & Watch, and I thought it was beautiful, and it kind of gives me an insight into how these things worked and the way that the movement on the screen is powered underneath, I suppose. And somebody chimed in and responded, preserving history, with some applause. Well, which of all the activities that I've described to you is game history, I wanted to ask. I think what we're doing in the Play It Again project is multi-leveled. We're collecting materials and building an archive that makes it possible for game histories to be written now and in the future. But I would distinguish the writing of game history from the activities of researching and building an archive. They're complementary, but they're different. Artefacts might not be history, but the collecting of materials, of course, supports the writing of history, and vice versa. We certainly can't do it without those artefacts and documentation. And with my own game history writing, my book that I've finished just recently draws on some of the accounts that we've collected for Play It Again, and I've contributed my materials and those I've solicited from homebrew authors, and they've gone into the archive. So it's kind of a bit messed up and multi-level, but you know, there are distinct things going on here. I wanted to suggest that I think there is another kind of historiography project that I've mentioned today, and that is the Popular Memory Archive. This is a kind of game writing that's done with the public. It involves participants in performative encounters with historical materials. In this, it's one of a number of histories in experimental, non-traditional formats at the intersections of game studies, media histories, new media studies and digital humanities that experiment with what game history might be, going beyond existing forms such as best of lists, canons, hardware anniversaries, and the obsession with origins. To me, this is collaborative game history. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Do you have questions? At least, yeah. There's Patrick first, then.
Yeah. Hi, Patrick Prax, Uppsala University. Thank you, Melanie, for an amazing talk. You mentioned that calling enthusiasts is inappropriate or not really covering it, and I think you're using fans or what other sort of frames for them, notions, words would you suggest, and why?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that yet. I think we're still feeling our way towards that. I mean, some people who work professionally in cultural institutions are getting the title digital archivist. And that to me seems to cover some of the terms that are being used, but there's kind of an obsession with whether you're working professionally in this space or not. And so we get titles like amateur, you know, and non-professional, and it's not a strict binary divide, and I think that's what the Nick Richardson comment about the glass wall was trying to capture, something about recognising, I guess, the circuits and the way that knowledge is flowing back and forth. And I mean, the museums have long used and relied upon the expertise of private collectors. So that relationship's not new. But I think it's a good question. I don't have the answer. It's something I think we should continue talking about.
Lev Albert, University of Zurich. Thanks a lot for your very interesting keynote. I just have one question, or question and or remark, however. What role do you see, in the preservation efforts, in those that you are involved in concerning Australian games and so on? What role do you see in piracy and former pirates as preservers and collectors? There was this article by Abigail de Kosnik in 2012, which basically argued that pirates play a very important role in preservation when there are no official media archives. And you were talking about many Australian games being rare and not preserved and so on. But I mean, at least on the major platforms like C64 and Amiga, there's hardly any game that has not been cracked and spread. So what role do these like informal circulation networks play in your project? And of course the legal implications as well, because you mentioned that you have legal experts on your team as well. I would just like to get some insight into that.
That's a great question too, thank you. I was expecting the IP question. I didn't expect it to come from that direction though. I think that what's going on closely that's been happening at the moment with the Internet Archive. I showed you the Apple source image and the visualization, etc. And these unofficial archivists are now doing such important work, and I know that your own work speaks of, you know, what the role that pirates have played in the past. You know, clearly it's critically important. Perhaps I can answer, I mean, you know more about this than I do, so I'll defer to your expertise, but perhaps I can answer it by saying the anxiety that was there when we began this project about the legal basis on which we could preserve games. And it turns out in Australia it's actually quite strong. We have several defences against infringement in our Copyright Act. So we're actually on very good ground, and there's been some changes even since then, which I'm not entirely across, about fair use and access for people with disabilities that provide a lot of scope for institutions to do more than they could previously. But that anxiety, I would say, has just diminished so much that it's hardly there anymore. And that's remarkable over a period of, I mean, I'm at this point now where I can kind of look back and go, well, we started in 2012 and I remember how anxious people were. And it's not really even an issue that gets talked about anymore. We are with our easy, sorry, no, this is easy. We're doing emulation as a service. We are looking to, at the moment anyway, primarily do things within the walls of the museum, which is a different environment to putting things online. But I know some institutions are looking beyond that, some of our partners. And so I think that yeah, we're perhaps in a moment of rapprochement where the important work that crackers have done in the past is about to, I don't know if go mainstream, might be exaggerating it, but overplaying it, but receive much more recognition.
More questions, comments? Okay.
Yeah,
maybe a comment. I want to highlight a little bit more the general context. So you delivered strong arguments why it completely makes sense to foster the relationship of the heritage sector and the community. And these are, of course, mainly also practical arguments, because the knowledge, the skills, the collections are very much on the side of the collectors and the community. But it's also related to the bigger picture of the digital change of our society, because that means much more participation opportunities for every one of us in the digital sphere. So it's a very, I think, general movement which is going on, that we, in all sectors of our society, has somehow to offer opportunities to participate, and we can do that because of the digital technology, which in former times you had to write a letter and wait for an answer. It's of course much more powerful systems now available to enable that participation. And so what you described is part of a much bigger change which is going on, and I think will not only influence the way heritage institutions which are donated to our digital heritage will work together with communities, but this will happen also in other sectors. You and your colleagues not only claiming and describing that change, but using it for research, for gaining knowledge since many years. And so that's maybe also a comment from my side.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we were speaking about this a little bit earlier, and my research has really gone sideways. Games were the ones that were, you were doing this a long time and making that argument a long time ago, Andreas, and have been making that argument for a lot of years, and it's like everybody else has just caught up and is catching up. And so it's great to see this broadening out and to get a media arts preservation project up. And I had to make that argument about, well, why am I the person to lead a media arts preservation project, and hope that media arts gatekeepers would, knock it on the head. But it is true that though they've traditionally been seen as separate realms, there is increasingly proximity, and they're coming together, and the techniques of one field are being applied to the other with, say, the Net Art Anthology, the Rhizome LED work that Dragon Espenscheid's been doing in New York, and the Cornell University project I mentioned. And I'm so excited with your work that's happening with the demo scene proposal. So, and to be invited along to have brunch with people from the national broadcaster who are also concerned about how do they preserve dynamic web content, no doubt, and other parties who are starting to think about the longevity of digital media, complex digital media materials. This is a really exciting moment. I think there's a lot of potential there for us, to collaborate with other organisations with similar goals. Is there a question just here from Patrick?
Okay. One more question. You have been talking about emulation as a service, but I also know that you are doing work that is sort of addressing the digital divide, the place where digital media doesn't necessarily give you more freedom but excludes a lot of people, and there's a lot of work happening in, for example, preserving games of indigenous cultures, indigenous populations, or other sort of disadvantaged groups before. So is the reason that you're calling it emulation as a service that you have to be business facing? What would you say about emulation as a utility? Yes, like as a public service, as something that isn't something that has to be commodified, or is there some sort of logic in there? Do you smuggle? It's
not being commodified. It's an open source product. We're not the developers of that. It's come out of the University of Freiburg. You want to speak to that, Andreas?
Please go on, but I can also
yes. So I think the rationale behind it is to get material accessible. I don't think it's about setting up artificial.
Maybe then I add some thoughts to make clear what emulation as a service is, because I know them since many years from the University of Freiburg. It's a non-profit open source project which is more or less only a framework around the emulators which are developed and still safeguarded by the community. They are not programming the emulators, they are producing the framework which enables somehow the people to use these emulators remotely. And so that also means, like Melanie just said, it's much better accessibility if you if you could access the games heritage or other historic programs remotely. And so, in my opinion, this surely will be the future in regards of accessing our games heritage. Of course, you have to consider that the original interfaces are missing. That's of course important, but that's also important if you are using a emulator on your computer locally. And so these issues you have to be in mind. But emulation as a service is the institutional way to use emulators and to offer digital heritage to the citizens.
And Ewan Cochrane has just been offering, oh, we've lost it. That's all right. I was just bringing this up to show you, not to check my mentions, just to show you on Twitter this morning when I was awake at 5 a.m. I was chatting about getting spiffy new drive emulation as a service infrastructure on it. So if you'd like one, just DM him and he'll send you one. This is out of the North American easy trial that's being undertaken with Sloan and Nolan Foundation funding.
Yeah, this is super awesome. Like, whenever I try to go in this direction, I get called out to be like, whenever I go anything like, hey, let's maybe not have DRM all the time. People call me out as a lefty, I guess. So I'm wondering, how do you get around that? And you say that there's this pressure. I'll go ahead and try.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. And now we have a 15 minutes coffee break, and so we'll continue 11. 11.
Tuleeko ne vaan livenä vai onko ne katsottavissa jälkeenpäin? Suoraan muistuttaa ulos. Niin, eli pystyy katsoa jälkeenpäin. Joo, ja mä otan tästä sitten osaan en ehdi olla kuin aamupäivä varmaan tämä tekniikka on kyllä siitä aina taas vähän silleen, että leka olisi ihan kiva käyttää kaikki tommosen ja pistää kaikki tekniikkaa vaan pelkästään paperilla piirtoihin suunnitelmissa. I don't know if they used to say Uniti's salaries, I think it's grants at least, but granted these places that the name I think Big Smith. Yeah, so they, I think something like that. So they were branded as Salora here and Big Smith, other places also as VTech laser.
Sorry, Mr. Train. There was seats numbers.
So, I would maybe recommend there was a microphone, but this has been he was running with From Yeah, like listings and electronics, like he microphone. Yeah, so like minor activities around microphones, of course not this sort of model
I can just this one.
SD card readers are everywhere. My microphone.
See you again. Just like a week ago.
He's also bit like on the side.
I think it's yeah, I'm plugged in. Maybe we have other
sharp and roll their computers to the market.
There's a
Everything is good?
yeah.
All right. You want to check out the mics?
Yeah, so I think I need to go to the bathroom, so maybe we can yes.
And so you can start?
Yeah, I'm the first, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe we can check out.
Sure. Yeah, so please just plug it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
So Project-T, if you want to go VGA and audio, that like there are HTML as well, but then there's no automatic.
It's like VGC micro inspired.
Yeah.
There's some computers that
So you should then be on.
Please go ahead whatever you want.
or some image things. Memo set. I don't remember all of it, but let's say some try to make it like a selling point. It has Scandinavian. And we share the same keyboard layout with Sweden, which has been very good for us. It's exactly the same, so there's like the market localized keyboards like between Norway and Denmark that have different keyboards.
I have the pages actually. I'm doing a presentation on that.
Okay.
Das kann man durchaus auch im öffentlichen Mittel.
Well, of course, it's hardly a surprise because the Finnish and Swedish market is very close to each other. Many things that happen here happen there.
Have you 2 minutes? This is Patrick.
Other uniform across all Nordic countries.
You guys doing museology?
Someone taking them into Russia. It's astounding that they managed to just get it through in their cabin in a bag.
Yeah, we're working together.
But
You
on the book,
guys
it
did
was
us
the
still
time
like
of the
3 weeks, I
embargo.
think. So it's a 6-week internship.
Embargo. There was a story of the representative from Microbeat taking a microbeat or 2 or 3
I don't know,
in their luggage
all
into
kinds of
Russia.
stuff for
Which really surprised me because I thought they'd be allowed.
The year until
work with that.
1985.
Putting stuff into the collection.
Yeah.
Taking care of it.
There was a story that I
It's been super
remember
busy.
like
Yeah, because we're applying, Tampereelta is applying to be
Yeah, I think it
cultural
would be
capital.
kind of difficult before 1985.
Somehow I'm there.
Miracle, I would say. But yeah, but afterwards.
So that seems
There's pockets of like computers that failed, but then they were so might have created a little lot of community there that still exists. Whereas in the original there's nothing like these enterprise computers in Hungary. Computers, I have one say in Hungary as well.
Is it one that can fit here? Because
Poland was an Atari plant. There's all the Atari is there when like they had ceased production elsewhere. Sales and so it's like curious.
Okay, but maybe it's good to have an extension anyway. This wire is very long.
I don't think my
maybe better with the extension.
There are several examples of computers and created a local lively community. Plus for sharp ends at 800, Atari's various spectrums of
Yes,
and these like enterprise computers was very quickly. There was something in Finland that was too late to the market. So the only community I have one, and I got that from Hungary. So that's the only place where you actually have it.
Do you want to use your own or do you want to?
Maybe we can copy my file.
Yeah, sure. Do you have a memory stick or something?
I hope so.
Yeah, I have one if you don't.
He's telling me about his computer.
So you want to check sound?
Wow, that's impressive.
Fancy here, so
yeah. Should there be some?
I'm trying to get YouTube. I'm just trying to get sorry, I'll be very quick.
Yeah, should the sound be on?
Not yet. Well, it's not playing. No, I'm just trying to get it.
There were some of these like collectives were so influential and big that they also produced a domestic company. Still not farming collectives to be
so massive with like when the FTP servers
today,
like sociality of the scene can change.
It's not.
I mean, it's, I just went to
it's not going to be some YouTube speaking or township.
Yeah.
So better Wi-Fi is collaborating.
Supposedly Zoom is over.
The other stuff we find on the list are very
yeah, it seems to be now.
What, sorry?
You know me, I'll talk to you.
No, you'll see mine already.
Yeah. So, okay, so next speaker is free to use the mic or the headset, this may be more convenient, but
yeah, so you can, our DJ, it's
I got it, look, it's funny. Oh, you read it? That's awesome.
yeah, maybe you did adjust.
So it's modern there on the list. Other than that, it's
Sure, yeah. Well, if you need any additional info, just
shouldn't be working. All right.
Yeah, I'm very happy. There was actually a guy from France who was supposed to write something for the National Games Orchestra.
All right.
I don't know how far he is with it. I met him at a conference and he was interested in I still remember
yes.
So
anyway, you guys asking for loud and clear?
Oh yeah. I'll try.
Yeah, always. Let's take it better. That's okay. The mic is random here and there, and everybody has their own input. So
this one?
This divide it, but not like not in a negative sense. Just work on their own subjects and always have a lot to share.
5 minutes notifications?
Sure, yeah, please. Yeah. So after 15 minutes.
Yeah, even game studies are
It's
very
small.
diverse. It's not that like a common share.
In like 2 minutes.
It's just
Yeah,
game
that's
studies.
great. Yeah.
Never was a more profound, so we should say.
Okay. Look here. Raz, dva. Test. Closer.
Put it on your beard.
Raz, dva. Test. Raz. Yeah? Yeah, cool.
There's a mute button on top.
Yeah, I don't know. Push it.
Yeah. Just so you know. Now it's showing red. It's on mute. Now it's showing
Oh, okay.
green. It's working.
Okay.
So we can leave it here.
I just. I think I'm cool.
You can take it with you.
Yep.
I just have seen a few.
Prague intro. Prax
One, two, check. We will be starting shortly with our next session on working with communities, with talks by Jaroslav, Švelch, Miroslaw, Filiciak, and Kieran, Nolan. No, very soon. Very soon, yes, minus 2 minutes. Well, maybe let's give people like 4 minutes. I think we can afford that. So maybe I will go quickly through today's schedule. So after this session, we have a slightly longer break with lunch. Also, so the lunch, unfortunately, is only sponsored for the speakers, but you are very much welcome to join us in the cafe. So everything is happening at the museum. So basically at the museum cafe, the launas or the lunch will be happening. And then we have our second session, kind of program point with talks about game exhibitions, Patrick Prax and Niklas Nylund, then your very own, and Dale Dale Orca from Tampereelta University. Then we have half an hour of a snack break, and then we have a whole panel on the demo scene with a talk by Gleb Albert, and then we have a workshop that will be chaired by Michael Reunanen. So everything should kind of wrap up around 6 p.m. and then we will be moving to a Villa Bistro. So if you want to join us, please do. I hope for a long night of intense discussions and thought exchange. So basically, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer if there are any problems. The stream is online, so it's live, as streams are. So if you want to maybe post about it or tweet it, that will be very thankful, because we would like to reach as many people as possible. The hashtag is on your badge, so it's easy to find. also retweet a picture of my dog, which unfortunately wasn't allowed to attend because animals are not allowed. Yeah. Yes, but he's watching the stream, so you know. Yeah, that was the reason we have the stream, so the dog can be involved. Yes, so it's a very kind of post-human collaboration here. Yeah, I'm not very good at stand-up comedy, and I think this is what it's becoming to to be. So I will just shut up, and we will start shortly. Okay, so I think we will be starting. I will be chairing this session. So we start with Jaroslav Švelch. Yeah, you need the image. I think Niklas knows which button to push. Which HDMI? Number one. Oh, okay. So yeah, I think Jaro needs no introduction. He's the famous author of the famous book about gaming, The Iron Curtain, that you definitely should read if you haven't already. It's an excellent read. Oh, is it here? Yes, it has a fantastic cover. Some really cool stuff here. Maybe I can pass it around so people can touch it and get engaged with it. And Jaro works at Charles University in Prague. And you know, if you want to tell anything else about yourself, please do. And yeah, let's. Oh, that's so awesome. Yeah, so let's continue.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jaroslav. I'm happy to be here. And I'll be talking about my experience doing interviews and using interviews in game history in my project about game history in Czechoslovakia in the 1980s. It's called Tall Tales and Murky Memories of Computer Gaming in 1980s Czechoslovakia. And before I proceed, I just want to say one thing about this image. It's not really related to interviews, but somebody might be interested. In about a month, there's going to be the 30th anniversary of the Velvet Revolution in Czechoslovakia. And to commemorate that anniversary, there's going to be a lot of exhibitions. And for one of those exhibitions, a team, including myself and a friend of mine, put together 3 conversions of activist games from the late 80s. And we also commissioned new pixel art for those conversions. So this is not original pixel art, this is newly commissioned pixel art for those conversions. So if you're interested in this project, you can also ask any questions, or probably we can discuss it in the next session. I just wanted to mention that because I think it's a very cool project. But I'll be mostly talking about games. This is based on the experience that I had while working on this book. It was a long process. It took about 10 years to do the research and write the book. I was doing other stuff as well, but it was just a long project. And the book is available from MIT Press, and I also have leaflets with discounts if you wanna take one later and order the book. So I was working to write this history, which is a user-centered history. It's mostly about homebrewers and amateurs. I used a wide range of sources. Interviews that I'll be talking about, I did over 40 interviews, all of them in person, with this actual voice recorder. Period documents, there were no magazines at that time, no computer magazines, so I was mostly relying on newsletters of computer clubs. There were computer clubs that were putting out their own kind of periodicals. So I was looking at that. I was collecting, not really collecting, I was looking at material artifacts. I usually borrow them from people and take pictures and then return them, because right now there's no memory institution in the country that collects artifacts related to gaming, unfortunately. But there are artifacts in people's homes and in personal collections, definitely. And I was looking at software, so I was looking at the games that had been preserved from the 1980s. thanks to the efforts of fan archivists. They have done invaluable work. I'm very thankful to them. This talk will not be about them, but they also need to be mentioned. And before I talk about interviews, I'm also, when writing a history of a relatively broad topic as computer gaming in a particular country, in a particular decade, I was mostly focusing on user experience or experience of individual users, but there also needs to be some background, about the policy and the proliferation of technology and so on. So I was also trying to look for records and statistics, but unfortunately from the 80s, what we have is very limited. Because the kind of homebrew scene was not really captured in official records. So what we have is mostly records about sort of official side of computing. So here is a really nice statistic of the numbers of women in official computing companies, so like state-owned computing. But we don't really have that data about the homebrew scene. So yeah, we have to rely on sources that are have not been officially vetted and are were at that time made by homebrewers themselves. So I said that I talked to over 40 people. It was a diverse and open group of informants. And what do I mean by diverse and open? Diverse, well, in terms of, most of them were white guys, so not really diverse in this, and from this particular perspective. There were some women as well, but diverse in terms of their story. So all of them were somehow active on the scene in the 1980s, making games or being in charge of computer clubs. But since then, they have very different stories. So some of them are now, millionaire owners of finance companies, or one of them, like Vlastimil Vesely, is still in the same job that he had in the 80s. So he's a technician in a public transport company in the city of Ostrava. Politically, they're all over the spectrum. Some of them are anarchists, some of them are libertarian, and one of them is even like very far right. So it's also diverse in this regard. And by open, I mean that they talk to me openly, mostly. The things that I ask about are usually not very controversial. And there is a certain benefit to writing about 1980s because it was a different regime. So if somebody did something illegal or subversive or transgressive, they don't really mind sharing that story because it was a different regime and it was an oppressive regime, so any subversion was okay. So in this, I haven't really encountered any obstacles in people not wanting to talk about certain things. But there are certain challenges in using interviews in historical work, and I just want to share my experience. And I'll be sometimes quoting from this textbook of oral history by Donald Ritchie, which I think is very useful. I was using this one, but I was also using a Czech textbook of oral history, which is also very, very, very good. Like one of the main the rules is that we should treat oral evidence as cautious as any other form of evidence. So it's not necessarily more or less reliable, but it has its specifics that I've grown to be aware of. The first challenge I encountered was that people would often share apocryphal stories or sometimes tall tales. And Ritchie writes in the book about the encounters between folklorists and oral historians in the early stages of oral history, of the development of the field, saying that folklorists watched with some amusement as oral historians gradually came to grips with stereotype and myth in the oral testimonies they were collecting. And I will give you an example. So in the 1980s, it was very hard to get a computer in Czechoslovakia. And the story of getting a computer often became a part of the sort of personal history of the fan, of the enthusiast. And to get a computer, usually you had to bring it from abroad. It was not easy. People were smuggling machines from the West to avoid very high customs fees. And you get to hear these stories about a friend of somebody smuggling a Sinclair ZX Spectrum, which was which became the dominant platform, in a chocolate box. And it's something that you would really struggle to find evidence for. So the story is that in West Germany you could buy these kind of 2-layer chocolate boxes, and people would eat the bottom layer of the chocolates and put the spectrum into the box and leave the top layer intact, and this way they would smuggle the computer into the country. It's probably technically possible, but there is really no evidence of that. And I think that we don't really have to. That's not really like a huge problem as long as we don't treat it as a fact, but as an indication that it was difficult to smuggle these countries and that these stories circulated to kind of emphasize the fact that it's hard to get a computer into that country. Sometimes you can get some corroboration for tall tales. I interviewed Tomáš Smutný, who was a person who was smuggling, or his group of friends and collaborators were smuggling arcade boards from Germany, and then they were building these DIY arcade cabinets and the controls and the whole machines beside them, except for the board they were building in Czechoslovakia. And he said that that they made over 500 of these machines, and then he got arrested for it. I cannot really check if they made 500, but I could check if he got arrested. And I went to the police archives and I found out that indeed he was arrested. He was actually let out before Christmas. So I think that they were kind of lenient on him, and in the end he was released and he was never tried, but he was actually arrested briefly. For what reason? Illegal enterprise. Yeah. Another challenge is gaps. And so people remember, as Richie says, people remember what they think is important, not necessarily what the interviewer thinks is most consequential. And my approach was to write a social history. So I was very much interested in how these groups, how these user groups were functioning, and what kind of people took part in these activities. But the interviewers usually expect me to ask about the software and the hardware. They expect questions about the Sinclair Spectrum, about particular games, about particular technical solutions, not really about the social aspects of gaming. I think that this is to some extent a reflection of some of the focus of lay games history, which is very much focused on artifacts rather than social history. So they tend to be quite surprised when I ask them questions about the social life of computer fans in the 1980s. And it takes sort of some priming and some prying before they start to remember. But then they very much enjoy it, but they don't really expect that. At least most of the people that I've talked to. Another example, in the 1980s, when people wanted to gather and work on computers together, play games, they usually had to join these computer clubs affiliated with state-controlled organizations like paramilitary organizations like Svazar, or youth organizations like the Socialist Youth Union. Very often they don't remember being members of those organizations. For example, František Fuka, one of probably the most influential homebrewer in 1980s Czechoslovakia, had said that he was never a member of the Socialist Youth Union before he found actually the member card of the Socialist Youth Union. And in this case, I don't think they're ashamed of being members, but I think it speaks to the very pragmatic relationship they had to these organizations. It was not a meaningful choice to join such an organization. It was sort of automatic, and many, especially younger people, will say that they don't remember which organization they were members of, because they were just too young to care, I guess. And the older interviewees would tell you that they only did it for pragmatic reasons, and they never identified with the goals of those organizations. So here I think that the gaps are meaningful. The fact that people don't remember this attests to the fact that it wasn't really important for them at the time. Also, we don't have that much information about what happened in those clubs in terms of visual evidence, because there's very little photographic evidence from Czechoslovakia in the 1980s, because cameras were expensive. They were also all black and white, and I was lucky that one of my informants actually was an amateur photographer, so we have like beautiful images like these, but there are very few of them. The third challenge that I encountered are what I call planted memories. And Ritchie says that film and fictional portrayals of historic events can filter into people's memories, confusing images with real events. And I think that's true of all oral history. I'll give one particular example. So there was this famous game called Elite, which was very popular, in Western Europe, but also in Eastern Europe in the 1980s. And in an interview, one informant was telling me that he was an intense player of Elite, and that he really felt like the pilot, and that whenever there was lunch, like he wouldn't care about lunch and he would keep playing. But then I remembered a very influential piece of game writing called The Gamer Ballad. It's like an essay or a short story about a life of a gamer. It was published in Excalibur, which was an extremely influential gaming magazine in the early 90s. And you can read pretty much the same story about people playing Elite and not having lunch. And I think that my suspicion is that this is not a coincidence, that this is, that people so strongly identified with the Gamer Ballad as a portrayal of a gamer's life that they might have actually, internalized some of those stories or shaped their own stories based on that piece of writing. So I think it's also important to look at, the written material that was preserved from that era to kind of see how the discourse might have been formed by magazines and so on. Number 4, feedback loop with a researcher. It's kind of similar. That's kind of similar. So I said that the project took about 10 years. That's a long time. And in the process, I was disseminating the research in sort of popular outlets as well as academic ones. So I was writing a series of articles for the gaming magazine called Level, and it's a pretty popular one. They also republished some of the stuff online, so people could read those articles. And what happened to me then is that my informants would quote myself to me, which is not exactly desirable. So they would use my interpretation of the events. Like in this example, the informant says, "It was like you wrote," they're talking about the greetings, the shout-outs that people would put into scrolling messages not only in demos but also in games. I want to say hi to this guy and that guy and Patrik or Tomáš, like for example, people who didn't even know each other, greeted each other and maintained the community in this way. And this is more or less a quote from an article that I wrote. So now I'm contaminating some of my own material, and it's really I think it's important to kind of keep track of that. And the final challenge is deciding who will, in the end, appear in the story. This is a screenshot from the index of the book, and one thing happened to me. I talked to one of my informants. I gave him the copy of the book, and the first thing he did was that he looked at the index, and he didn't find his name in the index. And he was a bit sad, because his name is Hlaváč, and you can see he's not here, but his colleague, his friend Hrda, Stanislav, is actually there. So he felt a bit betrayed that his name is not there. And I think we have to be ready to explain to people that there are some reasons why they're not included in this particular version of the story. They might be included in some other version of the story. When I started writing the book, people said, "Okay, so you're writing a book about the history of games in Czechoslovakia. So you're writing about František Fuka, right? He was the most influential one. He's the most famous." And I was a bit reluctant, and I tried for a long time to kind of avoid writing about him. But in the end, based on the evidence that I got from others, I found that he was indeed so influential that he needs to be a huge part of the story. I really kind of wanted to see that myself from the material. And the other problem that sometimes happens is that there are potential informants that are just unavailable. So in the late 1980s, people were making activist games or protest games against the communist regime. And this is one of them. It's called 17th of November 1989, and it sort of chronicles the events of the Velvet Revolution. It's a text adventure game. By the way, this is this image. The face and the hand are taken from The Way of the Exploding Fist. It's like a remix of the loading screen of The Way of the Exploding Fist, the Australian game from 1985. Yeah, and I have so far not been able to track down Hobblesoft, who made this game, or other people, except for one, that made these protest games, because they were, for obvious reasons, released anonymously in the late 80s. So yeah, these are some of the challenges that I've come across, but that doesn't really diminish the value of oral history or of interviews. And I think it's important not to think of our meetings, our relationships with informants only as source of material for interviews, but also as opening doors to other people, to other material. Giving us new perspectives and kind of new avenues that we can follow. It's not only about that one interview. And also, I think we need to be aware of the fact that this might be a long collaboration. The fact that you show up at somebody's door and you will interview them might start a relationship that will go on for years and years and years. And at one point you will need permissions to use their photographs. You will need permissions to use screenshots from their games. So it is sort of a commitment on both sides, and I think that's something we should keep in mind. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the wonderful talk. What a beautiful pixel art it is. Can you mention the name of the author of the pixel art?
It's Jana Kilianova, or also called Yuffie. She's a professional illustrator and computer graphics artist based in Brno, Czech Republic.
Great female pixel artist. So, Jarkko.
Thank you, Jaro. Two questions. One very, I'd say, but one question and one comment. The comment is that talking about this feedback loop. I think one kind of form of it is also that we, in many cases, we interview the same people, and they are kind of usual suspects. Mm-hmm. And it happens. I would say that they usually talk again and again the same things, and it's very difficult to kind of try to dig something completely new, because they have this kind of ready-made story they start to tell every time somebody is asking about the issue. Okay. And one question is about are you going to write an article about this methodological notions about how to use oral history when you're doing this kind of research?
Thank you. So the first one, I absolutely agree. And that is also one of the reasons why I wanted to avoid František Fuka at the beginning, because he's been interviewed many times, and I knew that I would get more or less the same stories. And second question, I haven't really thought about it yet, but if there's an audience, I would love to. There's also some discussion of the methodology in the introduction of the book. Thank you.
Yes, well, please.
Yes,
No, you should press the
Now, okay, yeah, now it's on. Well, thanks a lot for this presentation, Jaro. I mean, it's really important that we have these methodological considerations in what we are researching, and what you told about the pitfalls and what you have to watch out with oral history interviews. I mean, I experienced quite the same things interviewing old cracking scene members from the 80s. And there is one thing, and I wonder whether, which was an important observation that I had to make when conducting oral history interviews, and I wonder whether it's the same case with your guys. What I noticed is that what people tell and what they put their emphasis on depends very much on whether they stuck with computing when they grew up, or whether they took some completely different paths. And concerning the people that I interviewed, I always found, like for a social history of computing, I always found those narratives more detailed and more helpful of those people who did not stick with computing. Because, for example, like some of my respondents, they ended up in the games industry and so on, like IT professionals. Some became, I don't know, janitors or tram drivers and so on. And those who did not remain in computing, they do not need to pull their legitimacy for their life course from their computing past. And thus, like, their narrative is not as streamlined as the one of those who stuck in IT or computing. I wonder whether this is the case as well with your people.
I think to some extent, definitely. Yeah, and also the people who are still in computing are very often active in the retro gaming circles. So they are also used to telling these stories again and again. Yeah, so I think it's very similar. I think that in my case, there were also some people who work professionally in IT. One of my respondents works for Microsoft, and he's one of the few people who still actually writes in machine code. So he writes the OS core. So he's very much an IT professional, but I was talking about anarchists. So he's more like a kind of punk rock, kind of anarchist kind of guy. So I think that it's his job, but I think his ideology is a bit different. So it's not important for him, like personally and ideologically, to identify as this IT kind of guru. So I think that he was more open and more willing to talk about the social aspect. But I think it was more of an exception. So I agree.
I want to add a question in the same direction and wonder if you also have the opportunity in Czechoslovakia,
Czechia or Czech Republic, yeah.
Czechoslovakia, I think it's over.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But that's exactly the point. So in Germany, when I researched East German gaming culture, I had the great opportunity to access the archives of the Secret Service of the Stasi, because they were opened when the GDR was over, and so they wrote pretty much about these cultures because they were important for them, and so that's of course a great external source from the outside on these activities and people and communities. And I wonder if you have the same opportunity in Czech Republic.
Yeah. The secret police archives are accessible. They are not very well indexed, but they are open. Actually, me and Maria have been thinking about writing some kind of comparative study about like Poland and Czech Republic, based on the secret police archives. But it seems that in Czechoslovakia, the secret police was not as active in kind of following computer games and computing as they were in the GDR. Because I know from articles by Dennis Giesler, who's a journalist, but he writes great articles about games in East Germany, that Stasi was very much interested in computer clubs, and they reported on them, and they have these like amazing reports on what's happening in the clubs. But it doesn't seem, or my archivists have not been able to point me to those materials, or they don't exist. So I'm probably not so much.
Yeah. So one addition. There should be a possibility for you to access the East German archives, searching for entries and documents about microcomputer cultures and smuggling towards Czechoslovakia. That should be an option to request that access.
Cool, thank you.
We have time for one more question.
As is the case for many of us, we kind of study ourselves, and this is a personal topic for you. So how did you manage to step back and question your assumptions and hates and likes in your study?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that one of the ways I did it was that I'm writing about the 80s, but I was born in 1981, so I wasn't really participating in the community in the 1980s. I think I only started continuously engaging with games in the 90s, but I'm still familiar with the hardware, with the Spectrum and all these things, and I can remember very clearly. But I wasn't involved in the community at the time, so I think most of this information that I get is new to me, but I think I'm kind of able to comprehend it and interpret it based on the knowledge of the computing in just slightly after the 1980s. So that's I think that's one way of doing it. I think originally I was going to write about the 90s, but then one of the reasons why I didn't was that it just felt too personal, and it would also be more difficult to talk to people about the 90s because it's the same regime. So if they did something illegal in the 90s, it's kind of more difficult to get information from them. But also because my personal involvement. Yeah, that's one of the ways. And then you just have to try to be impartial. Thank you.
Okay, so we proceed with our next speaker, Miroslaw Filiciak from the SWPS University in Warsaw. One of the pioneers of Polish game studies, I dare to say. And he will be talking about his research of pinball communities in Poland.
Okay, thank you, Maria, for introduction, and thank you, Jaro, for your great speech. It remembers this remembrance of a similar situation with my VHS recorders social life in Poland project. I had this interview with a very famous theater director who is the only source of the story about Polish television copying system, kind of semi-legal system, and it was a great interview, but the problem is that this guy didn't catch the difference between research interview and journal interview, and in Poland we had this obligation to authorize the journal interviews, so he asked me, to send him my notes, and he practically completely rewrote the interview, and told me that I can use this, or if I use my notes in previous version, there will be some legal actions. So, so this can be problematic, but I'm talking about this using my presentation time, because I think that sometimes most interesting stuff happens on the margins of research. And I will talk a little bit about my very slowly developing project on pinball enthusiast community, but I also like to join this with the topics of practical recommendation for example, GLAM institutions. And my project contains interviews and observation. I even joined the pinball tournament with some success. But I think that sometimes I think it's just pretext to think about something more broad, more general. And for me, three important contexts for these projects. First one is very simplistic cover of the book Praktyki kulturalne Polaków, Cultural Practices of Poles. It was a research project I've been involved to. It was about quantitative research on cultural activities of Polish people, because a few years ago I was shocked how many no important it seems to quantitative studies, everyday life practices. fact which is obvious, you know, from the field from the perspective of cultural studies or anthropology for I think like 50 years. It has no much impact on data collected by government, which is, you know, used for cultural policy. So we took this project, you know, it had this big theoretical part. It was about broadening the field of culture, how everydayness matters. And from perspective of theory or even this research, it was very, you know, fun and easy. But from perspective of preparing archives, it also means everything matters. Everything matters. We don't know what the future paradigms of, you know, historiography will be, so we practically have to collect everything, so we need enthusiasts. But at the same time, I was counselor with this project. It was called Wirtualne Muzea Małopolskie. It was virtual museums of smaller Poland region. And it was about virtual collection of region heritage. And the idea was to scan in 3D as many objects as it's possible and to establish community around it. And I counseled at the beginning of this project, and 2 years later I led the workshops for people who established it. And it became kind of therapy, because people were so depressed, because it was many millions project with big budget, and there were like 3 comments on the site, you know, grassroots comments. It didn't work at all. And for me it was history about difference between what's the focus of this particular project. Do we want to preserve the past, or have, you know, vivid community working around this site nowadays? And maybe those are 2 different projects. And it was also about how hard it is to create new community. And the third element of context, it was my article. I consulted it with Maria in bi-weekly, this Polish cultural online magazine. And it was heavily inspired by Jakov's article about modes of games history and how enthusiast history is important to it. But of course, you know, we have some problems with histories written by enthusiasts, and I think it was a very important part of this article that enthusiasts are great archive workers, but they are not particularly well historians, and it was received pretty bad. Yeah, many people felt, or maybe few people, but few important people felt offended, and I think now I think yeah, they are right. So how do you know how to work, you know, with academic standards within the field of, you know, more and more the institutionalized culture, and to connect it with institution? I think it's the big problem. And okay, but so we need enthusiasts. So my project about pinball community is a little bit about that. Of course, it's about pinball. I think that pinball machines are interesting, even if a little bit exotic topic, because, you know, golden era of pinball machines, it's you know, the moment when pinball machines started to use digital technology. So you know, for 10 or 20 years, you know, there were some parallel trajectories between games, computer games industry and pinball machines industry. But what's interesting about pinball machines is their physicality. The problem, which I think is important to game studies, maybe for 10 years. Before that, I think, maybe I'm wrong, I think that before that we had no problem with emulators, you know, we had no this reflection that physical experience is important, and with pinball machines it's very obvious. So I think about, of course, I think about games or pinball archives in a much broader context. It's about preservation of digital heritage, but also about physicality of digital heritage. And Polish pinball community is relatively small, but very vivid. We have a wide array of practices, starting from collecting very old machines to building emulators the other side. We have big visibility of commercial actors on the scene because there are professional emulators, you know, for consoles with original machines, using crowdfunding in many cases. And of course we have this very similar problem to what Jaro mentioned. This group, you know, of collectors, grassroots curators, it's mostly about middle-aged, middle-class white men. And what's also interesting, I think it also connects with how museums change. Okay, because I will show you a pinball and arcade museum, which is at the same time museum and a pub. And I think it's a direction, you know, in which more or less many institutions like museums go, because, you know, we have this experience, economy, and so on and so on. And but at the same time, this vivid community, for example, has activities like tournaments I mentioned before, which are very important for community, but also very bad for machines themselves, because there are emotions. And for example, many people kick pinball machines during tournaments. Okay, so I think there are many tensions, and this most important museal institution that I mentioned before, pub. It has great collection, but what is funny from academic perspective, it's an effect of kind of accident, because the owner, the founder, started pub, it didn't work particularly well, and then he had this offer to buy a pinball machine, first one, so he bought because he was bored during his work in a not so crowded pub, and then, you know, appeared the idea maybe he should build a bigger collection. He was not hardcore fan. He defines himself as a handyman. Now he likes to fix things, to repair things, and he has many stories about how, you know, this academic concept of preservation and originality doesn't matter to him. He has, for example, this story that he had a visit from some expert on digital technology, and this expert couldn't distinguish between original screen on an arcade machine, which has some kind of different resolution and specific technology, from CRT he bought for 10 euros and installed instead of it. So it's a bullshit, to be honest, for him, those conservative practices. What's more problematic from academic perspective, he, as curator, his policy, you can describe it, he collects what he likes. Okay, he collects what he likes, and it's the most important factor for collection composition. He has very small confidence in online lists, which, if they are different from his own preferences, he describes as manipulated. Okay, and he even distances from community, even if everyone knows him, and vice versa. And economic factor is very important to him. For example, he has no problem with selling original playfield if he can replace it with non-original and buy something else for the money. Okay, so from traditional museum perspective, you know, it's not very proper. But what's interesting, and why I'm talking about it, he says that for the fundamental problem is ability to play. You know, it's kind of his credo. You know, quote: "People have to play here. If they can't, it would be like to visit gallery and see covered paintings." So maybe he's right. Maybe the most important factor within this collection is to have to keep community alive and to let people play. Okay, so yeah, I have to skip maybe some part. It's about you know, who have to establish archives, and I had this ironic remembrance of some game studies conference a few years ago. There was some guy, I won't mention his name. He said that maybe we need some kind of exam for people who want to study games. Okay, so you have to have some kind of official permission to study games and to do it properly. And I think what's most funny about it is, you know, we have to think about our very limited agency, okay, in this broad network of archivists, enthusiasts, but also commercial actors. And maybe a few years ago I was, you know, very excited by Erkki Huhtamo article about, you know, how poorly written is games history, how it lacks of critical aspects. But I think I agree with Rayford Goins' answer that we need collections to perform critical analysis, and maybe from practical perspective, you know, how we establish those archives, it's not as important. Okay, we also, I think the other problem is, of course, commercial actors. Commercial actors, I think we can think about them as the keepers of traditional part, you know, of archives, this mainstream history. This is the project of Lucas Museum of Narrative Arts of games, and of course it has this PR element to it, and it will be very playful and I think very important institution.
That's art. Oh, Lucas Arts. Okay.
Yeah. I got problems with that.
Why is it combined with the GOG?
Because GOG is also, you know, a kind of curator, one of the most important curators.
It's not related to these pictures.
No, so that's why we have friends here. No, it's about borders between, okay? And of course we got the problem with adaptation strategies, and I think that commercial actors become more and more aware of those. For example, it's about this new Sega Mega Drive console, and you can see this quote that original controls is very, very important, and at the same time we have this review for New Legend of Zelda remake. Maybe is it too faithful to the original? So that's the problem, and I think that I started to work on my project with this question in my head: who does the good job? You know, who we need to promote, who we need to help. But I finish with who needs support, because definitely no GOG and no LucasArts. But I think that enthusiasts I criticized before, and I think it's very, very, very preliminary and simplistic approach. But I think that what's important for academic alliances is to work on the west side of this diagram to support non-commercial, even pirate initiatives. because what's very important, and I think that it was visible during previous presentations, Keynote and your speech, that locality matters. That locality matters, and locality is not so important for the global for those global companies, and it's very important from social life of games, local game cultures approach. And I know I should finish soon. I think we also should mention that there's change of perspective within. For example, it's probably well known for all of you history about dagging Atari and about this reflection that games life cycle, it's also about becoming waste, and maybe we should not stop it. Maybe it's like time that you should not, hide the destruction of things, degradation of things, but rather, fill it with gold, because it's, what really matters, that, time flows and stuff degenerates. And it reminded me, and it's pretty hard, for example, it reminded me of Oskar Hans's proposal of Auschwitz Museum Memorial. It was his proposal 60 years ago, that we should not conserve Auschwitz concentration camp, but rather to close the gate and let it degenerate, and maybe, let the nature work. And maybe we should not hide, these problems also with the gaming community, because I think that, it's like with pinned collections of pinned butterflies. It's, they are beautiful, but I think even more sad. And I think that maybe we should promote what's alive and accessible, especially if, not many institutions, especially not commercial institutions, will have budgets for preserving games like they do with, for example, Namjoon Paik's media art, because it's so cost-consuming, and in context of massive production of games, maybe it's not, it doesn't make sense. So maybe, maybe it's easier to think this way from Polish semi-peripheral perspective, where pinball machines and other arcade machines were never fully original due to economic reasons. It was always territory of pirate modernity, so maybe we should embrace those not very original collection, maybe from cultural perspective. It's more important than this, artificial concept of originality, even if there are some risks we all know, and this grassroots energy sometimes can be destructive or maybe not so easy to accept from aesthetic perspective, but still I think those risks are worth taking. Thank you.
Questions? Jakob?
Thank you, Mirek. You had this, you used the word alliance instead of collaboration. So what is the difference between these two?
Maybe it's the problem with my English more than some theoretical concept, but I think that alliances, we can, from political world, we know that we can change alliances. They can be very contemporary, like maybe there's no big difference, I think.
Yeah, I think that there is, and it might be quite interesting to kind of study that.
Okay,
yeah.
so please answer.
Yeah, but I don't have the answer yet, but I just noticed that it might be interesting actually to think about this difference between these kind of ideas, how to collaborate, how to do cooperation between different parties. So collaboration might be more that that you have a kind of common goal, but if you have an alliance relationship, it might be that you have different goals, and maybe like you mentioned that it can be, these relationships can change in time. So it might be interesting to think about what does it mean if you think about the game history and from this perspective. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I want to push you a little bit on, you started with a super interesting point of this article that you sort of changed your mind on, that maybe fan collaborators, enthusiasts are not the best curators. And then you circle around that a little bit and sort of, but end up in a similar space where, yeah, there are some things that don't quite work from this perspective. If things are only preserved, if they are being loved, then where does that leave us? So where do you end up on that question? Because right now I see you sort of coming in from two different sides, but like, so what is the problem really with fan preservation efforts and enthusiasts, and where do you see this collaboration to actually be going?
Okay, I think there are two problems. The first one is I'm heavily inspired by media archaeology, and its paradigm about non-linear histories, and I think that most of those fans, enthusiasts, written histories are very classic, like about big revolutions, new platforms, another white guy who established something very new. And for example, there are no fun histories involving women in Polish scene. So this is the problem. But at the same time, of course, it's, I know it now, not very very elegant proposition that okay, you do the whole dirty job and we'll criticize you. Okay, so it's about free labor of fans, and at the same time, from this broadening of culture field paradigm, and a few years ago, before the change of government, now our cultural institutions know what they are for, to promote the idea of nation. But before that, there were those questions: what do we spend, public money for? And I think that one of the best answers was to create social processes to make people meet, even if aesthetic value is not very high in some processes in museums. It's closer to education, and I think that if you put this perspective to archives, maybe it's about keeping archives alive, not something with those free comments for a few million euros. And even if you lose some, some originality, maybe that's the way it should be.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Comments? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have our next presenter, Kieran Nolan, artist researcher who was actually recently awarded by the MIRT Irish Game Awards for his work in VR. So Kieran will be talking about his different projects involving the arcades, restoration, and VR. Okay, so.
Yeah, hello, check 1, 2. Okay, we're good. I'll just hook off my laptop here. Yep. Okay, hopefully laptop is not dead. If it is, we have a backup plan. No? I have electricity. Lovely. Most important. Yeah. We have a green light. Alrighty. Let's put this up here. And log in. Can you hear me? I think my folks. Can you hear me at the back? All good? Great, thank you. Okay, good picture. So, hi everybody, delighted to be here, and thanks for the introduction, Maria. So yeah, my name's Kieran Nolan, I'm from Ireland, and I teach creative media at Dundalk Institute of Technology, and recently finished up my PhD looking at arcade video games from mid-80s to late 90s, and I started off on the Digital Arts and Humanities program, and so the kind of starting point was to use digital art as a way of exploring this medium as a connective and aesthetic material, and along that path got into obviously looking at the platforms, you end up looking at the history, you end up looking at the technical side, and also then I had my sort of artifact strand to that as well. So I'll talk a little bit about, sorry, I'll adjust my mic. That's maybe a little better? Yeah, awesome, okay. So, yeah, so there's a lot of little things there that I kind of had to tie the threads off together, but yeah, we got there, and I'm submitting the final revised version next week. Fingers crossed. So yeah, this is it, a little snippet of some of that work. And also, sort of as a hobby thing along the side, the last couple of years I did get hold of a couple of old arcade cabinets. Now they're still in a sort of a disrepaired state, but I was able to learn a little bit from trying to find out how to fix those as well. So that fed back into the thesis in ways, but also I'll share some of that in this presentation also. So, table of contents. So here's the things I'll be looking at. Just arcade materiality, what do I mean by that? So kind of looking at how the arcade as a platform, as a genre, as a space, moves from the physical world to the digital world and back again then when people consult on different online digital archives and use those to fix and repair and reconstitute the arcade in the real world. I'll talk a little bit about a project I made called VR Supergun, which is an attempt at trying to find a halfway point, sort of a happy medium between emulation and the aura of the real, experiencing the real thing. And yeah, finally this second last section was just briefly about experience versus authenticity, something that's been touched on in previous talks already. And I'll wrap up with some conclusions and questions. Probably more questions than conclusions, but that's the structure. So, as far as different ways that we see arcade games being preserved in digital space, I'll look at a few different examples here. This is the industry itself, sort of building its own archives, own digital archives. We actually can experience more than just the actual game within the space of the screen. So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with this particular example. It was Namco Museum, brought out in 1995 for the PlayStation 1, and in it you have this front end, which is a kind of a first-person perspective museum, virtual museum. So you walk around this museum, and it's in this big grand atrium, and you go into the opening part, and then you branch off into different games. And you can see a kind of a low-res polygon 3D version of the arcade cabinet. You can also walk around, you can look at flyers, you can look at even a reproduction of the PCB of the circuit board. So one of the things that got me interested in looking at arcade games as a platform to study was really this idea that they just seemed like a black box, that there's what is the computer that's inside them. As I went through, you find out, well, there's a lot. It's a big family of platforms. It's quite broad, but yeah, I mean, look, I think having this kind of material information hidden into a mainstream, or as part of a mainstream title, is a really great initiative by the manufacturers themselves to preserve their work, and again, outside of the space and screen. So I'm sure some of you are familiar with this as well. So Sega 3D Classics was a compilation that was released for the Nintendo 3DS in 2015. And M2, they were the developers in Japan, and so their task was to bring these games across to the, well, they they work on a number of different ports and conversions across from the arcade to the home platforms. Now, they really, I suppose, like, you know, there is that kind of what's the difference between a port and a version. Like, they try as much as possible to do it as a port, like to lock, stock and barrel, bring the original code over. They'll have it embedded into a custom emulator, but then they'll make little tweaks and changes depending on the platforms there. But they'll also, you know, kind of have these added value and extra features. So, for example, for Thunderblade, they wanted to recreate the actual shell of the arcade, and also because of the way that 3DS can deliver a 3D depth of field, they're able to, you know, kind of give you that feeling that, yeah, you've got the screen up in front of you, but you've also got the environment around you, and you've got a really interesting sense of movement and space when this is experienced. And then too, yeah, there's actually an excellent documentary on YouTube I really recommend checking out about their work, where they go very in depth into their process. So, like, both of those are ways of bringing the actual, you know, physicality of the arcade into digital space. And then, you know, just like the actual, again, kind of blurring between the digital and the physical. Caps Off is a community-led initiative for archiving, or basically for cracking copy protection on rare arcade games. So, you know, as is a kind of recurring topic through this conference, you know, game platforms in general, they're subject to wear and tear, and they become increasingly rare. Like back when they were plentiful, like say the 80s and 90s, those platforms, when the arcade operators stopped making money off them, you know, they generally just threw them out. I was talking to an arcade operator from Donegal in the northwest of Ireland, and he was talking about, like, it's family business. Like, yeah, they just, at one point, they just, like, you know, dug a hole and got a JCB, and it's very sad, but yeah, they demolished a whole bunch of machines and just went into a hole and got covered up, and that's how it goes. But yeah, the remaining specimens, sometimes it's necessary to do a bit of surgery on them in order for the, you know, the greater good. So that's where Caps Off comes in. So basically what they do is they'll take these copy protected chips, they'll acid etch the top of them off, and then zoom in very close with specialized microscope. And you can actually, and this is the part when I saw this first, is just amazing. You can actually physically see the ones and zeros encoded into the chip. And then what they do is they crowdsource it out to the community, who transcribe it through these like, it's like a CAPTCHA, you know, are you a robot? Except that you have to fill in the ones and zeros for the code. So everyone does this, or large amounts of people do this, and yeah, you've got your code that can then be used, can be put onto another chip and used to kind of, you know, bring that game PCB back from the dead. And so it shows, like, you know, again, what the community, the arcade collector communities and arcade enthusiasts can do and put their heads together. Another great example and a really interesting community to check out are UK VAC, the UK Vintage Arcade Collectors Forum. And they are, you know, big time enthusiasts and collectors and archivists of arcade games. And it's also just, you know, even seeing the stories they have about going on arcade raids, sort of here somewhere, normally could be anywhere in Europe, they'll hear there's arcade machines in a warehouse or in a barn, or propping up the roof of some building, and they'll organize and go there and try and negotiate and haggle and find out how they can buy these, and yeah, and bring them back then to, you know, be used in an arcade space. But Sega had this motor drive in some of their games that are basically, if you're familiar with, like, you know, Space Harrier, Outrun, and a number of the different Sega games that were designed by Yu Suzuki, they had different versions depending on, you know, I guess, price point, and also, you know, for just to cater for different audiences. So there were the deluxe sit-down versions, say, of Space Harrier that I had pictured here, and Outrun, and they actually had hydraulics in them, so when you're playing the game, you know, it would move you around. But the actual motor boards, prohibitively expensive and very rare. So what happened was, some electronics engineers who hang out on the UK VAC forum, they got together and they cloned the board and, you know, put together a limited run and released it, actually, the plans completely free to anybody else who wants it as well. So yeah, they built it themselves, they funded it themselves, and they made it, they made it happen themselves. So again, this is like kind of a really useful, or really important, and a necessary piece of kit. And again, where there's a will, there's a way. So they made it happen. And then, so that actually just like replicates the functionality of an original piece. And then you have these kind of little additions and add-ons as well. So you can get high score kits, and there's basically it's a replacement of a RAM memory chip, except this version, when you switch off the power, the information on it won't disappear. So these it's often like it's informally called the Dallas chip mod. So it uses a chip called Dallas DS1220AD, but it's called NVRAM, so non-volatile RAM. So basically, when you play your game and got your high score, it's on it, and when you switch off the machine, it won't disappear like the original. So really great innovation. Even the little PCBs in the chip, like obviously it's made by that company Dallas, and then you can see there's kind of a little green PCB, adapter PCB. So again, that was made by some people on the UK VAC forum to adapt that chip. But that Dallas chip mod is used, it has been used before, and it's been used by other people in their projects as well. So again, kind of looking at actually extending and fixing the arcade platform, and then also just trying to reproduce the environment of the arcade is just another area that kind of came up in my research. So on one side here you've got on the left hand side we have New Retro Neon Arcade by Digital Cyber Cherries, and that came out in 2015, and that's really, it's a front end for MAME. So it allows you to play your main ROMs through a very highly detailed reproduction, perhaps like a really idealized reproduction or idealized vision of an 80s arcade, even named the whole neon and kind of suggests that, that you've got that kind of vaporwave kind of new retro type resurgence type of vibe going on. And then on the right we have MUVR, which is another main shell in VR space. And what's interesting about it is like one of the kind of arguments against like VR and these kind of geographic type of user interfaces we have to walk around is, they add layers of complexity there. You have to walk around, that takes effort. You got to wave your arms around, that takes effort. And MUVR just embraces that. So it you actually have to plug in the wires, you have to hook up the consoles. You can play a two-player game with someone in VR space, and when it's their turn, you pass the controller over to them. So yeah, it's just taking, it's all about the environment. The ROMs themselves, they can't distribute the ROMs, so that big disclaimer stuff about that. But so yeah, again, it's a really interesting vision of view of where things can keep moving. So I'm going to skip on now a little bit to my project itself, and you might see the influences in there for it. So before I talk about what a super gun is, I need to talk about what a VR super gun is. I need to talk about what a regular super gun is. So a super gun is basically the wiring of an arcade cabinet in compact form that basically allows you to plug and game an arcade game PCB into it in the same kind of manner you plug a games cartridge into a games console, and then play it on a TV set and with your own custom controllers or off-the-shelf controllers. The super guns, they use a pin standard called the JAMA standard that was introduced by the Japanese Arcade and Amusement Association, or the JAMA consortium, in 1985, and that brought in a 56-pin standard and a voltage standard, and it basically, before that, you had a lot of different pin configurations for arcade games. So this was introduced as a cost-saving measure for the amusement operators, that if they were to, they could swap just the game instead of having to swap the whole cartridge. It took the manufacturers maybe a year or two to all catch up and to standardize, but it got there, and it's kind of like, where it's at the present day, it's still around. Even though they introduced sequels to it that were more technically advanced, it's like the way that DVD is still about it's still around, even though Blu-ray was introduced as an alternative. So there's a couple of examples. The one on the left is Supergun Max Strike by Arcade Forge in Germany, and then on the right you have the Arcade Supergun programming system by Retro Electronic in France. So they both basically do the same thing. They allow you to hook up your games to a TV set and play away with your Neo Geo standard controllers, or just by connecting buttons and joysticks indirectly to the terminal points. Okay, so when I was going for this project, there were a few things I wanted to bear in mind. So I wanted to keep it like, the idea is that of the project is really to allow you to, you have the Supergun, allows you to play your arcade game on your TV, but the VR Supergun allows you to play physical arcade game but through a virtual VR shell. So it gives you that kind of 3D arcade environment, but the game that you're playing is actually served up from the actual hardware. And also it allows you to connect over a network connection to this game. So the things when I was looking at the early stages and trying to figure out like how would this actually work was I wanted as low latency as possible, and also want to keep the cost of it down. So it was done with a minimal kind as a setup as possible. And partly because of my own 3D kind of limits, but also because it was appropriate to the era of games that that I was studying, I kept the graphics in a low polygon style that wouldn't look completely out of place in the mid 80s or 80s or 90s. And like I said, it's network enabled, and again, we'll try to use free and open source software where it was at all possible. The 3D side of it was done through A-Frame, which is basically it's a web VR framework. It makes working in web VR very accessible. If you've done any HTML design, you'd be familiar with positioning an image in X and Y space. It'll allow you to position your 3D object in X, Y, and Z space. So you have basically it's like a 3D website system. And yeah, again, this was the kind of look I was going for, this kind of hard polygon virtual fighter look. I used plans that were on classic arcade cabinets, this archive site where they scanned in and drawn up CAD plans for arcade games that you can take to, if you're somebody who's very handy with woodwork, you can reproduce them. I used this plan here for the Dynamo HS1 cabinet, and it's interesting, they have a system for accuracy. According to their site, this is 86% accurate. And then the actual 3D modeling was done like as low polygon as possible using Milkshake 3D, which is a tool from the late 90s that was introduced for doing Quake and Counter-Strike models. And also then I used Magic of Voxel near the end, which is a very fast way of doing voxel art, so 3D pixel art. And yeah, what I might do now is I've got a 1-minute trailer, which kind of takes you through it. Oh, that's not it, hold on. Here we go. And then I'll conclude. Resound. So when I was working on this project, I just took little videos and screen cap grabs as it was going. And this is what you see compiled here. Okay, so what just happened there? Now, the nice thing about that A-Frame platform is you don't actually need a VR headset to use it. You can also view it on a regular computer screen in flat 3D, which makes, again, the project accessible, easy for people to use and to share. Also, a kind of part I didn't mention was, it's put there as a prototype of a way to document the inside of what's going on inside the black box of the arcade as well. And yeah, I can chat a bit more about how the nuts and bolts will work with you later on if you like. Just quickly, a couple of things to wrap up. Earlier on, Melanie was talking about imaging of the discs for the Andy Warhol collection, but when they put this out into museum space, they had the challenge of having an Amiga computer that would last, you know, lots and lots of people using it. So basically what they had to do was kind of find, again, this kind of halfway solution. So they used the shell of an Amiga, but they put a PC innards into it. But one particular innovation that they came up with, which would be applicable to, you know, games preservation and game arcade preservation, would be that they crafted a custom lens to go over the front of a CRT screen. So they've got the flat screen inside the shell of an old CRT monitor, but then they've got the special lens in front of it. So you have that along with the scanline effect of, you know, that can be done through emulation. You get something that's extremely close and tangible, feels, you know, gives that feel, that look and feel. So yeah, just to wrap things up, you know, when I was talking about trying to, that's my Pac-Man that's not working at the minute, but eventually we'll get it there hopefully. And you know, I was talking to a friend about this project, saying, you know, be careful, you know, what you do with it. You ruined the patina. So you know, we talk about like with furniture repair, even like, you know, these shows you see people repairing cars. They'll take a Discovery Channel, they'll take an old rusted card, and next thing it's like immaculate and everything's been chromed up and looks good. I mean, what are the kind of, you know, limits that people should go to with this, or where do you draw the boundaries? So Miroslaw, beforehand, I thought that quote was great about, like, you know, the guy going to the Pinball Museum, saying he went to the Pinball Museum and he went into the art museum and the paintings are covered up. It would be a real shame. Being able to actually play these things is important, but also trying to keep the originals intact, you know, was important as well for the kind of from a social point of view, just for, you know, for preserving the history and also for studying to learn from them. So yeah, it's a broad question. I don't have a direct answer for that, but I guess it's about trying to, you know, try and find a happy medium there, and definitely keeping them open and accessible for play is very, very important. So yeah, I think time-wise, maybe I'm at the end of it. I'll wrap it up at that. Thanks very much, folks.
Okay, please.
So, thanks very much. Maybe I didn't get the point right, but my question is, so do I assume right that only one player can view it once your system which you have prototyped? So then I wonder,
more than one person could use it or view it. It's not, at the minute, the way it works is, it's basically a 3D website, so anyone could have several people looking in on one gameplay session.
Yeah, but can they play different games parallel? Because it's all going to one supergun hardware.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, so it's just like one system. I need multiple systems and some kind of portal.
All right.
Yeah.
So then my question is, of course you can all play these arcade games via the MAME emulator, and in combination with systems like the emulation as a service, you can allow, you can scale that up to an infinite number of people playing one game in parallel in different sessions. So what is why do you decided to use the supergun hardware part, which is limiting the number of players who can play this game in parallel?
No, that's a fair question. It's a good question. I mean, one reason would be that, as you know, with MAME emulation, there's some parts, the analog parts of the games that can't be. They can, you know, it might have had an analog sound chip that was, you know, producing the sounds from the chip, but then when they bring it into MAME, they sample the sounds. So it's close, but it's not exactly the same. It's a little bit for, I suppose, like the purist market. I mean, like somebody might be like, yeah, I want to have that original first edition book or the first pressing of that vinyl. So
it's accuracy.
It's accuracy, and again, like some people will value that experience more than others. I mean, like, you know, in playing the game, it might not really matter, but it's just, it could be a way as well of sharing rare PCBs between collections, or like, you know, remotely allowing access to them. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? or you are just starving. Okay then, thank you very much, Kieran.
Yeah, thanks very much, folks. Appreciate it.
So now we have the lunch break, which is 1 hour, and we see each other again at 1:45, and we will continue with the next session on exhibiting games. So yeah, please remember to retweet the picture of my dog, and yeah, enjoy your lunch. Right. Good. So speakers, please talk to me because I have your lunch tickets. People who are not speakers, there is a cafeteria in the museum, and I think the lunch is like 10 euros. So, you know.
Lunch is less. Soup plus lunch is less, so if you want to just have the soup.
Just the soup, yeah. Is it a salmon soup?
I have no idea.
Yeah. It's a very good soup. Soup of the day, it is. You just follow the crowd and please join us, and you know, let's continue the discussions
Okay, there was also the idea to continue the day after 6 o'clock at the place Vila, which is really close to here. So please inform Maria or me if you want to come, and we can make the reservation. Thank you.
And can you say something about the books that are outside?
Okay, just one more thing. There's books outside. Feel free to take one with you. They were donated to us from Neo Games, so let's thank Neo Games. It's a book called, what's it called? The Kingdom of Games, maybe, by Elina Lappalainen. It's about the Finnish game industry.
Yes, and maybe one another thing to say is that now during the lunch break you have the opportunity also to make a short excursion to Game Museum, of course. So if you don't have you take a whole hour for your lunch, you can take a look at the museum as well.
Anyone? Any other kind of? It's an open mic situation, so. Okay. Can people leave the stuff here? Is the place? Will we close the doors? Will we close the doors so people can leave the? Yeah. So we will be closing the doors. So if you want to leave your valuables, they will be safe with us. Okay. Do you want to say something to the mic? Okay. So you have to ask Niklas.
You said you had vouchers for that.
Oh yeah. Sure. It's in the building.
It's in the building, yes.
Okay, you can get it at 30.
You guys did your bags in the room.
You're welcome.
Spellona?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, if I have one, I will.
You can take it.
Yeah. Do you mind for a second?
Nie, masz kuponik.
Nie mam.
A trochę tego masz?
Masz gotowość?
Tak,
That is sort of trying to look at this question of sort of where are the, I guess, next plots of new meaning because
Could you send me
it's in review right now,
okay.
and I just like I listened to your talk. I was like, yeah, that's the guy who should have asked for feedback. But yeah, because that's exactly this little bit of that we try to make that. Yes, they do all the work and they also replicate, for example, existing gender distributions, sexes, and classes.
So in that sense, they don't necessarily have to sort of critical eye towards it. And right, this is exactly what gets lost gets preserved. And that's not entirely fair right there. I mean, people love very different things. Like there's this kind of shit. They observe them because they think they're shitty games and it's entertaining to them. So there is some sort of breadth just by which you UGD. Exactly, but still, and exactly, and it's like how do you address that?
If you could send impression is bad.
Yeah.
Or maybe,
exactly. I mean, but we are still looking for something. I mean, depending on what the Kieran is going to say as well.
Okay.
So, but it's just something cool. Like cool to see that. Something we should connect to.
Great. Yeah, but even if a great issue, they ask great work, but they are not, from any perspective.
Yeah, exactly. And the curiosity is one thing, but the sexism is another one. Skin, like the race question about races and questions about which sort of like which groups do have the money to donate very high level, very skilled labor to this, right? So that means that only particular social classes have, right? So
of course also there's the issue that maybe I don't want us to be seen only as criticizing the work that the authorities have done, but rather sort of helping the field come to a better understanding what is it about and give voice to other actors and maybe the stereotypes of white men dominating the history.
But of course, it's tough dialogue because the interaction with fans will do their job. We know how to do it, and basically, thank you.
Exactly. But I think I'm sorry, I'm keeping you from lunch, but like we've heard so many times now, like the point about tech people talking about history different than other people. It's like, that's an interesting thing, right? Like the point that people who have still have a stake and use this in their career, they present it differently, right? So that there's a lot of interesting frames and folky that you can. Thank you. Yeah, let's talk more.
Great. Siinä on sitten koulu. Tässä on tällainen systeemi. Nyt se menee lukkoon. Nyt se ei mene. Nyt se pitäisi mennä kokeillaan.
Yes. Do you get it to work?
So, I guess, well, I think it's nice when most of the day is dealing with the same issues anyway, so we can sort of reference that, okay, people are doing exhibitions in different ways. There's a picture of you and your lovely thumbnail. What about me and my lovely thumbnail?
That was my screen background. that is just it.
Yes. So it's good. No, yeah. And this one is sort of connected to it, so you are now HDMI 1.
Yes.
This is the basic.
But if you want to, I can put a picture of you. And I don't know, and gotcha.
This is good.
And we should probably find a picture of her with and my family together.
Yeah, maybe we could put a picture of all of us. Maybe you take the headset, I can take the mic, because you're going to be doing most of the talking. That's sort of not as, Jukka isn't very happy with that because it's not efficient, but, for his video
That said, maybe it's a little bit, it's
Oh,
not the best one, but
look at this. Oh no, yeah, that's it.
yeah.
Whoa! Advanced stuff.
Whoa, this is nice. So this is sort of, yeah. I gather the point is that rather to have one way of looking,
Yeah,
show the.
no, I think the point is that of course, like, I mean, sort of, we are making the attempt, like in the model, like, of course, we think that in the end what we would like to have is like a way of looking at different, like how to exhibit this as an entire thing, but we need to split it up a little bit into different things. Like, for example, we have chosen to look at goals, affordances, and modes of presentation. But there could probably be different ways of splitting this up and be realistic. We're not getting the full spectrum of the light here, and that there's certain kind of points.
Should we have lunch?
Yeah.
Did you get any lunch vouchers from Maria?
Yes.
I didn't. I want to have one. I should be given.
Don't you get lunch for free anyways?
No, it's not free. But I get cheap lunch.
Oh, last thing, I probably should get electricity.
Hyvät asiakkaat ja erityisesti lapset. Lapsille on kello 14 asti non-stopina työpajatilassa postimerkkien kirjoitusta ja korkeastelua postimerkeistä. Tapahtuma sisältyy pääsylipun hintaan. Tervetuloa!
mistä oli viikannetta kirjoista vähän nykäistä, että se olisi vähän vaikka sinne kiittää tulla.
Siitä ei itse asiassa kyseistä mitään. Siis siinä on vaan joku ystävällisyyttään lahjoittanut jäätäväksi.
Joo.
Aamulla sitä tiskillä kysymyksiä,
niin.
että täytyykö maksaa.
Niin. Ei
se mitään sisäänpäin maksaa.
Ei, kyllä kuuluu. Nice. You want to set up your thing?
Yes.
So, yeah. So, computer is here. Just plug in here. I'm guessing this one. I'm going to put it here on the computer in the folder for DS to files, but I'm also going to open it. Do you want me to safely remove? Just safely remove your thing.
Yes.
So here. Whoa, 55 meters.
Probably because they're on my phone.
And again, with the headset, no, we don't like headset. Yeah, he's recording, so he can, or, but hey, you won't be streamed, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, so maybe, of course, the space, it's good to have a mic. I would recommend a mic. So, will it be streamed? Yeah, yeah. Maria sent out a message about this.
Yes, but I can wear the thing.
Should we share that?
Still going to be streamed. It's just the slides and not video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we share that somewhere?
Should we what?
Share that somewhere, just to share the link.
Yeah, probably. It's maybe in the Facebook.
So how much you want to have time for your presentation?
I don't know. Part of this is mainly where I'm commenting about the training. Yeah, something.
So we want show 5 minutes, 4 minutes.
I think you can, if you want to show 10 and 5, it would be great.
Okay.
Yeah. And well, maybe we would need one of these because I'm going to be commenting on one.
Yeah.
So, but you can have the other.
Yeah.
Yes, speaking.
Yeah, we're up next.
You're going to be like doing like beast wars, like pushing each other's lines and stuff like that.
That would be one. Two plus in Finnish when you're rapping.
See, I should have made a meme for that. Instead of time to go to remake and make a Willy Wonka meme about so you want to make games.
Let's do that.
It shouldn't take too long.
So who's also going to be Mario again?
So you're chairing.
Huh?
You're chairing.
I'm not chairing, I'm talking. Representing. Jaakko is chairing. We have a joint
sorry.
with Patrick, yeah.
Of course.
But he's the main presenter, I'm just like the whatever it's called.
So like Flavor Flav and Chuck D.
Yeah, but what's it called? Backup.
What's the term?
Yeah, this is term.
And just the background into your performance.
Yes. Cameras.
Exactly.
Oh.
I enjoy thinking of
Let's not go. You also set up some Vectrex and Engage games in there if you want to try them out. Some good games. They are. Favorite of the Engage games? Well, everybody is talking so much about the pathway to glory, and it's kind of nice, and it's one of there's only 3 or 4 original titles for the Engage. Everything else was converted from PlayStation, or most of it. So it's kind of, if I really wanted something to enjoy that Engage game, there's not that much to choose from. It's kind of nice. Pathway to glory. It has a multiplayer option. But it's not really that serious. The driving game generated by Bucket. Finnish. So it's looking at those games, it's so clear that they were made for a gamer audience. It's all about war, it's about driving, it's all about hot chicks and stuff like that. Even our marketing, foreign marketing,
So the local library you historians, they need to use it.
Yeah. But we kind of met him the last Friday. It's really interesting.
Which we sometimes exchange the CRT with a TFT partition. Collectors don't like to see that because it's actually... My aim is not to own the most rarest original collectible. My aim is to make our visitors they educate them is to let them. And so that justifies the modifications we are doing.
No, som det blir.
And the workshop. And also places there.
Siis täältä ei mikään sellainen suunnitelma.
They started the same worship,
Should we worry a little more about the after party today?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
I don't know, should we call
Because
it?
I need to count the pants, so basically let's
Good.
wait.
Let's start with
let's say if someone hypothetically speaking, there was a person who kind of couldn't properly make it exactly at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Or a genius. Yeah, so the plan is probably, Maria, to be there until 8, 9, something?
Well, as long as I can last.
Yes.
Hello, hello. I will give you the mic soon. But first, I would like, so basically we have to let know the people at the venue for the evening and how many people are coming. So I will need a count of hands, and if you can't come at 6 p.m. that's fine. You know, if you are planning to come in the until 8 or whatever, just let me know. So who is going? Please, put your hand up and press the button.
Let's wait.
Yeah. Okay. Tonight, yes, 6. Okay. Whatever. Yes.
So, how much time do you need for your presentation? Basically, 10 minutes.
Maria, you're going to set up your deck?
I will just bring my laptop. I hope.
Sounds like we are also Okay, I think, are you ready? So you are ready, the audience is ready, at least partly. Somebody might be missing, but we don't care about that, because we have to start now. So we have, in this session we have 3 presentations about exhibitions, and the general idea is that we have 20 minutes for presentation and maybe something like 10 minutes for questions and answers. So the first presentation is by Patrick and Niklas with the title "So you want to make a game exhibition and ideation tool for exhibiting digital games," please.
So, does it work? Oh, excellent. Thank you, Jaakko. We are going to introduce ourselves very quickly. I'm Patrick Prax. Most of you have probably already seen me in some way, shape or form. From Uppsala University, the game design department. And
my name is Niklas Nylund. I work at the Finnish Museum of Games as a researcher/curator, but I'm also working on a PhD at the Center of Excellence in Game Culture Studies at Tampere University.
Thank you. So for this paper, this was the outcome of us basically putting our heads together when Niklas was visiting us on Gotland, trying to think about how we can make the sort of theoretical thoughts that we had around games and exhibition useful for a more practical purpose. So we started out with this idea that we have sort of heard in some ways already today, and probably will hear more about, that there's a fairly still a focus on game exhibition on material, exhibitions of artifacts that show technology in some way, shape or form. Then there's maybe something that I'm starting to think about as a second wave of a game exhibition that is looking at games as playable games as the sort of gold standard for exhibiting games. We should be able to play them. We should maybe be even able to play them as some sort of original, with this focus of the original experience that we have been hearing echoing throughout this room already several times today. And then, as a sort of maybe third wave, the next step, the question of how can we include the context around this, these games, how they are made, how they are played, what the world was like at that point. So here, for example, we have this very interesting development towards period rooms, some of which you can check out in the museum upstairs. If you haven't done that yet, I totally recommend them because they are kind of a little bit of a time travel capsule. And here we still have the playable game in its context, so to get somebody into the mind space of, hey, what was that like, and maybe get closer to some sort of original. But of course there's also the idea that there should be some sort of context around that should be visible. In the case of the period room, that's quite often still centered on the player and the play and what it was like to interact with the game. But then also from the museum upstairs we have different perspectives on games as something that's maybe irrelevant and interesting, as maybe something that has to do with politics, maybe that's something that has to do with representation, that has to do with how indigenous cultures in this case are represented, or how we think about the nation state, things that become much clearer and come really to the forefront, for example, when we look at gaming exhibitions of games that soldiers have made in the trenches to make sense of the broader war strategy and sort of cope with their own suffering. So these kind of very interesting cases, some of which you can take a look at in the Finnish National Museum, National Library.
Yeah, the National Library of Finland has quite an extensive collection of board games. There's an exhibition on right now in Helsinki at the National Library. It's free. It's sort of recommended, or I would recommend that. They have historical board games, but also home computing stuff from the 1980s. Mm-hmm. So it's an interesting mix, and also some images provided from or photos of play mainly from our collections from the Finnish Museum of Game.
Yes. So the idea is that there is this shift in focus now. And we have also already been talking about what happens to homegrown, what happens to modding, what happens to all these sort of various different ways of participating in making games. Right here I'm showing the safe for work versions of moddings of Skyrim. There's a whole lot of other dimensions that there's an excellent talk it was an excellent talk at DIGRA at the Games and Transgression project so that from the Norwegian project in Games and Transgression, that is super interesting. So all of these kinds of games culture and games heritage that are also there, many of them we are maybe not showing in exhibitions as much as we should, or maybe as we would want to. So the idea really that's standing behind this effort of ours is that games are very different from each other, that they have like really vastly different. They have different play styles, some of them are competitive, collaborative, the subcultures are completely different. How they are made is completely different, right? My reference is here to just things that I would like to see and think are sort of fascinating about games is we have, and all of these things are games. We have political movement that was sort of the reactionary, racist and misogynist proving ground for the election of Donald Trump in the United States. We have esports celebrities and the best gamer of the world, who's right now is still holding the first place in several fighting game championships, who also is, and proudly so, an African American gay furry. That is freaking amazing to me. Who's tweeting that after winning a competition? I am the best gamer in the world, and I'm an African American gay furry. So deal with that. So this kind of like beautiful, like in a piece of thing of beauty. We have stuff like, hey, what happened with Pokemon Go? All of a sudden, huge phenomenon. Everybody's playing this game with Japanese creatures that we catch and force to fight against each other, playing outside. And there's still some people doing that in Visby. You can see them going around in their little group. So that's super different. And as the last, sort of one of my favorites from the Copenhagen Games Collective, Le Petit Mort, a game that finally puts female pleasure on the agenda or at the center of attention. So all of these kind of things are something that we would like to see more, but all of these kind of things are also massively different in what kind of needs they have in terms of being exhibited and being experienced and being understood and how we should think about them. So for us, the next step would be, or one potential next step would be to make an ideation tool that would help people who are planning to make game exhibitions think about these sort of differences between games when they are planning to make an exhibition, promote reflection, and offer practical starting points to handle this complexity. And maybe could also be useful in reviewing and looking at existing exhibitions to see what kind of
things they're doing right now and where they could change. So we have been trying to formulate something like that, and so far it is taking the shape of a table where we look at, where we talk about different modes of presentation that we, for example, talk about here, the playable game. We describe that mode. We talk about what kind of affordances the game should have in order to be able to exhibit that mode, which games, with which goals for a museum this mode of exhibition meets, and where we have found it. I'm just showing this to you right now so that you have an idea where we're going when we take a little bit closer look at these individual parts of that.
So, yeah, looking at this from a curatorial stance, from a museum perspective, it's kind of clear that games are many different things, and we heard that today already many times. Games can be collected, but also exhibited in very different ways. And taking that as a starting point, the ideation tool kind of takes this and goes forward, and it sort of helps us come up with ideas concerning exhibitions, but also it can work as a form of theory building, of actually understanding what happens in exhibitions when we're doing them. And very important point for us is to understand that there's no natural way to present games. We have talked a lot about playable games, but I would argue that we can very well do without playable games. There's lots of exhibitions that don't have playable games. Or we could focus more on the play, the memories of play of people who have played those games instead of the actual playing of the game in the exhibition. So, and from this follows also sort of looking at this from a museum studies perspective, that when we decide what to put on display and how to put it on display, these are actually always ideological choices that actually construct what we understand as game heritage.
Thank you, Nicholas. Absolutely. So this very critical point that we have about maybe this is something that we should also be doing. This was something that we struggled with a little bit for this perspective, for this particular paper, right? So this is really an attempt to step beyond just pointing out shortcomings, beyond saying, hey, you're not doing this enough, you should be doing this, you should be doing this, all of these kind of things aren't happening, and instead say, we have some starting points for how to think about maybe going in these directions more productively and more constructively. However, this is really an attempt to formulate something like this. We have attempted to write this as an article, and we haven't so far been successful with getting it published, because it's also for us a step a little bit into a new territory. The practical work with that requires a different set of skills, so we were looking forward to advice in terms of, sort of from an academic perspective, publication venues, or who would be interested in that, or if this should even be an academic paper. So we are really open for your perspectives on this, your feedback, and yes, so just to position our talk also in this perspective. But the idea is to make something that takes academic, critical perspectives and makes it useful to people who are actually sort of really doing the work and building exhibitions. So much of our critical perspectives have come, in my case, from working at Techniska and taking apart Game On as an exhibition that has been going there, and also some participation in building and thinking through Play Beyond Play, which is the new exhibition there, and of course Niklas' work in Suomen Pelimuseosta, the Finnish Museum of Games. The idea is that we, for this ideation tool, take apart games a little bit, because we want to get some sort of conceptual grasp on them. Of course, we would ideally like to represent sort of the full, the entire complexity that is games. But we are now choosing to take some elements out of that help us make sense of how we can think about the different elements and attributes of the game, but also the needs of the museum and the ways they can be exhibited. That is not going to capture the full spectrum of the light here. There's going to be some things that probably fall between the cracks or that should be pronounced more. And we would be happy to hear from you what you think should be there. But that's the idea. So the ideation tool is taking a look at the goals of the museum with a representation of the particular game, the mode of the presentation for the specific game, and the affordances of the game. As goals, we have so far been using education, entertainment, and preservation. So trying to stay fairly simple on that front, because of course that could be expanded massively. In terms of affordances, we're looking at and trying to make useful this notion of games are different. We cannot all exhibit them in the same way. Some games are hard to play. Some, they just basically have barriers so that people will never get to level 2 if they don't already have the skills to play them. Others require a large community, big multiplayer games. You just can't put World of Warcraft, I mean, you could, and that is happening in Game On, but the World of Warcraft exhibition in Game On is always just like some level 1 character standing somewhere in an empty place. You will never get the idea of what is World of Warcraft, if that is even possible. So what could be things that could be used for that? We have a place that has a game that has a huge community. We could show machinima movies, create levels or maps that make clear what's happening. What happened to games that died, that don't function anymore? What happens to all these sort of complex, difficult to represent, to even show games that are in the sort of homebrew environments? So this is where we talk about the affordances of the game.
Yeah, and we're talking mainly about exhibiting games here, or only about exhibiting games. And I think we need to take a closer look also, or rather first understand that we're not talking about long-term preservation yet, but we could discuss what it means, what are the differences between putting up an exhibition and actually putting something into collections so it can be preserved for the long term. And there's also sort of, we need a better understanding also about the processes, how this happens in different places. So in my experience, in my work experience, I have mostly been working with game heritage sort of from the perspective of first building an exhibition and then putting stuff into collections. But of course, somebody could already have a collection and try to make an exhibition out of that. And that's very much a different process.
Yes, so then the starting point could also be that if we take a look at affordances of games, which are the games that we already have, how could we build an exhibition around those? Or for example, we already fulfill certain goals, which games should we get in that afford us to do something else with them? So this would be the list of our affordances of games that we have so far come up with. You can see that they're separated in object-focused, play-focused, and context-focused. Again, some sort of separation that isn't entirely sort of perfect, because of course there would be much overlap, but you can see that the main part of that is lying in the context area. So we want to sort of push the envelope and push towards us that maybe we should think about games as context, as culture more in the ways we are also exhibiting them. So for example, questions of, is there fan preservation? Do we have rogue archives maybe that make something that are useful? Is there modding happening? Is there subcultures of play, competition, or streaming? What kind of player communities exist? As a way of thinking about a game before making the exhibition around it, to think about what could we do with this. And then, from that step, maybe then going on to looking at what kind of modes of presentation could we choose. An example for a mode of presentation that I think is fairly understandable is the movie. So my example for that is the Injustice, Gods Among Us fighting games. So these are fighting games that happen in the DC universe. Superman is for some reason evil and now we have to stop him, and we do that by fighting with each other. I don't want to play those games, and I probably wouldn't get through them if I would try to, but I want to see the story. So that means that I'm just watching on YouTube Injustice, the movie. That is something that the community has already made for me, where they just, whenever the fight starts, cut out, then cut to the end of the fight and show me the cutscene as sort of the in-between story blocks. So now I can just consume the entire story and background of that game without having to play it through. So it allows me already some sort of specific way of experiencing one element of the game that wouldn't normally be available if I would just play it just the way it is. And that happens because, well, there's already a particular modding or player-created environment that happens there. So this is something that we could just, for example, just take a sort of ready-made and say, well, would that work? Then we could take that mode of exhibition and try it out in a game. Use particular levels, maybe just the boss fight. You want to show Dark Souls and how it's hard? Well, let people just play the boss fight. They'll die all the time. They'll get that point. Right? So just something that goes specifically to what you want to say about this particular game, not all of them. They all have particular strengths and weaknesses, and we should play to that. So then, that is sort of the core of what we want to do here. Give particular modes of presentation to people who want to make exhibitions that make them useful for an specific exhibition and aim from just fits that game. And then we have also, as we mentioned already, been looking at what particular games can do. So here's, for example, an analysis of Pilki. I'm trying to pronounce that correctly.
Yeah, that's right.
The ice fishing game that is exhibited here in the museum. So looking at which modes for this particular game are used and or could be used, which would be interesting. And then we also see that some of them didn't work out because at the affordances level something went wrong, right?
Yeah, this is an interesting example of how we were at the museum working together with game creators as co-curators and sort of working towards exhibiting these games and having a dialogue with these original makers who also, many of them had personal archives of objects and archival material, maybe digital archives, etc. So here you can see how this tool can be made, ideation tool can be used for sort of planning something like this, but also sort of maybe critiquing something, an existing exhibition, and sort of pointing out the strengths and weaknesses, or maybe what is missing from a display, or what could be done.
Exactly, and in a very similar way, and I'm going to go over that now a little bit faster, is here we are using the same tool for looking at Play Beyond Play, which is the exhibition in Stockholm right now, and Tekniska Museet, to see what its strength and what its focus is, and we can see from that it's an exhibition that has a core of originally playable games that are typically focused on entertainment, and then they add some sort of outside layer of education and context. So then we could see that, okay, maybe if we wanted to change something about that, where could we maybe add something, which games would fit, that would afford us to do these kind of things, so that we can include all those other things that are happening outside of that, not just the standard version, and really focus on what is specific about this game that we can use and really develop its full strength and use all its capabilities for its exhibition, which is right now still really something that, from our thinking, is the first steps, and we would be very interested in learning more and hearing your thoughts on this. But yeah.
Yes, and also sort of how we see it is that we can sort of point towards different avenues of displaying games that haven't been used so far. So for example, we could, with the help of the ideation tool, we could think of an exhibition only about memories of play, people talking about how it felt like to play a particular game that we haven't really seen yet in any exhibition. But that could be made, and the ideation tool helps us sort of see these blank areas or potential uses. But also, as we already went through, it also helps us critique existing exhibitions and sort of point at their weaknesses and maybe what could be done. So for us, this is kind of a tool for increased self-awareness of the curatorial choices we make, because they are anyways always ideological choices, but we should be more aware of them, and it also helps us be more reflexive of the work that we're doing when games are becoming heritage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, which questions?
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments? Maria?
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm following your work on this tool for some time now, and because you mentioned you can use it for kind of evaluating existing exhibitions, I was thinking that this is actually maybe a good tool set to use in some sort of comparative study of like the past exhibitions. I'm maybe not the greatest fan of sort of taxonomies, but definitely not, I'm into it to a certain level. And I think if you kind of look at what has been done before using this sort of tool, you could see what hasn't been done, so I think that might be interesting. So looking forward for you guys to putting it forward online as a open source kind of tool.
Yeah, thanks so much. And that's exactly what we're aiming for, and I think that's a very, very good thing that could come out of this. Thanks.
Other questions, comments?
Very short one. I wish I would have such a tool at hand when I set up my exhibitions in the last decades. It's a very, very important and probably very useful tool for everybody who wants to set up exhibitions, and exhibitions are an important way to make the society understand the cultural impact of gaming culture in particular, and on digital culture more in general, and so it's really worth the work. Cross my fears that you will succeed also to get resources and all the other things you need to proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe a quick comment here as well about, Maria talked about taxonomy. She's not a fan. I don't think we're sort of big fans either, but it's a way of going further, sort of looking at all the stuff that has been done, that maybe could be done, and maybe starting to fill in the blanks. Okay, this nobody has really proposed, but looking at with the ideation tool, we can see that there's a sort of area that nobody touched upon. So that's sort of, I think it's a process more than a final taxonomy that can help us always in the run.
If nobody else, maybe another thing. Maybe something which you don't have in mind that much. As a curator, game curator, I'm of course aware where the obstacles are to setting up game exhibitions. And there is one area that you have to sell your concept. To colleagues, you have to sell your concept to funding partners and other partners. And the more systematic you could set up your concept, the more you can prove that it's really a solid, reasonable idea, and to have that wording at hand and that schemas at hand, which you will elaborate, helps a lot to convince people you have to convince to be able to realize exhibitions with games.
Quick follow-up. So basically what I meant is that there's always a risk that this tool will become some sort of, ranking tool, but, it would be better, of course, if it would just map the area. So I think that's the great potential.
I think we had...
Okay.
No, to answer this would be absolutely interesting, and this curation entire field is something that I think at least we don't have as much overview over as we should have, so this would be, and we're absolutely open to maybe talking more about that and learning more about that. Yes, please.
Thanks so much for the talk. I have a question, or maybe a suggestion. I was wondering, you were talking about these games that are hard to exhibit, like MMORPGs, for instance, or maybe like League of Legends might be difficult to exhibit because there's a lot of culture around it. And I'm wondering if there could be some precedent in exhibiting sports, like a museum of soccer or museum of hockey, because there must be something like this, and they might have some kind of methods to, present the culture around the game, not just the game.
Yeah, thanks. I think that's a really good point. We don't really go to soccer museums to play soccer, but we go to game museums to play games often, and many people think that's the most important thing about them. But these other museums have come up with other tools for exhibiting games and the cultures around games, and I think we should look in making game exhibitions more at what has been done in other types of memory institutions and all the different ways that we can actually work with history.
Yes, it's a very good point. Thank you so much for the suggestion. The only thing that is sort of the critical thing that is really close for us at heart to think about the curatorial power. What we don't want to do, of course, is like the Museum of Football that is owned by the National Football Association, and in the end this is a PR tool for football, because we're not interested in that. So that is a limitation, and I guess it would be something to take in mind. But yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, and in this building you can see the Ice Hockey Museum as well, so you can take a look what is the way to present ice hockey in Finland. One more question I could ask. Have you seen similar sort of tools for different kind of exhibitions?
Not really, no. And I think we would need some kind of help in exactly that to sort of help us take the next step with this. So we have a lot of really interesting tables and taxonomies, but to actually make it to a tool that can help people make the exhibitions, is sort of not something that we're not at that point maybe yet.
Yes, we've been leaning on some sort of heuristics and sort of heuristics tables that look at some sort of like good enough but not sort of close to reality way of seeing things. And yes, and also you can very easily rub some people the wrong way, correct? For good reasons, right? This taxonomy, for example, we talk about the aims of museums. We have 3. That's not a correct representation of the aims of museums. We're aware of that, but that's another paper. Right?
Okay, thank you very much. So the next speaker will be Maria. And before that, I will ask again, how many of you will be participating in this event program? And Maria can explain a little bit about that, what will happen in the evening. Yeah, but anyhow, how many of you, hands up? 1, 2, who is calculating? Should I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, about 10 people.
Thanks.
Thank you. So Maria will be talking about the museum exhibition that will happen in Łódź, in Poland.
One, two.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Let me fit it into my pocket. All right. So my name is Maria Garda. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Turku. Before that, I was working actually with Melanie at Flinders, and even before that, I was working at the University of Łódź, my home city. And while I was there, I was engaged with various projects on game culture. And I think the one that I am probably the most proud of, and this is the kind of longest ongoing collaboration, is this Center for Comics and Interactive Storytelling. So today I will be talking about one of the exhibitions there, about The Witcher 3, and the game design process in general, but because I would like to talk about different aspects of this center, which is still, you know, an ongoing process. It will be opened late 2020, early 21. And I think it's important to understand basically the context, because I think it's a very different project to other game museums or game heritage projects that I am aware of. So in a way I will start from the end. I will say a few words about Łódź, the center, and then we'll get to The Witcher, and then some conclusive thoughts on game collaborative aspects of it. So Łódź is 800,000 city in the center of Poland. It is often called the Polish Manchester because of its industrial history, in that case textile industry. So in many ways it is similar to Tampere. I think actually Łódź and Tampere are so-called sister cities. And like many of the cities with this post-industrial heritage, which follows this kind of narrative of reinventing itself, following creative industries and kind of innovation. So there's this huge ongoing project of the creation of the new city center around this kind of multimodal railway station. This is like a picture from a few years ago. So it's just a huge construction site in the middle of the city, which involves businesses but also cultural centers. So the cultural center at the intersection of it all is the so-called EC1 City of Culture. This used to be a power plant, so now it is empowering culture. And this institution has 3 sections. I don't know where this is kind of coming from. Is it because of my, maybe because of that. Okay. So there are like 3 different museums, cultural institutions within the EC1 center. Science and Technology Center, which is this very kind of experimental museum with interactive educational paths. And then you have the National Center for Film Culture, which is well known for its film heritage with the Polish film school like Andrzej Wajda, Polański, right? And then we have a Center for Comics and Interactive Narrative, which may sound like a maybe strange kind of marriage of convenience, but it actually, this coloration has deep roots in Polish fan culture. So since early 1990s, there was this festival of comics and graphic novel culture happening in Łódź, which with time evolved to be what I can only call a Polish Comic Con. With, I think since 2011 or 12, I started collaborating with them and having different like game panels. Some of you were even invited guests. When you look at this history in the kind of regional context, it really makes sense. And it's kind of, it feels like a grassroots actually development. So those are the very fancy visualizations of how the museum is going to look like. Half of the museum will be dedicated to the history of graphic novels and comics, and the second half to interactive storytelling, which is, let's be honest, mostly video games, right? Some more nice pictures. There will be like VR zone, retro gaming zone, but today, I only have time to talk about one thing, let's talk about the game lab, which is probably the most kind of demanding project we have undertaken there. It's quite funny that maybe like 5 years ago at the kickoff of the Kickstarter event for the Pelimuseosta here, I was saying that CD Projekt is doing not enough for game heritage. So in 5 years they really turned around. The Game Lab exhibition, the goal is to introduce visitors to the basic ideas of game design and development. So the goal of the whole center is educational. So basically in the graphic novel areas you will learn about how to create comics. So here you will learn how to create video games. So the interactive experience we are working on will be set in the Witcher 3 Wild Hunt environment. So we are closely working with CD Projekt. However, the playable scenes will not represent actual in-game locations. So basically, we are creating this prototype showing different stages of game development, using Witcher as the universe, as the setting. So let's go through the various stages. So this is a high concept that I was working on with my colleagues from the Łódź Art School and Technological University, Rafał Szajby and Adam Wojciechowski. And it took a long time really to figure out, how to do that and which elements should we show and what really works. So we have early prototype, character design, game environment, interactive storytelling, audio production, testing, post-production. So each stage has 2 components. Experimental, which is the prototype that I mentioned, that you can interactive. So you have 2 access points for that, and then you have educational part, mostly interviews, but also other elements with another 2 access points. So basically, I cannot unfortunately show you the visualizations at this point because of various kind of legal reasons. However, if all the kind of stakeholders will agree on that, I hope that next year, actually, with the second edition of the Pelimuseosta seminar, we can have a closed kind of beta testing of that interactive experience. So the creative director working on the execution here is Michał Staniszewski from Plastic Studios, a member of the demo scene, which is relevant for the crowd here, known for his games for PlayStation 4, for Santa Monica Studios. So a very good game designer and a person involved with the gaming community in Poland. So I don't have time to go through it all, but I would like to look at one of the stages so you will kind of see what we are going for. So as I mentioned, you have these different access points for the experimental component. You have one HD TV where you have actually the prototype, right? So you can control it with two controllers. The gamepad, which is for the kind of gameplay component, and the pad, which is on a stand, which serves for configuring and changing kind of the perimeters of the scene level that you can see on the screen. So let's look at, for example, one example. Game environment. So using the tablet, you can change textures. For example, you will have a forest where the character of Geralt is roaming, and you can change textures of different elements of that setting. You can even change it to like I don't know, like solid textures, or see the so-called wireframe. You can change the lighting options, and you do that by kind of manipulating snippets of code, and you can see how the code is changing. We will have a small debug log. So we really want to see that there is also like a coding programming aspect to it behind it. And then you have the pad. So every kind of experience gives you this possibility of having a gameplay experience, but it's not necessary to kind of move on. It's always kind of optional, because not everyone is very good with gaming interfaces. So we want this to be a more kind of a playable experience. So in this particular case, we will use hidden object mechanics. So you will have to unlock different kind of elements from the Witcher universe, find it in the scene, and then you will unlock a reward. So we're kind of gamifying it. And the reward in this case will be original location designs from the process of creation of Witcher 3. So concepts that will be kind of scanned and shown here. Using two interfaces also enables cooperative mode. So one person can play, the second can manipulate with the tablet. And the use of the tablet is precisely looking at, for example, senior visitors. So, you know, people that will be probably more comfortable with using a tablet or any sort of kind of touch screen than a gamepad. And then we have the educational component, which will be interviews with game designers. This is a big oral history project, actually. We will be interviewing designers that were working on Witcher, so they will be talking, so that's on another screen, so they will be talking about creating specific locations in the Witcher game, but also we will have interviews with well-known designers from the Polish scene talking about their interesting projects and like locations that were kind of challenging for them for some reason. And then we have infographics talking about the kind of broader context. With the game environment, we will be looking at the different inspirations for the Witcher series, which is based on the fantasy book cycle by Andrzej Sapkowski, and then you have movies, now the Netflix series coming. So we want to show the kind of transmedia aspects of it, and that games are interrelated to other media. Then we will have game production artifacts. Here we are working closely with CD Projekt. It was actually quite exciting to visit the studio and see, what they were hiding in the cupboards and trying to find like this very interesting materials that haven't been shown before. And another important for me aspect was to have also fan-made artifacts. So how fans are engaging with that world. And then we leave some space for future additions if we feel like there is something missing. So it's a really huge undertaking. I have to say, a lot of moving parts. We shall see how it goes. In a year or something, you will be able to see it, hopefully. But it is very, very exciting. However, what I would like to kind of talk about in the conclusion is the broader context here. So with Jatko and Anna Sibula, we co-authored this paper about the crowdfunding campaign for the Finnish Museum of Games, looking at how different kind of credibilities and competences are important in creation of new exhibition, new institution. And I think it goes even further because it's not only about credibilities, it's about collaboration. And I think what is really important in a project like that is to involve all the stakeholders, all of the members of the game heritage community, right? Which in this case was rather challenging, as basically it is a very top-down approach. It is a city project that is going through different funding schemes, so basically there is not much flexibility because when you prepare we were working on the early application, right? Whatever you promised, you have to deliver, and it is not an organic process. So basically, even though all the administration there at the City of Culture was really open and trying to understand that you cannot just in the first month of the project like decide to every detail what you're gonna do, and you have new ideas and it takes time, and we are trying to incorporate that. But it's still in some ways disappointing that you cannot, if in the end you have a good idea, you cannot really change it, because some things are already fixed. And another thing that was very kind of difficult for me was that we couldn't really include the community, like retro gamers, for example, in the process at the early stage, because you have the tender procedures and information is classified. So before the tender is published openly, as a call, all the description, the high concept you are working on are classified. So you cannot really involve that many people. But there are some really good sides to it, which is I think, sustainability. So you get the long-term funding. So if the city decides to support this sort of project, it will be a long-term commitment. Of course, then again, it is public money, so the press and people will look closely how you spend it, and I think that's only fair. We are trying to do the best job. But this is really good, because even if for some reason in the future the center collapses, the collections, because they are supported by the city, will most likely move to another institution, right? So this is sort of longitude support, I think, is really important. And then because of involvement of local government, you can attract bigger stakeholders, right? So like working with a CD Projekt wouldn't be possible in a kind of small retro gaming show. They are only interested, you know, if they will commit their time and money and resources, they want this to be something on a certain level, right? So this is all very nice, but then again, it's really the main problem with this institution, as I was also responsible for the kind of long-term strategy of this center as a game heritage institution, as a cultural institution that in the future will work with the community and will kind of try to together work with the game heritage community, trying to preserve the local heritage. It is really difficult that you cannot really involve the community from the beginning, but you have to create some sort of a framework for that to happen when the institution opens the doors. So basically you need to think in advance of the tools they could use to work with the community. It's great that, you know, we have in Poland a lot of, I will be just finishing now, a lot of regional small retro gaming museums and institutions that I work with and collaborate, and I support them. But then what will happen in the future with them is not certain. So many people ask me, like Andreas, you know, when a national institution will arrive. So I think we have a possibility here, but yeah, collaboration and kind of being open to have different alliances with different groups is really kind of the most difficult part, I would say, of this institutional process, and we are at the institutionalization level of it all, or stage, and I think it has very kind of new challenges. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Questions, comments?
Was it that boring?
No, Patrick?
No, I don't think it's boring at all. It's just a really hard problem you have there. Like, from my perspective, I mean, like as a theoretical frame, like I would ask you. So, is there any way that you can give as much power as possible to these sort of disempowered actors, while still sort of paying a lip service or staying just barely within the limitations of the sort of state top-down infrastructure? Like, I mean, how far can you go? Do you have to do what they really want, or do you just have to tell them to?
Well, at the moment I'm only, you know, an expert there. So I think the job, so they don't have a game curator at this moment, and I think they need a person, because they are excellent at working with the comics, graphic novel culture, because they've been there in the grassroots movement for like 20-30 years, right? So they have this kind of legitimacy in that area, or credibility, as we spoke about. But with games, they haven't engaged with people that much. They used work of some experts as myself. But it's a very kind of with the current kind of milestones and how it is unfolding. I think before opening the museum, it's really impossible. And then I think if it only starts when you open the museum, I think it's too late. So that's how I see it.
Andreas?
technical question. So how are you implementing the idea that the visitors can manipulate the Witcher settings? Is it that you have access to the engine, the game engine?
No. So basically, we have from CD Projekt Red, we have assets, and this is, as I said, not like we're not recreating or using the actual scenes or levels or environment from the game. We are creating a new environment, new prototype in Unity using the assets that we got from CD Projekt.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
More questions? Okay. Mirek?
Okay, thank you, Maria. And I think it's great you mentioned that this kind of institution have to, maintain many kinds of credibility. And for example, involving CD Projekt is a great idea because, it makes it attractive. But of course, it's, not as great for critical perspective because, for example, as we know, CD Projekt doesn't like to present to broaden this story that it started as pirate initiative, basically. But I think, and that's the question, do you think are those kinds of institutions have to be just kind of mainstream, in kind of critical terms, maybe, to educate, make it attractive, and make, to critical discussion, reserved for, circles like ours? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a really complex kind of situation because we are talking about spending public money and people are looking closely at it. So when you open the museum, you need this kind of spectacular mainstream success which Witcher can deliver. But then again, you also, so I was hoping that with temporal exhibitions and different kind of smaller initiatives, we can find the balance between the kind of mainstream Witcher and this kind of introducing people the game design thing and looking at games in more critical ways. But that again depends on having good curatorship, which is something we all need.
More questions, comments?
I have a last question, and so this is something that I'm curious about. So if you think this is sort of beyond the line, just let me know. So is there a difference in doing something with the game's heritage in Nordic countries versus, for example, doing it in Poland? Also looking at the political situation and maybe the ways in which you can include minorities or have to watch out for sort of political powers butting in and what you get to say or what you don't.
That's a very sensitive question, yes.
That's why the pretext?
Well, of course, like we know the political situation in Poland is very complex and there is a lot of tensions, which, then the city institution is always like the highest ranks are, changing with political shifts. So of course, there are certain tensions, but as long so far we didn't have any problems, with. I was talking about gender equality with the interviews and trying to engage also girls in the game development process. We will also have next to the exhibition we will have workshops for schools. So this kind of gender equality aspect, like everyone understands, that wasn't a problem. So I think because. It's a fantasy game, Witcher, so it doesn't really, if it was like a more historical game, I think that might be more problematic with the current Polish historical politics and how you approach, the national history. But so far, the games we are working with, we didn't have problems. But the main kind of difference I see between, for example, Finland and Poland is not on the kind of political level with the game heritage community, it's about the scale. I think that the biggest problem Poland has is that it is too big to just have one institution. like it is here. Well, of course, the National Library and different libraries also work with video games, but there's a lot of collaboration and kind of, it's enough to have the museum in Tampere. That's at least how I see it from my perspective. But in Poland, every kind of region has its own project, and it's kind of a lot of competition. So I would say that's the main kind of difference. And then what Mirek was already talking about, that the kind of, there's a lot of tension between and then cultural institutions with a very top-down approach. And this is something like, we would really like to bury the hatchet and work together, but this is something that I think still needs to be done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I have to finish.
Okay, thank you. So we have one more presentation in this session. So Dale will talk about this exhibition that you can actually see on this museum at the moment, related to location-based games.
Okay, can everyone hear me, please? Yes, and do we have a clicker or something? Thank you. Great, so yeah, for those who don't know me, my name is Dale. I'm a postdoctoral researcher here at the Centre of Excellence in Game Culture Studies at Tampere University. Previously I was based at the University of Melbourne, where I completed my PhD on location-based gaming. And yeah, thanks also for the opportunity to speak here at this seminar. My background in research isn't game histories, actually, so maybe I'm not so much going to speak to the sort of more theoretical and sort of historical concerns that have come up today, but I will talk a bit about my own somewhat foray into game histories by attempting to document the history of location-based gaming. And this is something that's of interest to me because I've kind of been researching these games for 10 years now, and they have a kind of history dating back 2 decades to the early 2000s, and this kind of experimentation with GPS technology. So in the talk today, I'm just going to talk a bit about the thinking behind this exhibition, and also maybe some of the unique challenges to documenting these types of games. Yeah, and although my research area isn't specifically in game histories, I would welcome any kind of feedback on how this might be developed into maybe a research paper, or maybe just feedback on how I've curated the exhibition specifically. Okay, so just to really quickly summarize for those who aren't entirely familiar with location-based games and their history, these games kind of emerged in the early 2000s after sort of pinpoint GPS became widely available for public use, and particularly they were spurred by artistic and commercial experimentations with these technologies. So really trying to test out the potential for GPS to be incorporated into mobile gaming, and also just general kind of artistic interventions into public space in a playful kind of way. And these games involve actually incorporating the player's physical location and also actions in that location into the game through network devices. So typically these might be GPS-enabled phones, but they can be as simple as just a kind of online website where you log your sort of collecting of items in the physical environment. So from low-tech to high-tech. And lastly, for me as a scholar, I'm particularly interested in the claims about these games. So in my kind of work, I've sought to unpack this sort of claim that location-based games have the potential to transform their players' relationship with the physical environment around them. Maybe they explore new places or have new encounters, and also the people around them. So maybe they foster sociability. But also there are kind of negative sides to that as well, that they distance people from the places they played in, or they kind of make people just look at their phones. So after I started this postdoctoral position here in late 2018, I began discussions with the staff of the Finnish Museum of Games about designing a small and very small scale exhibition showcasing the history of location-based games, initially to coincide with the Tampere University Spring Seminar, which happily had the theme of urban play, but the space wasn't available at that time, so we moved it to September this year, which was when the exhibition opened. And yes, it's in the studio space upstairs, which is about 25 square meters or something. So we're kind of working in a small temporary space here. And the thinking behind the exhibition, for me at least, was really to showcase and highlight the kind of significance of location-based games at a time when they've become incredibly popular, thanks to, of course, Pokemon Go and all of the kind of big franchise location-based games that have come since. But also to really reflect back on and highlight their history to people who might visit the exhibition. They may not know that these games kind of do date back to, particularly before the iPhone 3G in 2008, and really very diverse experimentations with technology. When I talk about the exhibition, I'm going to sort of say, emphasize we designed this or that, because I would like to sort of point out that I'm not an exhibition curator. I'm coming to this purely as an academic researcher, and also this exhibition was very much a collaboration between myself and the staff of the Finnish Museum of Games, particularly Heikki Junlin, who helped sort of curate the space, and Heidi Järvinen, who created the incredible graphic design. And maybe I can reflect on this a bit. I won't go into it too much, but it was really an exchange of ideas and a learning process for me, actually, because I'd never done anything like this before. So when we had the discussions about the exhibition and how we can showcase this specific genre or format of games, we wanted to focus on three things. So first of all, the technology, and particularly how that's evolved over time, the spaces in which these games are played, so how the locations where these games are kind of situated in have changed but also expanded from local to global. And lastly, the games themselves over this kind of 20-year period. And we decided eventually on 8 games from that time. So I'm not going to go into it in too much detail, but I'll just really quickly summarize each of these aspects. So with the technology, we wanted to really demonstrate that the devices that we use have really changed over the past 20 years. And even now, I'm sort of continually astounded by how different the physicality of devices, mobile devices is over this time. So we really wanted to show early devices, and you can see here an early GPS navigator from circa 2000, 2001. This is a kind of dedicated device to GPS, and of course that's now incorporated into all of our phones. But we also want to show some of the kind of obsolete technologies, or those that sort of aren't really around anymore and aren't very common. And also, for me, showcasing the iPhone 3GS specifically in particular was really important because it marks this kind of turning point in location-based games history where they went from being a quite niche genre of commercial and artistic mobile gaming to a mainstream one. The iPhone and later Android sort of provides this platform for location-based game designers to both distribute their games globally and also allow potentially millions of people playing at the same time in different locations. So this was a massive shift from early location-based games that were tethered to one specific city or one particular phone, network or device. And yeah, we also wanted to show some of the sort of peripherals and wearables associated with these games as well. And so, yeah, we actually kind of included the technologies that I showed here in the space itself, and also situated them next to particular games in these kind of small boxes, so people could kind of see the types of phones or devices that these games that we chose to showcase might have been played on. This is maybe the least developed aspect of the exhibition and something I'd really like to think about in the future, but we wanted to sort of demonstrate how the space in which these games are played has changed as well. So we thought about, could we show the history of the city? Could we show like people playing games in the space? But all of this was quite challenging given the sort of space that we had for the exhibition. So ultimately we kind of came up with a simple solution, which was Heidi Järvinen, the graphic designer's idea of just creating these kind of small, quite beautiful maps that sit below each of the 8 games that we have showcased on the ground actually. And the idea was to sort of show that, yeah, some of these games were played in, for instance, Tampere, or specific cities, but also, again, to emphasize the kind of change, now they're kind of played globally, so games like Pokemon Go are sort of played everywhere around the world. Yeah, so this was kind of maybe one of the constraints of the exhibition as well, how to demonstrate this spatial aspect of the games. Yes, and lastly, the games themselves. So I really wanted to show the kind of diversity of types of games that have been played over the past 2 decades, but also maybe to create a little bit of a chronology or history as well. So I decided to break the exhibition up into 3 sort of thematic sections, which are each corresponding to 3 walls available within the room. So from their kind of early emergence through to this kind of period of attempts to commercialize these games and make them profitable, through to some of the more kind of recent key games that are kind of pushing the boundaries with location-based gaming. So the emergence section focuses on 3 games, or 2 games and 1 practice. The practice being geocaching as a kind of precursor to location-based gaming. And the other 2 games are Blast Theory's Can You See Me Now? And the game that's featured here, Pac-Manhattan, which was designed by some students at New York University, and involves kind of dressing up as the Pac-Man characters and running around the streets, using phones to communicate in real time, not GPS. It's a very low-tech kind of game. And yeah, this was kind of to demonstrate the kind of experimental nature of these games. So artistic groups like Blast Theory, students at a university, geocaching is this kind of playful way to test out the accuracy of GPS. Yeah, these games emerged in a kind of period of exploration and experimentation. For the commercialization, we wanted to show the different ways that games have tried to attract players and make a profit from this particular genre of gaming. So we showed 1 Japanese game, Murky Item Hunt, that was quite successful in Japan from 2003 to 2008, incidentally the year that the iPhone 3G was released. And also the first sort of iPhone-based location-based game, Parallel Kingdoms. But we also wanted to sort of illustrate the failure of these games as well as the success. So we were luckily contacted by the designer of this game. It came from a B-Movie, which is a Finnish design game, which was released on Windows Phone in 2015 and really wasn't successful at all. It was kind of plagued by a lot of difficulties and it didn't make very much money and was pulled from the store 2 months after its release. So yeah, part of this aspect was communicating to people that it's hard to make these kind of games and to make them successful, commercially at least. And the present and future focuses on the 2 different angles of location-based gaming, the artistic and the commercial. So for the commercial side, we had Pokemon Go. Of course, you can't have that game in this exhibition. We did call it from geocaching to Harry Potter. We didn't decide to include Harry Potter because Pokemon Go was too tempting. But yeah, we kind of chose that as a kind of pivotal moment again in location-based gaming. And artistically, we decided to showcase Melbourne-based designer Troy Innocent's game Wayfinder Live, which is funded by the City of Melbourne and has been played in multiple cities around the world, and basically involves scanning these codes that you can see here with your phone and physically locating those codes in the city. So with the time left, I'm just going to offer some brief reflections on, I guess, the process of creating this exhibition, and maybe, yeah, like, I don't know, some of the things I thought were maybe unique about this process or that might sort of connect to some of the research on game histories. Yeah, so firstly, documenting location-based games, secondly, creating interactivity around the exhibition, and lastly, using the exhibition as a way to network with location-based game designers and expand my own research. So in terms of documenting these kind of games, particularly for the older pre-iPhone games, like very little exists about these kind of games. And like in terms of like screenshots or just image captures of people playing the game from sort of the early 2000s to mid 2000s, yeah, there are maybe like a handful of images available on the internet that you can kind of use. And those images that do exist are incredibly low res, as you can imagine, because they were played on these kind of like mobile phones from the early 2000s, not exactly known for their kind of groundbreaking graphics. So I sort of also continually discovered in my research that not only are like commercial designers of these games quite bad at preserving, archiving, documenting their games, but so are many of the artists and academics who create them as well. It's just not kind of a thing that you often think of when you're creating these early kind of prototypes. And I kind of struggled to get some of this documentation. I also wanted to showcase some games, including a Tampere University designed prototype from 2003, but virtually kind of none of it was left that I could find, not even screenshots of the game. So we sort of tried to illustrate certain games through artifacts and objects from them, such as concept art, posters, and newspaper articles. The designer of that Finnish game, it came from a B-movie, provided us with a lot of good material, so we were lucky for that. And also, as you can see here, we were able to get some of the actual physical objects from the game as well, such as the sort of cosplay type costumes of Pac-Manhattan, which players sort of wore when they were sort of playing the game. And this sort of actually worked quite well in the Finnish Museum of Games, because there is a kind of like existing cosplay component in one of the exhibitions or one of the rooms. So we were kind of able to sort of draw on that for this. Yeah, we also showed some of the merchandise from those games. Of course, Pokemon Go, it's very easy to find this stuff. And also we were able to connect with one of the local geocaches in Tampere, who provided us a huge amount of sort of like objects that you use for geocaching, way too many for us to use. So we kind of created these vitrines where you could kind of see some of the objects associated with these games. And yeah, I also wanted to highlight the sort of academic contribution to location-based games to really show that these have been like a niche genre, a niche kind of practice until recently, of course. But for a long time, they've been the subject of scholarly research, at least since 2006. And Finnish game studies in particular has kind of been important here. Franz Meyer and Petri Lankoski published a kind of chapter in the first book that you can see on the left there. The second book was written by Jaakko Stenros and Markus Montola from Tampere with Annika Vern. And the last book is by me, which was kind of published like just as I was starting my postdoc here. So there's quite a nice kind of Finnish contribution here. Those cards I won't describe, but they're a kind of ideation process for designing location-based games. Okay, so not only are these games sort of like not particularly well preserved at time, sort of quickly disappearing from online documentation or websites and from even app stores themselves, but the games are also, of course, played not just on a screen, but also in a physical space. So documenting and conveying this aspect of the game to visitors was another challenge that we encountered. So we sort of thought of a few different ways to make the exhibition a little bit more interactive and to show the actual sort of process of playing these games. And also, although it's incredibly difficult, offer visitors a chance to try them themselves. So one way we did this was with a kind of interactive recording of the Blast Theory game, Can You See Me Now? You can kind of see players as they're playing the game around the streets and on the kind of game interface. We also installed a version of Wayfinder Live in the Vrpriki Museum, which, as I mentioned, kind of involves putting these codes on walls around the city and scanning them with your phone to get points and unlock the story. This was interesting because it sort of involved negotiating with the artist a little bit, who was kind of reluctant to have this game inside a building rather than on the streets, because it's obviously meant to be played outdoors, and he was sort of worried that it would compromise the sort of intended experience of the game. And also he was kind of worried that you would have to buy a ticket to the exhibition to play it, and it's a kind of city-funded game, so like, you know, it didn't want to sort of be part of a profiting from the game kind of thing, although that obviously wasn't our intention. But I managed to sort of convince him actually that it would be really interesting to test this game out in this space and see how dedicated would players be to trying to find these codes when there's kind of like a minimal, stripped-down version of the game. It's just inside the Vrpriki Museum. Maybe you do it as part of your visit here, maybe not. So we kind of turned this into a little bit of a research project as well. We also really wanted to run a version of Pac Manhattan in Tampere, which was unsuccessful because of really terrible weather and not many interested people. So that was a little bit of a failure. But yeah, I guess like we really wanted to have actual location-based games in the space and around the space as part of this. Yeah, and the last thing I wanted to talk about was just yeah, how this curation sort of helped me and hopefully maybe the people who are involved in the exhibition. For me personally, it was kind of a little bit of a boon for my research in a lot of ways. I made a number of new contacts with designers, both commercially and artistically, who created some of the kind of like most widely discussed in the academic literature games that I hadn't sort of been in communication with, although I did draw on my existing connections, such as the designer of Wayfinder Live, who I've worked with in Melbourne in the past. We brought one of the co-creators of Pac Manhattan here. Again, the games weren't so successful, but his kind of his talks were good, and we kind of turned that into a visiting kind of process. Commercial designers were kind of like not particularly helpful and kind of just gave the okay to use some materials, but didn't really provide that really rich documentation that I was hoping to get. And lastly, yeah, through this kind of process, I realized that a lot of these kind of key games are either solely designed by white men or co-designed by them, and so there's a real lack of diversity in the games that we showcased. So I think one of the challenges that I'd like to address in future is really demonstrating and showcasing at least one game that's designed from a much more experimental and maybe even radical perspective. These are very like safe, conservative, commercial games, yeah, which we kind of went for a mainstream audience, but it would be nice to mix that up in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Dale. Questions, comments?
Hey, thanks for the great talk. The last point you mentioned is dear to my heart, and I would love to chat about this because there's lots of resources that I've also co-designed games with the Copenhagen Game Collective, which are very much into this experimental space of location-based gaming. So there's actually a wide range of stuff available, but it's not so well documented, so that kind of addresses some of the problems that you're also dealing with. But thanks for considering that.
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, I think like there's a lot of really interesting groups that are doing this kind of stuff, and again, the documentation isn't so much of a problem. We were actually able to kind of work around that a bit. But yeah, unfortunately here we kind of went for this, and you know, like again, my first experience designing this kind of thing and limited resources, this very kind of like quite safe mainstream depiction of location-based games, and I kind of realized as we got towards the end of the exhibition that was really what we were demonstrating. So yeah, I think the next iteration of this will include 1 to 2 of these 8 games that are really like coming from a very different angle.
Okay, more questions, comments? I would like to ask a question about the differences between games, location-based games, designed, produced in different places. For example, if we are thinking about, for example, Japanese games, are there differences between what we see, for example, in Finland or in USA or in Australia?
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess like in terms of the, do you mean like geographically or culturally, I assume? Just anything?
Yeah, same.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean geographically, of course, like you know, in Finland, playing these games, like population is sparse and quite spread out. There are some urban centres, but not so much. Whereas in Japan, you know, it's incredibly dense, so you get those kind of things. We've done some research on sort of Finnish Pokemon Go players, and that's really kind of come up with some interesting data around how you know, this kind of you know, cliche or whatever you want to say about Finnish people, that they're not comfortable with social interaction. The Pokemon Go really challenged that, and kind of did actually do a lot of the things that scholars and designers of these games have claimed, which is that they push people out of their comfort zone and to do, you know, different things such as interacting with strangers. So yeah, I think like those kind of social norms and aspects are definitely at play here. Yeah, and maybe it'll be interesting to think about how to display that in exhibition too, whether we have interviews with players from different countries or different contexts. Yeah, something I'd like to work on too.
Yes, for example, kind of show how it's a little bit different playing, for example, Pokemon Go if you are living in northern part of Finland in the middle of nowhere in the wintertime, comparing to, for example, Japan.
Yeah. I thought afterwards that I really wanted to have a picture of like Pokemon Go in the middle of some, you know, rural area of Finland, to show like the lack of things to do there, but I didn't think of it at the time.
Okay, more questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Dale.
Thank you.
So now we have about half an hour break before the next session, so we will continue quarter to 4. It's like that, yes. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Some of us went through agreements to the 1942.
How you find it fine and take
I think Niklas.
I'm sorry about that. They mix up with the name.
Happens all the time. When I was a student, I had to ask the university of every semester to reissue my papers. Every semester they issue them. So, I plugged my into the HDMI.
Okay, yeah. So, we control it here, so it's probably HDMI.
Yeah, just wondering how to figure that I see like the content not just up there but also on my computer. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Tuoreilla suuri osa niistä muotoiluteista on niin kasarissa. Vanhoja puupeja.
This should be the Yeah, now it works.
Ja, genau. Also das ist auch der Input. Ja, es muss ja eigentlich nicht, also es muss ja nicht überraschend. Es gibt Medien, wo es ja, genau, wenn man das macht. Genau, und nachdem ich schwierig wird, ist es ziemlich möglich. Weil eigentlich nur noch relativ viel von technischen Sachen, ja, Texten, demokratischen Sachen. Genau. Also das ist halt so ein normales Mal, das ist eigentlich Participation and Power.
So how's it looking?
Yeah, it's perfect.
And yeah, we can so we can
and still half an hour.
Yeah. I'll just show you. And it's good to put that hands close to your throat and maybe
Yeah, okay.
Yes. So now I will.
Yeah, I see.
I'll probably be here but in case I'm
okay.
Great. Yourself.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at the program here.
So it's HTML1, right?
Yes.
relativ sehr viel, das so zu machen. Aber auf der anderen Seite muss man sagen, dass es halt so eine Überlegung gegeben hat, die alle kennen, was mit jedem bewegt von den Leuten, die mit zusammenarbeiten. Dafür nutzt es halt die ganze Vertrag so ein bisschen und sagt, hey, wo im Gott stehen. Es geht ja darum, so genau. Aber es ist halt, also
aber es ist ein Privileg, dass unser eine Ausnahmeregelung ist, das sind die Films. Ja. Und mit Films, wenn du Jason hast, oder wenn du guckst, also wie die sozusagen ihr rechtliches Konstrukt zusammengebastelt haben, ja, dass sie das überhaupt machen, dürfen, dann kommt als Face zentral vor.
Ja, klar, das ist das
Und das ist eben in Europa unbekannt.
Ja, das ist auch tragisch.
Wir regeln das halt über diese Schrankenregelung. Ausnahmeregelung für Dienste zum Beispiel. Und das Problem ist, die Games bisher. Und damit nicht zuzuordnen, entweder zu Software, wo es Ausnahmeregelungen gibt, oder zu Audiovisual, wo es Ausnahmeregelungen gibt. Also natürlich beides. Aber das sind im Grunde getrennte Blöcke mit unterschiedlichen Regeln. Und dadurch, dass sie gar nicht drin standen, konnten sie nicht zugeordnet werden. Und deswegen konnte man in Europa bisher nicht mit diesen Ausnahmeregelungen arbeiten, die für andere Werkkategorien durchaus. So, und jetzt gibt es tatsächlich diese neue.
Näytät ihan energiseltä.
Joo, sinne väsyin jos koko päivän. Sitten huomasin, kun mä en päässytkään, niin tämä on tosi hyvä. Ei nyt ole ihan
a bit tired. Not drinks yet. It's definitely not my second drink here. So what do you think so far? We had on the stream people were like, welcome from Czech Republic, or you know, like, so people are been commenting like it's a proper stream that you know where it's like a comment section.
Yeah.
Or like, nice. Yeah. He will give you.
Tuli kyllä hyvä fiilis aamulla. Mä oon katsonut kameran pihalle, kameran jalusta ja kameralaukku ja toisen laukku. Ja sitten pitää mennä pyörätelineelle ja sitten pitää katsoa siinä. Sitten katsoin sitä loppua ja sitten
produce Finnish.
No niin, mä pistän noin päivämäärät sinne vielä. Koska ne on, kun mä joo, saatiin on niin vapaa, tai siis sinne jatkuva haku, mutta sellaista eri asiasta.
Joo, se on se wiki on niin se tavallaan, siinä on se jatkuva haku ja sellainen niin kartoitus on tavallaan, että mitkä yhteisöt on kiinnostuneita, mutta sitten niin kerran 2 vuodessa on tähän asti ollut.
No niin, no sit se on syytä osua.
Joo,
syytä osua, että tähän saisi saada odottaa.
Joo.
Tästä Scrollien on tosiaan julkaisen scrollia, mä en tiedä, katsotaan kyllä semmoista kaupalliseksi scrollia. Se on vähän niin kuin assembly organizing.
Totta.
Ne nyt tämä
tavallaan tekee harkita, mutta sinänsä varmaan se ei ehkä haittaa, että se on sinänsä kaupallinen toimija, jos katsotaan, että se ei tavallaan hyödy siitä.
No ei varmasti tästä kyllä.
Niin, mutta noin on jo, sitä pitää.
14. november. December 5.
Joo.
Kyllä se on. Tämä meni automaattisesti mitään Työpaja, niin mä oon silloin saanut sen se tuli jotenkin sieltä paremmin siellä.
Mä sitten sanon täälläkin, että postimuseoverkko toimii paremmin.
Kesälomaa, joten se oli eikä kännissä, hyvällä tunnella ja kännissä eikä ollut demonstressia. Joten menee siellä huppeen. Yritetään ottaa sen kunnian pois. Skenelo onnistuu. Ei kaikki, Skenelo on osa tätä. Sitten se pystyy nauttimaan siitä säännöstä. Siinä laittaa aina kaikesta ja se on niin kuin helposti voisi lipsata sen ihminen. Aikaa saa ja potkiva ja muita potikoita. Tosiaan jos ei. Profeetta, Lapinpään profeetta. Se tuli irti se joku se isoni kaasi. Joku on siellä Lapinpään.
Okei, nyt se on se jumalalta niin.
Joo, kyllä on luottavaa. Joo, mulla on niitä ylimääräisiä kotona, niin, mutta tässä ei ole, mutta oli mun edellisessä lähteessä. On se tämmöinen leveä malli. Sopii oman niitä joskus viimet suuhun toisaalta. Jukitarrakin on vähän räheä.
Vuorikoskiassa sanoi, että Vuorikosket pitää olla saada vapaa. Miksi pitäisi hakkalistella isillä värillä? Sitten oli paremmin kaikkia kivoja tyttötarvoja. Sitten se sanoi, että
Rouseni päällä.
katso työnäppärit. Sitten kun se menee paikallismiehen edustajana kaupungin kokouksen alkaisi, niin näppärit. Tuntuu, että tuolla puolella muutamankin kerran kautta.
Änkkäriä ja muumia ja smurfia ja Hello Kitty on aika kuvattu. Frozen prinsessa. Mulla kitarraa, millä voi täyttää tätä. Sitten semmosia yritetään säästellä. Tämä oli vaikka 10 M-sasta. Hävistää. I'll go and drive them in.
Suurelle yleisöllähän tästä oli sitä huomista, joka on kaikille avoin ohjelma, oli sitä ammattilaisuus.
Let's try it out. So how close should it be? Like this? That's okay, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Okay, now we'll turn it off.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Very well, welcome back. When Jaakko asked me to be the chair for this session, I was a bit hesitant at first, but then again, being his postdoc, you need to take all sorts of duties up. And as a positive surprise, we already have chairs here, so actually, I will just present the speaker. So. The next speaker will be Dr. Gleb Albert from University of Zurich, where he works as a postdoctoral researcher, and he will now present his project on collecting and preserving the material heritage of the demosy.
All right. Is the sound okay? Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Marco, for the introduction, and thanks for everyone who was involved in organizing this great workshop. I'm really looking forward to discussing with you about this small project of mine, and I'm particularly happy to have an audience to which I do not have to explain what the demo scene is actually about, which is, Finland is quite unique in that regard, I think. But still, I would like to say a few things, even.
Can you maybe take off the...
Oh, yeah.
Thing? It seems to be rubbing.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Because the whole panel is titled, like, I don't see the title anymore, but like demo scene preservation. And of course, the scene is not just about demos, and the scene does not just consist of the demo scene. So basically, the demo scene is just like one, perhaps the most prominent, but just one of the branches of what insiders of this subculture simply call the scene, which includes, doing releases in a particular kind of way, be it legal or illegal content, be it like pirated software or tracked music or text mode art packs or in fact demos. So this is an important thing to keep in mind, that the demo scene is not just about demos. So yeah, I would like to talk a bit about this one particular preservation project I'm doing called Got Papers, but I would also like to share with you some thoughts and some considerations about sources and about particular kinds of sources we have to deal with when we deal with early home computing history. Historians' work always circles around sources, mostly written sources. While reconstructing and interpreting the past, we're not completely free in our judgment. Sources have, as German historian Reinhard Koselleck put it, the right of veto. So it means that while historians must exercise a thorough critique of the sources, they cannot put forward interpretations that completely contradict the sources that are available to us. So as historians, we cannot argue against the sources. And of course, with digital history and with the whole realm of the digital coming into focus of historians, so like becoming particularly the early digital era, becoming an era that is considered a valid subject for historians, of course the situation with sources changes a lot. So how do we write the history of digital cultures and with what kind of materials? Of course, the most commonly talked about problem is the problem of authenticity of. Sorry, this is this thing is perhaps. Oh yeah, I would prefer that very much.
Yes, sorry. Sorry about that. Can you put it on?
Sorry. Marco, didn't you just have a microphone?
I didn't say that. With a degree in technology.
Okay. Sorry about that. No problem. All right. Yeah. Now this works much better. So yeah, what historians who now start to ask questions how to work with sources of the digital era most often talk about is the question of authenticity of digital and particularly born digital sources. So like how hard it is to establish origins of a particular digital source, how to deal with cases of deliberate manipulation and so on. And while this is of course a very urgent topic when speaking about historical sources of the digital era, this is not the topic I'm going to talk about today. Because one very particular problem with available digital sources concerns the history of home computer cultures before the rise of the World Wide Web. The sources produced by home computer user cultures can be put into two categories. On the one hand, those that were aimed at the particular user culture's internal public sphere, so like flyers, magazines, in the case of the demo scene, of course, the demos and the intros and so on. And the other group of sources would be the sources that constitute internal communication. So how did the members of these particular user cultures and subcultures communicate with each other, but like internally? The majority of historical research on the scene, on the demo scene and on similar digital cultures, based their analysis on these on the sources from the, so to say, from the first group, like sources of public communication, sources of the particular subculture's public sphere. For various research questions, this is of course a valid and a very fertile source base. Through these sources, one can follow the debates within the scene, the shifts in trends and moral judgments, for example, the shifting attitudes within the demo scene towards gamers or towards the question of piracy. And also, of course, the way the scene and its members portrayed themselves and their scene to outsiders, such as like computer media and beyond. However, in order to write the history of the internal structures and practices of the scene, we also need a different kind of sources. To put it in a nutshell, we need not just the crack intro, but also the materials that document the process of how that particular crack intro and how that particular crack of a game came into being. And here we're actually leaving the domain of the digital. The particularity of this period of computer history is that the home computer was not as much a means of communication, but the reason for communication. Before the internet opened up to mass commercial use, and even more importantly, before computers became powerful enough for graphical user interfaces and multitasking, maintaining a computer-centered hobby meant communicating not as much with the computer, not as much using the computer as a communication tool, but rather for the computer. Hobbyists had to employ all sorts of like old media, such as magazines, post, telephone, in order to feed the computer with data and to obtain vital technical information. And while we do not have the possibilities to listen in on 30-year-old phone calls, the sources for these like other types of old media that were involved in this communication process are available. One just has to look for them. And just to show you a few examples of what I mean by old media used by early digital subcultures, of course, like perhaps the most well-known and the most obvious example are computer magazines with their program listings that users had to type up, classified ads, which were really important for various home computer user cultures. I mean, this is, for example, a German magazine, Computer Flohmarkt, like Computer Flea Market, which solely consisted of classified ads for computer users, like not just to sell and to buy stuff, but also to communicate with each other through these adverts. And this was not only a phenomenon of Western Europe. For example, in Yugoslavia, you had several computer magazines already in the second half of the 80s, such as Moj Mikro, which for about a third of its content consists of classified ads, where mostly like small-scale software pirates were selling software. And of course, we also must not forget that the storage media of the early home computing era were physical things. Like, of course, the data saved on them was digital, but these discs and tapes themselves were physical things to be shared, to be swapped, to be decorated, to be scribbled upon, and so on. Of course, things like lists of programs people exchanged with each other. Yeah, like this is, for example, a list of public domain software that one Amiga user has and is offering as exchange goods to another Amiga user. And of course, I mean, as we are in the Museum of Games, early gaming involved also, of course, lots and lots of old media and of analog artifacts, like this book of pokes found in the Computerspielemuseum in Berlin. And this, of course, also concerns the games industry as like on the other end of the spectrum, where well, much of the game developing process actually, at least at an early stage, began on sheets of paper. And also, just as scene internal communication and information exchange was conducted through the post, so was much of the scene's social life conducted through analog media, such as paper. Floppy disks were packaged into custom-made, skillfully designed envelopes. Copy parties were advertised on paper leaflets. And before the first disc magazines, sceners produced paper zines, and so on. Just to show you a few examples. I mean, like disc covers, like and I think there was an exhibition actually at this museum last year with showcasing disc covers designed by C64 sceners. Yeah, and of course, such letters were exchanged. This was the main channel of internal communication for the scene before BBSs got popular in Europe in the very last years of the 1980s. Yeah, and here actually you can see not only the old media of like written letters, but also the old medium of a typewriter, which is used here in an exchange between two computer freaks. Yeah, and actually to be a swapper, that means to be someone who exchanged, whose business in the scene was to spread the releases of the cracker groups and the demo groups. It involved a whole assemblage of material objects that were needed in order to do this sort of scene job. Yeah, and of course, like the creation of brands, which was a very which was an important part of scene groups, was also executed not just through the crack intros, but also through such stickers on paper or on vinyl. And to conclude this bit, even the process of cracking a game was also a process which involved old media, such as this kind of, these are some sort of work notes by a German C64 cracker for cracking a particular game. And I realized how important these sources were only after having started my current postdoc research project, which deals with the social and cultural history of youth and software piracy in the 80s and early 90s, or in other words, the cracker scene and its social and cultural embeddedness. Pretty soon I had to come to the conclusion that I cannot do this kind of research only using the contemporary public sources such as intros and disc magazines, and that even oral history interviews are not covering this particular gap of perception. So I needed internal contemporary sources. As a historian who started at university by working on the history of the 1920s, I'm kind of used to working with paper sources and going to archives to collect my data. Now I had to find out pretty quickly that there was literally no archive to go to, neither computer history archives, nor youth culture archives, and nor even digital subculture archives such as the Chaos Computer Club archive in Berlin bothered to ever systematically collect the personal papers of members of the scene. This is very slowly beginning to change in the past few years. For example, one legendary C64 scener recently donated his papers to the Municipal Archive of Alkmaar in the Netherlands. And the Center for Computing History in Cambridge recently has acquired the papers of a well-known UK Amiga scener. But back in 2014, there was, as far as I could see, absolutely nothing in that regard. So I had no other choice than basically assembling the source base for my research project myself. And I knew that there was a vast amount of, so to say, public paper sources such as disc covers and paper magazines of the scene, which could be amassed. And in fact, some scene-driven preservation projects such as mags.c64.org have already done a lot of work in that direction. However, I only had very slim hope to get to the holiest of the holy, to the Holy Grail, to sceners' paper letters. And to my big relief, the more 1980s scene veterans I got to know through my project, the more it turned out that there were massive amounts of sceners' letters preserved in individuals' basements, attics, and storage rooms. And most of these individuals were actually more than willing to share these materials. So all of a sudden I was able to discover a whole new layer of scene history, one that was hardly visible on the level of public sources such as scroll texts or disc magazines. So what are these new insights that can be pulled from these sources for the history of the scene? Let me just pick three short examples. Firstly, some of these letters turned out to be key sources for the history of the interconnections between the cracker scene and the early games industry. I mean, it's well known, particularly in Finland, that a substantial portion of the skilled members of the European scene were keen to produce games on their own, and that several individuals or even whole groups managed to do so. That they either coded games and sold them to publishers, or were hired as programmers or graphic designers or musicians at bigger companies, or even founded companies themselves. And there are some very famous examples in Sweden for that. What is less known, however, is how many sceners kept on leading sort of like double existences as both crackers and game developers. And this is not something that was talked about in disc magazines or in scrollers of crack intros, because it was simply too dangerous to talk about it, especially crackers who were employed by big companies and remained active in the scene at the same time were of course at high risk of being exposed as moles, and several instances of such, it happened in several cases. The paper letters, however, which were like exchanges among sceners who trusted each other, are very open on that subject. So from these letters we can learn of sceners providing originals of their companies to cracker groups before store date, sceners working as game magazine reviewers and leaking review copies to groups, top crackers developing copy protection mechanisms for their friends, software companies, and so on. Another example, the seemingly marginal example, but a very interesting one, would be the topic of so-called greetings. Research on crack intros conducted by Marco together with Patrick Wajciak and Daniel Botz has shown the symbolic economy of sending greetings to other sceners and groups in crack intro scrollers, from which you can deduct contacts, different levels of hierarchy, and so on. And this symbolic economy becomes even more tangible in the internal communication of the early scene. It's astonishing how many letters deal with the topic of greetings. Calls like, please greet us, and assurances that we will greet you if you keep on sending are like constitute a substantial portion of the topics such letters addressed. Moreover, one can observe whole dramas over people not being greeted or being greeted together with groups who are perceived as enemies of the complainant, or being greeted at the end and not at the beginning of the scroll text. All this is dealt with in letters extensively and explicitly, and highlights the character of the scene as an economy of status and recognition. And here's a longer example of such a drama over like greeting lists and so on. Thirdly and finally, these sources hint at a different, not so symbolic economy, namely the various monetary practices within the early scene. This was a taboo topic in the scene's public communication, like this is not something that was talked about in disc mags or scroll texts. And if it was, then it was talked about like as a sort of accusation, saying like, oh, this group is selling software, but we of course don't. And it remains one of the most taboo topics in the oral history interviews that I have conducted up to now. I mean, these internal letters, they do not put our perception of the scene as an anti-commercial enterprise completely on its head. It's not like after we have these sources we can say, oh, the scene was totally commercial. Of course, it's not like that. But still, these letters reveal much stronger than any other source the constant presence of money exchanges in the scene. Not only in the form of, like for example, original suppliers within cracking groups being reimbursed for their services, or sometimes even crackers being reimbursed for their services, but also, for example, transactions such as when scene musicians did music for intros of other groups for money. This was apparently in parts of the C64 scene quite a common occurrence. Or the letters, for example, also give proof to monetary exchanges between some cracker groups in Western Europe and local software sellers in Southern and Eastern Europe, which of course constitutes a very interesting part of like the transnational history of software and of home computing. So these sources are important not in order to sort of like tear off the mask of the scene or anything, but to draw a much more nuanced picture of its history and to do away with cliché representations of subversive and selfless digital activism. But okay, before my time runs out completely, back to the project I was actually about to talk here. Because while getting more and more paper materials from scene veterans, I quickly came across a practical problem. Because if I want to base my research on these materials and to make my research transparent, how do I reference all this stuff? I mean, I cannot write in every third footnote, oh, this document is in my personal possession, because of course historical research and referencing needs to be somehow transparent and like other people being able to look up this stuff themselves. So I had to put all these materials in some place where they would be accessible for both my academic peers and for the wider public. So I had to do this digitization project. One possibility would probably have been to do like a proper big academic digitization project with like assembling a team, handing in like applications for funding and so on. However, as my first priority was to write my habilitation monograph and not to begin a completely new digitization project, so the choice was to do this as a sort of DIY project driven by community submissions and making use of my credentials as both an academic as a demo scener. Because after all, part of my motivation behind this was also to give something back to the community and provide the scene itself with sources of its history and of its often forgotten aspects. Thus, the decision to host not only materials that pertain to my own research project on the early cracking scene, but also hosting contemporary demo scene materials such as flyers, demo party tickets and such things, also in order to get the younger scene generation's attention to the project. Marco, you're already standing here. Does it mean that my time is slowly running out? Okay. And also, of course, a less altruistic motivation was for the project to function as a sort of honeypot for scene veterans who would be willing to get interviewed for my bigger project. So Got Papers was launched in April 2015, and yeah, the project has a sort of double structure. So on the one hand, it is like the file repository for the actual okay, so I need to reconnect. Yes. So on the one hand, it's a file repository for the actual scans, yeah, sorted by different types of materials such as disc covers, discs, magazines, and here are the letters sorted by the owner of the particular collection, like those who donated this stuff to me. So here you can also see the metadata. I mean, I tried to include as much metadata as is needed to be able to properly work with these sources, so that fellow historians and those who are interested can see, like, from where this artifact is, when is it scanned, what is the resolution, and so on. So I tried to make it like as transparent as possible and carrying as much information as possible to be able to work with these materials. And the front end of the project, so to say, is this website / blog where new additions to the project are presented, often with shorter or longer introductions. And this is actually where you can also search the collection. So, for example, to see all letters originating from Australia, for example. Also, one can choose the materials by keywords. So, like to see all posts that include party, copy party, or demo party flyers. So yeah, how does the source base grow? Where do the artifacts come from? All in all, it is kind of a snowball system. So sceners and scene veterans hear from their peers that I'm collecting these things and contact me. Or sometimes I get to know people and convince them to provide their archives. Some of them just want to get rid of their archives. For example, I had to collect the letters of a German C64 scene veteran very quickly, because he planned a house moving at a particular date and wanted to get rid of these materials, otherwise threatening to throw these valuable letters away. So actually I had to come and collect them very quickly. Others, to the contrary, are emotionally attached to these old documents and are even hesitant to lend them out for scanning and prefer to scan them themselves, which in these cases I just provide the instructions, like what is the resolution, how they should scan it. Now that Got Papers is online for over 4 years, one can make some preliminary conclusions, like what were the effects of this preservation effort up to now? What are the inherent problems also of this project and this whole approach? As for the impact of Got Papers, I mean, besides the important impact it had on my own research project, I mean, one could say on the scene side, on the demo scene side, I think it did kind of raise the awareness of the participants of the scene for the history of its own subculture, and particularly its, material and analogous nature. This manifests itself, for example, in the trend that those active demo sceners who still produce paper artifacts, such as flyers or stickers, do not just wait until I stumble upon these things at a demo party, but directly send them to me with the expectation that I would scan them, and actually then keep on reminding me to finally scan their stickers or their flyers. As for veterans of the scene, or temporarily inactive old sceners, it seemed to have raised the awareness for the fact that their own past is not only part of history as such, but also that they themselves have valuable materials for this history. For example, I already mentioned Honey of 101 crew, a very important C64 scener, who decided to donate his materials to the municipal archive of Alkmaar. But before he did so, he actually contacted me like a year before that and sent me 2.5 gigabytes of the scans of these materials. So apparently this is probably what motivated him to hand in these materials into a proper institutionalized archive. As for the impact on research besides my own, it's really hard to say. I mean, at least up to now, I have not seen academic papers quoting these materials or dealing with these materials, but I hope this will change though, because there are many interesting questions that one can pose to these historical materials and hopefully also solve with the help of these materials. And of course, the project is not without flaws and pitfalls. When I started in 2015, I imagined many things differently. So to conclude, I just want to point out just some of the pitfalls that might also be relevant for similar preservation projects situated between subcultures and academia. One problem, of course, concerns the infrastructure and its impact on the co-creation or co-preservation character. Because this is basically a one-man project done by someone who is a keen digital preserver but has absolutely no clue of web coding or database coding. So basically, this whole infrastructure of this WordPress blog and a FTP server is, of course, a massive bottleneck. Because people have to send the materials to me, I have to process them, I have to research the metadata and so on. I mean, luckily I have a student intern, Anna Baumann, to whom I'm very grateful and who does a great job with scanning the materials. But as for researching the context of these documents, for example, often enough I have letters which have no date. So basically I have to go through all the cracks, all the cracked games mentioned in the letter, and then to say, okay, what is the possible earliest date of this letter? Of course, this eats a lot of time and results in the fact that I have nearly 10 gigabytes of materials in my queue right now. And while the positive feedback from the scene is overwhelming, no one really wants to get involved on a volunteer basis. And I issued several calls for help within the communication structures of the scene, but up to now very little came out of it. Of course, there are some other pitfalls, such as the shaky basis of the project concerning data protection and compliance to the relevant laws and regulations. Of course, I try to black out, or not only, I always black out information that can lead to the identification of the individuals in these letters. But so no one complained, and I hope it will stay that way. And finally, of course, the project balances between two groups of recipients. On the one hand, sceners, on the other hand, researchers. So it's always a bit of a balancing act, especially when it comes to contextualizing these materials on the website. So how to contextualize them in a wider history of digital cultures while avoiding the pitfalls of either uncritically reproducing the scene's narratives or, like the other extreme, being overly critical and thus potentially offending those who provide the materials for these projects. And this is, of course, not only a problem of this project, but a question that comes up in any kind of participant observer-like research on subcultures. So, yes, thank you for your attention, and I'll be very happy to discuss all the aspects with you.
Thank you, Gleb, for your interesting presentation, and also, of course, for unearthing all these materials for everybody else to view. Now, questions, comments?
Thank you for a very interesting presentation and for all the work you've done with the materials. It seems to be a lot. We are planning to make an exhibition about the demo scene at the Finnish Museum of Games. Would these materials be available for showing at an exhibition, or what do you think about? Have you any plans for exhibitions otherwise?
No, I actually don't, but this of course would be great. I mean, there are of course several problems that would need to be solved. Like in many cases, I don't actually own the physical materials. So as I said, some sceners are so attached to their old papers that they want to keep them. While of course others are just happy to get rid of them. So of course I do have quite a lot of these letters also in physical form. But there, of course, one would have to contact the owner or like the original preservers of these materials whether they would be fine with exhibiting these. And of course, all the like blacking out of real names and so on, this of course also would, I mean, this problem would have to be taken into account when doing anything with these materials. I mean, of course, my long-term plan is, of course, to donate these materials to some like real archive, because I mean, now that they are just stacked in boxes in my university office, this is of course not the optimal way to preserve actually the physicality of these materials. But then, of course, I would have to approach all these scene veterans again and ask them whether they are okay with me giving these materials to some institution. So, I mean, in general, yeah, of course, but many questions would need to be solved before that.
And there was a Discover exhibition just recently here at the Museum of Games. Other questions? Okay, thank you once again, Gleb.
Thank you.
Very well. The last thing for today, the workshop instead of just one more presentation. So this is to be more interactive than much of today's program. And the topic is Demoscene Living Heritage Application. And I've been doing this with Heikki there. I would like Heikki to come here. Also Niklas has been helping. Satu Haapakoski, and is Jukka Kauppinen still there? Yes, he's one of the activists. So I'm not actually behind this application at all, but I just happened to write it, so I guess that's a role as well. So I was contacted by Heikki initially. So tomorrow you will hear more about this like a grand scheme of getting the Demoscene to UNESCO's list of intangible cultural heritage. And Andreas Lange here, been the master brain behind this, with Tobias Kopka. And he will tell you more about this tomorrow, but already at this point maybe we can view how it looks like. So there's a website dedicated for the project, demoscenetheartofcoding.net. And to get there, we need to start small. So first there's going to be these national applications, and now we are going to be discussing the Finnish application to the list of living heritage. And what you need to have for this is a wiki article. There's a site for these, and you put your application there in a certain format, and then after that it might or might not be accepted to the Finnish list of the living heritage. And now I'm gonna show you what we have so far, then we can discuss what would be the next steps. You can participate in the application. There's a rough version online already, and it will be made available for you, so you can view what's going on. And next, let's have greetings from Leena Marsio, who's a senior advisor at the Finnish Heritage Agency. She couldn't be here, but she's sending video greetings for us.
Hello there at the Finnish Museum of Games. My name is Leena Marsio, and I work as senior advisor here in the Finnish Heritage Agency. Sorry that I cannot be there with you today in your panel discussion and workshop, but instead I decided to send you this greeting. I'm coordinating the Convention on the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. The convention is quite new. It came around in 2003 and Finland ratified the convention 6 years ago. So since then, the Finnish Heritage Agency has been working on the convention. So far, 170 countries have ratified the convention, which shows how important theme living heritage and its safeguarding has been felt to be in different parts of the world. You are there in today's seminar. You are discussing about the inscription of demo scene to the Intangible Cultural Heritage List of UNESCO. We appreciate this, and we think it's quite nice that we have new areas inside the convention, so that it's not only dancing, singing, games, food, or relationship to nature, but instead we can have some new questions and new fields of living heritage we can discuss and further our cooperation. Well, the first step in the process is that all of the demo scene activities in different countries participating in this initiative need to be in the national inventory. Here in Finland, we opened the Wiki inventory for living heritage 3 years ago, and so far we have over 150 elements from over 220 communities in this inventory. Every second year it's possible to apply to the national inventory, and it is this year, December, that is the next time. So the next move here in Finland is to write a very good application or an article to the Wiki inventory and also to the national inventory. When thinking about a multinational nomination or any nomination to UNESCO, I think the key thing is cooperation. All of the communities that are working with the element, they need to be part of the process. These are multi-year processes where different kind of actors need to come together and to discuss especially safeguarding, which for me is the key point in the file to the UNESCO, or also actually a key point of any kind of living heritage element. So I hope to hear from you also when you're applying to the national inventory, how you are safeguarding and how you see the future of this element. How will the community in question safeguard it, and then also the state, which is a crucial part in the nomination file. At the moment we know about a handful of other initiatives in the field that are interested in multinational applications. We don't have any specific dates for those in Finland, we rather follow them up, what is happening in the field and how are they developing, and then when the file or the situation with the cooperation is mature enough, then we will make the decisions here in the Finnish Heritage Agency, and also including the advisory board of intangible cultural heritage, and then the decision will lastly be made here in Finland by the Ministry of Education and Culture. So I wish you good luck with your initiative and have a good day there in Tampere. Bye.
Hey, do you want to add something at this point?
Yeah.
So hello everybody, I'm Heikki Jungman. I work here at
the Finnish Museum of Games, and I have been engaged with the Art of Coding project since last spring, when Andreas asked the museum if we are interested to be part of it in Finland, and yeah, I think Lena said already the most important things in that greeting. First of all, I can still clarify a little bit of the process in Finland. So in Finland, the process goes so that we first have to make an article to a wiki called a wiki inventory of intangible cultural heritage in Finland, and this is the application period is ongoing, and I think that's not a very huge problem because it's an inventory, and the idea is that the museum Heritage Agency of Finland is kind of like collecting the input from the field, you know, what kind of communities are interested to be listed, and so to get into the wiki inventory should not be that hard. And then so far every 2 years there has been this application time for the actual like list of intangible cultural heritage, the national list of Finland, and that application period is very soon to start and last till December, 5th of December, and with that we aim to make the application this year, because otherwise we have to wait at least till 2021 before we can try again. In practically the application for the national list is the wiki article plus 2 extra questions. This is the information I've got from Finnish Heritage Agency, and yeah, I think I don't have anything more to say at this point, but I can of course take part in the conversation later.
So this is how they look like. This is sauna bathing, one example of accepted living heritage.
It's in English.
There's English and Finnish at least, probably Swedish too. No. Oh well.
Yeah, most articles are in English, so in the wiki. Yeah.
So these are the things that should go in there, like the region in Finland where it's practiced, name, and then various things like practitioners, then things like the background and history of the tradition, how is the tradition transmitted forward, future, then the who applied, and then some like extra readings. So as you can see, it's not that much. This is like what 3-4 pages of text. So this is not like any 1 year undertaking. And what do we have at the moment? I would like Satu Haapakoski to tell a bit about the survey she conducted and what came out of that.
Yes, hi, my name is Satu Haapakoski. I'm a conservator, so I know about the cultural, historical element of the project, but I'm also a demo scener. I've been in a demo scene like 15 years and I'm very active at this day. So when I heard about this project, I obviously became interested and I knew I had to be part somehow. So what I've been doing is we made a survey, very small, and asked people to answer it. There was only 4 questions, 2 background and 2 open questions. We asked basically that what do people think about, what do they think that demo scene is, and what does it mean to them? And we asked different people to answer. There was a lot of places where we spread the link to the questionnaire, but we got 40 answers, I think, yes. And I think we're gonna go through them later. There was a lot of good answers that describe different aspects that I can totally go behind, but it's also really funny because there was a few trolls that came to being, and it's also kind of a part of the demo scene. But yeah, so this is what I've been doing, and this is one of the first background things that is kind of the place where we start to pick the pieces that what demo scene really is.
Thanks. And what else? There's already some sort of rough outline with some content on Google Docs. And pretty much, well, this was written by me, and all the errors and all the good things there are mostly because of me. And you can then help to refine the rough edges if you discover such. There's something to all the necessary answers to all the necessary questions there, and you can access these two documents through these links: tinyurl.com/scannerresults, where you will find the table of those answers to the survey, and then /scannerup is where you will find the document. It will then need to be reformatted to the wiki format, but if the text is, once the text is good, then it's going to be a really little step after that. So if you can get online and you have a capable device there, then please do open those.
I also have paper versions if somebody wants to work or read rather with paper. Yeah, I can put these on. Maybe you can take me.
So the first one you can only view, and the second one you can there already suggest some edits and add comments there. So this is to be interactive. Okay, let's see what we have. You saw this spreadsheet already, but here's the actual application. And it seems people are appearing there for editing. So what do we have and what is still missing? Well, there's something everywhere there, like simple things like what is the name of the phenomenon. One thing I'm still pondering myself is what is the category for this? If you look at the categories provided by the wiki, the demo scene doesn't necessarily fit very well anywhere. There would be something like play and games as well, but I don't necessarily think that demos are about games either. So the best I could come up with is festivities and practices.
Is it valid as a discussion now?
Yes, you can comment.
Maybe I take the micro. So I'm involved in the German application as well, so I can provide a little bit of the feedback we received during our consultation of the German UNESCO organization, and they also have very similar categories like festivals, performing arts, skills, folkloristic things, and they encouraged us to relate the demo scene to all of them. Not only to decide for one of the categories. For example, it's clearly performing arts. It's not that actors are performing something, but the computer is performing something, but it must be live, it must be rendered live, so it's clear, it's of course performing art. And the skills, of course, it's crafts. Of course, it's crafts. And at least music, of course it's music. of course it's festival and practices. So if you got a chance, at least that was what the German UNESCO committee told us, we could say it's several of these categories related to that.
Okay, well, it was good to then bring this up because there's of course like different ways to think about the categories.
Of course, you have to check that.
Like that crafts, if you check what is currently there, it's something like very archaic.
Maybe one aspect. It's actually the first application of a born digital culture, and of course the schemas they are offering are not fitting exactly to a digital culture, and that's one of the learnings UNESCO will have from our application, that they adapt their schemas to the digital culture, and so we should teach them what's the point.
Okay, good. Let's see what else. Then there's again like simple things like location. It's the whole Finland. It's not like particularly any region like some of these traditions. Then I put up some possible tags according to this Finnish keyword index. They need to be according to that. At least these 3 I would say. But you can dig up more. Then there's something about the practitioners. The practice, there's already quite a lot on the history of the demo scene. This is my bread and butter, so this was a very easy part to write. And about the transmission of the tradition. Then about the future, well, this is a bit trickier. Like, probably people have quite different ideas and views on the future of the demo scene, so feel free to comment there. So far, there's these 3 possible communities behind the submission, but we are looking into more. We have asked, for example, whether Tekniikan historian Suora could be one. That's definitely the Finnish Society of the History of Technology would be one fitting candidate there. And I put some other names there as like possibilities. Like assembly organizing, though it's sort of commercial, so I don't know if it's a borderline case. DOT is the digital media student club at Aalto University. Suomen pelitutkimuksen seura could be one possibility. The Finnish Society of Game Studies. And then I've asked already Suomen Amiga-käyttäjät ry, Finnish Amiga Users Society.
Another comment to the future of the tradition.
Mm-hmm.
This is also very important and very interesting. So in Germany there are up to now roughly 100 of cultural practices listed at the national list. And mostly all of them almost every one of these are folkloristic practices. They are looking in Germany for more contemporary practices. Why do they do that? Because they have meanwhile understand that the cultural approach is very important to keep our societies together and enable people to identify with the area they are living in, and also so that's the base of their longing for more contemporary cultures, the reason is that they think that the folkloristic cultures are not that capable, like more contemporary cultures, to manage the challenges of the future, which is of course the digital change very much, which is a threat of course for our traditional society. So they are looking for more contemporary and more open cultures than they have on their list. So I suggest that you are also not be reluctant to state that the future of the demo scene is a quite open thing, because digital cultures are related to digital technology, and digital technology is still developing very dynamically. So nobody can say what the future will bring. And so it's I think, a good idea to state that frankly. But on the other hand, of course, point at the fact that the demo scene is one of the very, very few digital cultures which have managed to keep their cultural identity in spite of all these technical breaks in the last 3 decades. So it has proved its capability to adapt itself to these technical changes without losing its cultural identity. So this might be an idea which helps for this application, at least in my opinion. So let's do it frankly. So it's open what the future of the demo scene is, but point at the achievements of the past.
Yes, I of course have some of it there, but feel free to add more.
Can I also comment on
sure,
that?
Do.
On the future of the demo scene, maybe I'm not sure, but for the application it might be a good thing to actually state that the demo scene is in trouble because there isn't really any transmission of the intangible practices to a new generation. It's quite much a closed society where it's maybe even difficult to get in at some point. That might actually be a good thing, showing that in the application that this is an endangered form of culture because of this.
Well, thank you for mentioning it. I'm just here one step ahead of you because I have it here in the end of the document. But yes, that's a valid point. Like it's not all smooth sailing. And there's some bibliography. This is mostly like Finnish papers, articles on the demo scene from various angles. This again, like feel free to add. There happens to be somewhat many of my own research there. Well, I just happen to write on the subject quite a lot. So what is there that won't be on the wiki page? There's 2 more things that need to be addressed for the application. So there's like archiving and protecting the heritage. So there's 2 extra points here at the end. These won't be part of the visible wiki article on the site, but these are 2 things that also need to be addressed. And there's something there as well. So now, since we have capable brains around here, okay, Heikki, you want to still say something?
Yeah, I had a comment about the organizations taking part of the application. So we have a few demo sceners here. What do you think? Is it a good idea to actually collect the demo groups who would be interested to present themselves in the application? I believe that at least in the applications to UNESCO, which is years away of course, but at least to that application, it would be good to collect the actual like smallest organization cell that is operating in the scene, meaning demo groups. But how about this like application for the Finnish nationalists? Do you think it's like realistic that we would get a good representation of the actual demo groups, or are those like associations the right parties to represent the scene? Do you have opinions of it?
Could you please a little bit, what do you mean? Do you mean you want a list of people that are in group? Do you want a list of groups? Do you want some group to be part in a way that they tell about their way of doing things?
Yeah, what I mean is that in the application there's the part the communities behind this submission. So would it be viable to actually make some kind of like ask those actual demo groups, ask them, are they interested, like can they sign this, and do they want that the name of their group is like added there?
Yeah, I'm sure there is groups that would be happy to be involved and happy to be mentioned. But there is also this question. Maybe not all groups want to be, and maybe if we ask some of the groups, maybe we don't realize to ask every single group. If somebody gets offended, what happens? So it's kind of, there is some risks, but it might be actually a good idea to have some groups mentioned.
Yeah, and if we do that, I think you are the right person to like get that kind of inventory of the groups who could be presented there.
I'm wondering if it might be useful if you've got politics or possible trolling or whatever the worry is about different groups, whether possibly making a steering committee or something like that with representation from the different groups with someone who's authorised. I don't know if that is a thing in the scene or not, but I've dealt with some similar issues with these kinds of projects, and there are ways to sort of sidestep some of those if you can navigate them.
Well, there is one thing. Demo groups aren't very uniform. There is huge differences in groups and how they're organized. Some are very organized, some have even some kind of hierarchy, and some might be very small and don't really have. So it kind of depends on the group and about the people. So it's not that we can have certain measures and be sure that it works on every group.
Yeah, and I think over time we definitely have some kind of steering group built, but we don't have that yet, and because we have about 1 month time to submit this application, it's not possible to build it for here. But definitely for the UNESCO application, we will build something like that. We cannot get representation where every single demo group would be represented, of course, but hopefully we can get like the major groups engaged.
I don't really have an answer to the question of whether groups should be and how they should be represented, but perhaps a small remark on another aspect. I mean, since this is about the Finnish demo scene, perhaps you could include the aspect. I mean, this is perhaps an aspect that is not obvious to you as Finns and Finnish demo sceners, but as a demo scener who comes from outside Finland, like for us, Finland in the Finnish demo scene was extremely important. Like for German demo sceners, I mean, we always waited for assembly to happen and watched the entries and so on. I mean, we even watched assembly in 1995 4K intro entries in school with our informatics teacher. And I mean, like the renommee of the Finnish demo scene would probably be a good argument to mention if it's about declaring demo scene part of cultural heritage in Finland. So it's like a bit like the demo scene as also as a sort of like export, well, almost export goods. Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to say something about it, but then it felt like bragging, and we are Finns, so.
Yeah, but you should. I mean, in the application, it's definitely not wrong to brag a bit.
Yes, and one thing, if you look at those existing pages, then there's also various like photos of the phenomenon. Here it's going to be rather easy, like screenshots of demos and then maybe a photo of a party, these sort of things, or something else, but at least these are the first things that come to mind. And then just choosing which demos get to be represented, maybe that's a trickier issue, so because it's kind of putting them on a pedestal, so we could rather go with something like less known as so that we don't just canonize the history of the demo scene, or more than it's already canonized. But anyway, this is a detail that needs to be sorted out later on. But now, since we have capable brains around here, why don't you look at the document, what is there, and comments if I've stepped on some landmine of using wrong terminology for this context, then please do mention that. If you have ideas what to add, what is less or more relevant there, please now take a little time and see what we already have, and all suggestions are welcome. And if you use this link here, tiny URL /SkeneUp, you should be able to comment and suggest edits there already. And if this topic is of no importance for you, then just lean back and take a little nap.
So I think it's a good idea to give some examples how the scene itself safeguarded until now its own history by, for example, painting at Clap's project and also Pue.net. These are impressive for the traditional heritage people. These are impressive user-generated databases. That's what they all want to have, and you have this already. This is a big plus you should mention, especially in regards to what Lena told us in the video before, that this is crucial. They wanted to know how to safeguard these dedicated culture, how it could be safeguarded in the future. If you point at the achievements in that regards, which you have already done and succeeded, so that's a strong argument for the democracy.
Well, I cannot say that I have necessarily emphasized it here in the current version of the text, but here you can find a list of these repositories
archiving,
as part of the archiving.
Yeah, but as an extra point needed for the application, that's completely right. It's really a strength of the demo scene, and it's also a logical thing because it's one of the earliest digital cultures, and of course from up the beginning they have understood not only how to program demos with computers, but also how to use it as a communication and archiving tool. And so that makes completely sense to point at that achievements, because that's what the traditional heritage community is struggling to set up. think towards Europeana, for example. It costs millions of euros, and it's still not usable.
Put it in there.
One comment about one thing I have been thinking when in this working in this project, and also not directly but kind of also of course connected to this wiki text, is that I have been thinking that very often when we discuss about demo scene, we of course talk a lot about demos. That's of course very natural. But I have been. You can correct me if you think I'm wrong. But to me, I think that demos are actually like more the tangible side of the culture. It's digital, so it's not like you cannot touch it. But to me, it seems like artwork, like a piece of painting or something like that. But what actually makes it to me an intangible culture are all the like processes and how people organize themselves and what kind of rules they have and stuff like that. And I think in the application it is also important, of course, not to miss the actual demos, which is the end product, but also like talk about the organization of the sceners, how they have organized themselves, and what kind of how they do things generally.
That's a very important point. It's living culture, and they want to see that it's still living. And living means it's developing, it's changing, but it's also living in kind of that people are doing it, and without these people, nothing would happen. And actually, the demo scene offers some very traditional, old school cultural aspects to the expert. For example, the demos, which are very old school works, because they are finite. They are not processes like common digital works, which are processes, of course, and will not be finite at one point in time. But demos are, and also the parties, the demo parties, are also kind of a very old school aspect for a digital community that they have to meet. They have to meet face to face. These are that have to be live performances. The producer has to be present personally when he is submitting his or her demo to the combo. And these are, in my opinion, very traditional cultural aspects the demo scene has, which are very suitable to bridge the gap between the experts, which are coming mostly from the traditional heritage sector, and the digital communities. And so, yeah, it's a very important comment Heike did. That's the core of intangible cultural heritage. It's that it is a living thing done by people.
Yes, I've been thinking of this myself at times, that the concept of authorship is, in some sense, like very traditional within the demo scene, like the huge appreciation of skill, like who did what, and this sort of like very clear attribution of. So yes, that harks back to much older days, like at least centuries back. The creative artist genius idea still sort of lives on in the demo scene.
Yeah, would it be a good idea in your opinion if we also make the argument that what Andres said a little time ago, that the preservation is very well done for those like artifacts, the demos, and maybe some histories, but is there a much preservation effort done to actually like document this, like how things actually work, how the demos come to be?
To my knowledge, there are a lot of biographies also included in the databases. But yes, we should listen to Glad very carefully when he told us that his collection until now wasn't quoted. And that, for example, could an argument for becoming listed, that the visibility of this very valuable culture, also for scientific communities, for example, will be raised. And the value in the collection of Glad and others will be much more benefit the whole society if the demoscene becomes more visible. So that could become an argument why it makes sense for the society to become that the demoscene becomes more visibility. And I also have another point, only having briefly cross-read the text, so maybe I missed it somewhere. But another important fact is to point, or another important argument is to point at the fact that in principle, everybody could participate in the demoscene. There are no barriers. It's a very, very inclusive community. That's important. And no national barriers, no gender barriers. I come to that point just afterwards. And no age. Everybody could join. And this is a very strong argument for the demoscene. And now I'm coming to the gender aspect. Of course, it's a problematic history because only in recent years, so maybe you can correct me, but only in recent years women are more active, became more active in the demoscene, and the demoscene was kind of a very typical, and that's how we handle it in our German application. On the one hand, we highlight that it's a completely inclusive community. On the other hand, we said, yes, it was a male-dominated community, and with that, it was typical for its time in a technical digital setting. But of course, discussions within the community, within the scene has started already about that. And I think scenes like Satu and others are proof that it meanwhile became a community which, of course, accept women in the same way than men. And so that's how we handle that.
Well, yes, there's something I mentioned about this, like temporal change.
I can recognize the issues that you are talking about. Also, because I'm a female, and I've been kind of, I've came to in a lot of situations when people like think that, okay, you're in a demos and you must be a girlfriend or wife. And I've been doing some projects that have been kind of poking about this issue. But yeah, it has changed quite a lot, I think. And I think one reason why women were such a huge part of the scene was because there was, you know, the reason why it became a man's thing to be in a technical and computer world. It was one of things that heavily influenced on that was marketing, because first coders they were largely women because it was like women's inside job, nice and tidy. But then, because computer games future, the marketing was targeted more of the men, and then it became kind of like dudes and men's hobby and thing.
Specialist thing.
Yes. But I think it has shifted now because there is a lot of talented coders that are women. I myself, I'm not a coder, but there is a lot of things also that you can do in the demo scene. It's organizing parties and a lot of other things, and I think a lot of women have been very shy to come and do anything because of this atmosphere. But for myself, I'm trying to change it, and I'm also there was a mention about not new generations coming in. Well, I'm also myself working on those things that we get a new generation, we get new blood, new people, and keep this tradition going. There is also a lot of sceners that are having children, and I'm very glad to tell you, a lot of those children are coming interested on demo scene. So this is a kind of, we are having some newcomers, but it's not a huge amount. There is also a reason for that, is that we are kind of like introverted group, and it's not so easy to come and be from an outsider point of view. It's also because we are very organized, and we like our parties that there is a kind of safe atmosphere, which becomes from the fact that everybody kind of knows everybody. And it's also been a reason why some people are very keen of keeping scene closed. But I think it's a risk for us, and we should open our doors and be open to new people and get new people inside, because otherwise we'll just die.
I think I mentioned something about this, like opening up, because I still remember in the early 90s when I got involved, it was a very hostile environment for beginners. You were not a beginner who didn't know things yet, but you were a lamer who couldn't just do things. So I'd say there's been a huge change since then, and now there's this like outreach, and there's like help and less toxic attitudes toward beginners. So at least there's a positive development, but the starting point was quite poisonous.
Yeah, but you can describe that honestly as a very typical starting point from that time, and then you can also, in this regards, point at your achievements, that you managed to start reflecting on that limitations the society has in regards of the roles and technical innovation. And there's another thing that's not really important for the application, but it's for the community, and that's something which Tobias is very much interested in. It's not only that we will, that the application helps the heritage establishment to profile their programs and platforms, it's also the other way around, that the application somehow kicks also a discourse within the scene, raising questions like, what have we achieved, who we are, and where do we want to go? And I think this is the opportunity, especially for you, to claim what you want to see in the scene, and so that is also an option, at least, that the benefit that the application is also triggering an important discourse within the scene, which makes it more capable to survive and to get new members.
Yeah, I would agree with Andreas here that I think that's a good point, the last one you made, that this application can actually be a place where the scene grows and gets to understand the sort of problems it maybe has had and can overcome those by added sort of realization of what are the problems within the scene and how those can be managed. it's not going to be easy, and that's sort of something that people need to realize maybe at this point. There might be sort of taking these up into the open might provoke some hostile attitudes as well, and that's sort of one of the challenges in this, and it's sort of also realizing from the start that there's so many stakeholders here, so many different opinions, that it might actually be impossible to sort of change this without maybe making some of those not be happy with the new results, the way it's going.
Yeah, I have a couple of ideas that just came up now. But first of all, when I've been writing this initial text, I've been a bit divided, like, should I try to portray demoscene here in a positive light for the application to look better, or should I then portray it in a realistic light as a researcher? So this has been a bit of a compromise between the two.
Of course, these applications are compromises in general. That's the nature of applications. And you usually try to connect as many people, communities, arguments with your application as you can do. But there's also, it's a challenge, and it's also a risk, and I think it's a fault to even in the application, to do like the demo scene is one community. I think another strong argument for making the demo scene the first digital culture which is accepted as UNESCO cultural heritage, it's its diversity, its anarchistic nature. And why is this such a strong argument? This individualism, this very extreme individualism, which is of course apparent in the scene, it's something typical also connected to the digital change. So digital culture is even pushing the trend to individualism, and that's the danger for the whole society. That it's not exploding, and the demo scene has proven, in spite this very strong individualism and this anarchic approach, to be able to define cultural identity and keep this. That's one of the very interesting typical characteristics of the demo scene, and which can could become an example for other digital cultures. So don't be shy to tell this ambivalent characteristics, because this is the strength of the scene, to keep this individualism, and in spite of that, being able to create a culture which gives people like Satu and completely different other people an identity, coming together, doing creative things, and of course still having a lot of fun.
Yes, well, I have a hunch myself when I look at the history of the phenomenon, is that these improvements, like in the atmosphere and the role of women and portrayal of women and all sorts of like improvements, have not necessarily come out of like any conscious reflection or discussions, but rather I feel the biggest reason behind all these improvements is that people just grown older.
But that's good. If it grew, it's not decided. It grew, and that's strong. That's really living heritage.
Okay, should we quickly see the additions and comments that have appeared, and then I think we can pretty much wrap up. At first, you need some sort of short introduction on an explanation of demos. Yes, I agree. It's there in the next section, practicing the tradition, but even though this is a bit misleading title here, I guess it should be as early there as possible, even though you're supposed to talk about practitioners here. So let's reshape that a bit. And I put there some mentions about this, like gender and like diversity of community. So those could be included to make it a bit more like wider coverage there, and talking about the practitioners. Then, how are demos made and who is taking part? Yes, yeah, there's of course a lot of details missing there. There's something about it, but not very much. Yes, digital magazines, news books, and such. Yes, those were non-digital artifacts. They are mentioned in the end. But yes, why not add something here too? You can propose some text there already. Compose organized. Yes, those could be more detailed. I agree. In Helsinki, what is in Helsinki?
Assembly.
Yes. Okay. Then cities could be mentioned.
Specific locations.
Good. Why not? Maybe yes. Vammala party is not in Vammala.
Just comment at this point. So maybe it would make sense to actually talk more about the ways the demo scene has communicated all the sort of the node-like structure. I'm sure it's sort of somehow part of that already, but that could be quite a big chunk of the application, maybe, to try to map out how it functions that way, and communication as being the central part. Maybe?
Yes, for example, I don't talk much about swapping here, even though it's been very fundamental, especially back in the day. So, just, yeah, I always had this question, like, how much should I put here, and will the text grow like too long, and so on and so on. So, yeah, I had to make some decisions here, but then again, they might not have been proper decisions. But yes, swapping is something that is often omitted and not mentioned when you talk about demo scene activities. Locations, when started, yes, this is kind of hard to define necessarily the first actual year when it started, but at least we can give a good approximation. Well, people eat, drink well, participating in the demo class, okay? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if boozing is the credit to the demo scene, if we put a lot of that there. But there are conventions and traditions, and they do involve drinking. Yeah, I think there was something like beer brewing already on the list of living heritage. Music video, short film. Okay, demo scene was one of the crime forces. Yeah, we could mention that. And then this is about the production of a demo, yes. I've already mentioned there that there's it's not that far from like any digital media production, like if you think of games or some like interactive installations, you pretty much need similar roles for creating demos, and you might even use the exact same tools. Okay, yes, BBS. Living, changing status of the scene. Okay, this has been requested already multiple times, so maybe there should be some more emphasis on this, that like it's not like frozen and it doesn't just keep repeating itself, but keeps changing also. And this colorful range of platforms for demos is again another thing that I happen to omit there. Okay, then does anybody want to volunteer some more organizations behind the application? There's a couple of already, the Suomen Amiga-käyttäjien yhdistys, the Finnish Society of Amiga Users, and the history of the Society of the History of Technology. Those I've asked already, but of course there's many more active in Finland. So, any ideas?
This is not an idea on this specific question, but sort of looking back at the Excel table you also have about the demoscene survey answers, and looking at how people actually talk about the demoscene and define it, I think this has like very, very good stuff for the actual application, maybe even direct quotes, because most of these people are actually talking about intangible practices, values, instead of physical stuff or digital artifacts. So I think this is something that should be read really carefully and maybe even used directly in the application.
Yes, I didn't see on those like other pages or that have been already accepted that I didn't see like quotes there, but I don't think that means that we couldn't use them. I just went with that idea that they don't sort of belong here, but why not? Yeah, and some on some of those answers, there's like it's not just like a hobby or anything; it's a way of life. So that's quite a lot to say.
Sorry, there was a question about the participants in the application.
Yes. Any ideas? Who's missing? And of course, this like bibliography. This is mostly like research papers here, and then a couple of web links. So these are not necessarily like very like easy, popular reading on the subject. So again, suggestions are welcome. Like if there's the place where demoscene is defined very well for the layman to understand, then feel free to add it.
Perhaps it would make sense to include the Generation 64 book.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with all its problems and pitfalls and so on, still this is a very good introduction into sea history, very lively through the biographies of the participants.
Yes, why not? Yeah, well, I just like put like Finnish sources here, and that's it. These are Finnish authors, but the topics are not necessarily like Finnish, because there's very, very little written about the Finnish demoscene in the academic context. Of course, well, Petri there has been writing about that. But most other authors who've been writing, Finnish authors who have been writing about the demoscene, it's been more like an international perspective and not a very like a local one. Okay, let's add that as one note there. And of course, this Generation 64, initially Generation 64, is a Swedish book, and maybe that would be worth mentioning as well, that it's been not necessarily very connected, but very similar across Scandinavian countries. It's very surprising when you start looking into like game companies, demoscenes, cracking, the platforms that are being used. They are very uniform from like Denmark to Norway and Sweden and Finland, even though there's not necessarily been like that much direct contact that would have been like that would have produced this outcome. But since they've been like culturally and economically and geographically so close, then a lot of the stuff you can say about, say, the Finnish demoscene or the Finnish gaming industry holds true for the other Nordic countries as well. Okay, maybe time to move on. We are almost done here. So now there's some suggestions and improvements. Thanks for those. And when we're working with this toward the final version, we will take those into account. You will still, those of you who are interested in this, that you will get your possibility to check this again before it goes anywhere. And the call will open already. in a month and run until December the 5th. So that's not a lot of time actually to get all this done, because you need to like edit there on the wiki and like choose screenshots and such things. So things need to get moving pretty quick.
Yeah, so maybe one additional information. So in Germany we will submit the application only in October. That means our final application text will be available for you end of October. So
okay.
Of course we will send it to you,
we
and
would want to see that.
With Google Translator help, maybe you can also use it to get additional ideas and inspiration.
Okay, well, so far my role has mostly been just writing the current text that is there. I don't know like who's going to take it forward. This is something that needs to be probably figured out pretty soon. I can take care of the edits. Maybe Heikki will then be more involved with the process itself.
Yeah, probably it's going to be me, because Heikki is working on a different project, so hopefully taking over, but of course want to discuss these things closely with you and others.
Yeah, and I want to pose yet another question, that that when this Wikipedia article is ready and it's published, that we of course should like try to spread the link to the sceners. Do we want to or do we have time to collect like feedback about it for the actual application? So let's say this can be, for example, posted at the end of this month. Then we would have 1 month time to make the actual applications. Do we want to collect feedback with the same system that we collected, Satu collected those like views of the demo scene? Does anybody have any opinion about this?
I guess it wouldn't hurt if those people who are being represented by this application could have their say over it. But then in what way that happens, then that's another thing, like how do we get this sorted out and like spread it and such. But we have outreach people here, so I think we would manage. There's some scene internal channels for finding people.
Yeah, I think one good idea could be made this kind of questionnaire that is like not tied to this very application, but generally like what you think about this Finnish version of this project. You know that the sceners can also use the same form to give feedback, like even if they notice it after the actual application has been done. If somebody is really horrified to learn about that then he can still state his opinion even at that point too, because the time is quite tight here.
Volunteers there in the back row. Well, we don't need to decide everything right here and right now, but rather soon. What I can promise on my own behalf, that I will take those comments into account and fix the text as good as I can. Then about this like formal processes, I will probably participate less in those. Because, well, even my time is somewhat limited.
I think like the Finnish Museum of Games has agreed to be the institutional like contact point here in Finland, so I think it's our job to make the actual like paperwork application. Or now I'm pushing work to me.
Yeah, that's what we agreed on.
Yeah, but do we just edit here according to your wiki article, or do we like collect some additional views and opinions about it before that?
In my perspective, I think it would be best to just show the almost finished text, because then the comments can be like very like directly about that.
Sounds good.
Decided. Very well. I think that's enough for today. There will still be more about the same subject tomorrow when Andreas talks about the larger project of getting the demos into the UNESCO list and the current status of these like regional applications, what is going on where and such things, but that will have to wait until tomorrow. Next, I think it would be this, Maria has booked the table. Which one was?
The follow-up conversations can happen at Ravintola Viila, Bistro Viila, which is located like 200 meters from here, really close. Like, maybe we should write that somewhere if somebody is not. You can also find it on the Facebook group. And Maria promised to come here to pick up people. So I think you still have like, if you want to go have a coffee or go to take a quick look at the Game Museum exhibition, you can still do that. But we could meet down in the lobby and go together. The reservation starts at 6. And also maybe a couple.
When we can do that?
Should we meet at the lobby 52 or what's the time? I have no idea.
5:30.
Okay.
Museum is open 25 minutes, so
At 6.
So you would still have the chance to see, go and see something.
Yeah, let's decide on, at 6 o'clock down in the lobby and then move from there. Yeah, I think that's good. I want to say also a couple of words about tomorrow. So you are all welcome to attend tomorrow, and showing this at the counter you get a free entrance ticket, and the program is here, but we regret to inform you that there's a small change in the program, and Anna-Kaisa Kultima's keynote is cancelled due to an emergency. So, but otherwise the program will be as it is. So between 11:30 and 12:30 you have one additional hour to maybe take and look at the exhibitions and things like that.
So tomorrow we are not here at the auditorium. We are at the second floor at meeting rooms. They are next to the Finnish Museum of Games, very close by.
Hello people out there. We are closing now. Down. Thank you for watching, listening. See you, hear you tomorrow. Bye bye.